somebody, how long he will be on my mind. He will be on my mind. Tell me somebody, how long he will be on my mind. He will be on my mind. On my mind.
Hello everyone and welcome to Championship Sunday for RLCS OCE Open number 2 2026 season Boston Split. No, yeah, where are we going? Yeah, that's right. Boston Split. And welcome to the official broadcast. You've got the dream team, the squadron, the 4 amigos. Not the 3 amigos, but the 4 amigos.
The 4 horsemen.
The 4 horsemen. That probably makes more sense. I don't know where I was going. I was going to say something else. Probably not appropriate for the official broadcast. But it's great to be here with the boys hanging out. Former, we had a great day yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I think it was a great first half, that is for sure. The lower bracket matches proved to be quite exciting indeed. Unfortunately, didn't quite carry over to the top half just yet, although, yummy, it does kind of reinforce maybe the narrative that this still looks like to be a 2-team region.
I think it's pretty exciting for us to have a forfeit in the upper bracket. Not exactly a good sign, but certainly caused a bit of drama yesterday. But yeah, so far shaping up to maybe be 2 teams, at least in this bracket. We don't know if Bulldogs have their core roster here today either. But I'll be certainly looking at maybe the likes of Baton Wheels, who looked quite good in that first round of the lower bracket.
Yeah, Baton Wheels getting that job done against You're Not a Champion, You're a Clown, which was a pretty enthralling matchup. I thought it was going to go a different way, but Baton Wheels getting the job done there. And yeah, Bulldogs, as you said, we might not see their main roster potentially. That's why they forfeited yesterday. No Caleb, no substitute either. Potentially the sub, potentially Caleb back today for the ITE matchup.
I certainly hope so, because like if they were afraid of going up against Wildcard Power in the form that they looked like yesterday, that's
Could be the good side of the bracket, depending if Wildcard's back in business. We'll find out. Baton Wheels, though, as you guys mentioned, look fantastic. I'll be interested to see if the stats do back that up. We'll take a look at those in just a moment. But what on earth are these guys playing for? We had a sneak peek yesterday, and it is, I think it's $77,000 total prize pool, but 12 grand for first place. But more importantly, Yummy, those 15 points. We've only got one spot now. I mean, since you and I have been doing this, since the dawn of time, we've had 2 spots, but it's pretty tough to make an international event now from OCE.
Yeah, no longer are the days where somebody like CJ could possibly sneak overseas multiple times. I'm not sure how...
Not win a series.
The charity spot we used to call number 2. The charity spot, get a random win in the final somehow. Just luck, I guess. Although CJ had a lot of reverse sweeps as well out of the overseas.
Yeah, okay, relax. Okay, I get it. I get it.
Anyway, now we know we're getting the best of the best. Only the team that's consistently performing 15 points every time.
To you. I was waiting for you to just vouch for OCE, and you just basically said, well, it's about time we only have one spot, so I'm never going to throw you again for that. But what I would like to look at, we took a look at the bracket. I'd like to see how these teams actually performed, and we've got some interesting stats coming through from Data Coach, who is able to provide us with all the stats, because we are looking to get more analytical. We're looking to be the number 1 broadcast globally, and I think Formal, or maybe Yummy, you wanted to look at the stats from Power, just because they scored about 28 goals to 3 yesterday, and just walk us through what we're looking at here.
Well, I definitely expected their conversion rate to somehow be a lot higher, given, well, the times that Yabrov were in defensive positions but still weren't able to defend against Power. But 134%, it's a little higher than the 100% par rating, but you can just kind of see the number of shots they were clearly able to generate. The opportunities, 3.7 per game, is probably about double of what we would normally expect.
Yeah, pretty strong there, Formal.
Terrifying. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at that. That's terrifying to see right now when a team is doubling the expected goals, so like the true goal scoring opportunities, and then nearly doubling the convergence on top of that as well. I think and Baton Wheels maybe provide a more realistic outlook of what we should be expecting from some of these teams, and it's good to see them, hitting the goals they have to, especially for maybe some of those bubble teams. But this again goes back to the difference that we're seeing from the likes of Power and what we'd expect to see Wildcard compared to the rest of the pack right now.
Yeah, and we obviously don't see Wildcard or Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs here, so that's something to think about. Obviously, that gap might be a little bit closer if those two teams are there in terms of Power going from 34 to 110, the next best. We might see Wildcard, we might see the Bulldogs somewhere in between the two teams.
Yeah, I'll stick with you here, Monty, because we've got to keep moving along pretty quickly here to get into our first game. As not only do we look at the teams with Data Coach, but we also do look at players to watch. And I've already seen who the player is. This is surprising. Kekles from Baton Wheels. Have a look at this. First in goals per game. First in expected goals per game as well. So he's clinical, and his conversion rating is 3rd. Well, I mean, that's pretty good, Monty.
Well, that's despite the fact that Power were so much. The fact that he still came first is crazy.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that Power obviously was scoring so many goals, the fact that he's still first, scoring 2.2 goals a game, is ridiculous. I mean, looking at that matchup, Kekles was obviously a player to watch from that match. I think I potentially said my player of that series, and you can see why with those stats.
Well, again, too, if you remember how the series played out, first half of the series, Laxon was putting in a lot of work, and Kekles was kind of that finishing force. But that was only the first half of the series. What was impressive about Kekles was he continued that even after Laxon started to have a little bit less of an impact. It was as if, like, once he got the confidence from hitting those first few shots, he just continued to bang them in. And for another up-and-coming player, it was a fantastic performance.
We'll have to see if he can back it up today then against Yabrov and maybe make a run. I believe the winner of that plays wildcard. So it is a tough semi-final coming up, but I'm keeping a closer eye on Kekles after that performance. Considering, as you mentioned, Yummy, that Power absolutely dominated and he's still number one in stats is pretty impressive. But we'll be taking a look at the Baton Wheels in our second match of today. Our first match, however, that we're going to be taking a look at is finally, actually, are they playing? Is the first question. Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs. They forfeited yesterday. I messaged Hunter today and said, are we good for today? He said, not sure. So I don't know if they're ready to play, but they are facing a team that I believe are all here in height.
Well, the good news is, being in the lobby, all of the Bulldogs are in the lobby. Those three right there, they're in the lobby. They're ready to
Huge.
go.
Wait, the trio?
The core trio.
Oh, that's good. They are a team that could cause some upsets in the competition. They're only really going to have that one shot, and given that they're now in the lower bracket, but they've got the players. Caleb had such a really good last split, but is it going to be enough now?
It's going to be a tough ask. I looking again back at the bracket and knowing only one team goes through, you do kind of want to be on the side of Power because you have to overtake them with a bit of a margin. So yeah, if their Boston major hopes involve winning today out, knocking out Power in the round of 3-4, cards are still in their hands.
Maybe I don't want to say they've done this on purpose. We've had some, history with throwing allegations in OCE, so we're not going to want to go down that rabbit hole. But I don't think they were too keen to play with their sub yesterday, is kind of the whispers I'm hearing as well. So once Caleb was unavailable, they just said, what's the point? We don't want to play wild card if we don't have our full roster. And they have forfeited, but they're here today, full roster, as you guys said. They're all in the lobby. I'd love to go down the line, Monty, starting with you. Do you think the Bulldogs can bounce back and win off the forfeit?
I'm just going to have to say yes. I believe in it. Despite the forfeit, I think they will bounce back today.
Yeah, I think because of the core roster, I think it's a comfortable pick for me on the Bulldogs. I think if it was a sub, it might have been a really close match, but I think they're going to go through, and then the next match will be the true test for them.
Yeah, it's hard for me to kind of pick against the Bulldogs in this situation. It's really hard to pick against Caleb. However, I think this match is going to be closer than some people think. I don't see it being the Cruzy 4-0 sweep. I think we're going to have a proper series on our hands.
Don't
because
say it
I still
again.
like Nerve.
You said this yesterday. You said, I think this will go 7, and it did. Where is it going, 6 or 7? Tell us.
I think 6.
Game 6. I think they should be 4-1 or 4-0, Yummy, particularly if they're going to be playing a team power. But I believe we have our match that is ready to go. Game 1. We've got 5 series today for Champ Sunday. OCE Open 2. We'll be crowning a champion at the end and kicking it off. Ite taking on the Bulldogs. Yummy Cheese Man. And who's actually...
It's
no, I don't think
Money, mate. Money.
Someone take it. I'm out of here.
All right, Marty. I think that leaves us. That seemed pretty clear to me. Instructions saying, let's go ahead. Let's get into this game. And I feel I need to explain myself a little bit right now because everybody is going Bulldogs, Bulldogs, Bulldogs. Easy clap, easy win. Look, we didn't see him play yesterday. We did see Nerve have a good performance, but we also saw Scorchy step up. And I don't know, they played a tough series, went 7, got through. Are we overlooking this team?
I think we're probably overlooking them in terms of the rest of the bracket we've seen so far, but not necessarily when it comes to the Bulldogs. They are one of, I was going to say the 3rd or 4th team, depending on Take Flight, but obviously Take Flight left a long time ago in this open event. So Bulldogs, at the moment, they clear 3rd in the region. I think we're probably more so, I wouldn't say underestimating the opponents here in Ite. I think it's more so just respecting what the Bulldogs can provide.
Well, that's a pretty decent start. Nerve, though, is able to fall back and make the save. And that highlights one of the problems I kind of have for the Bulldogs right now. We were looking at some of Data Coach's stats in regards to the first regional before, as Hunter will put the shot in. And their goal convergence, there was some question marks there, but when you get 2 quick opportunities, you're going to score one of them.
I think it was particularly Kaka that wasn't scoring his goals. I think he was 21st in the region for converting XG across to the actual goal. But look, something that we don't look at, we haven't looked at so far to this point, possibly something we can talk about for Open 3, is those assists that Kaka seems to always get. That being said, Caleb, I was watching this team on the Friday, and they were looking very good. Caleb with some assists. Kaka, he's getting his shot stats improved right now.
Yeah, so Kaka, I think maybe the first regional performance, something that can be overlooked if you're going to score 2 goals off the rip. It also should be worth noting, while yes, he was 21st in terms of percentage, he was first in creating opportunities, and that you could almost argue is a reason why, hold on, the Bulldogs actually underperformed that first regional. They have the opportunities to compete with those top 2 teams, and maybe we're overlooking them when we say, oh yeah, they're a 3rd, 4th team and not one of the top 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think the results from the last event obviously put them a step below Power and Wildcard off their performances against those teams. That being said, this Bulldogs roster did take down Wildcard, I think at a GSL stage or Swiss stage or something like that. So they have an experienced lineup against those guys in terms of that. But overall, Power and Wildcard did book that step above. And I mean, yeah, possibly if they get those shooting stats a little bit more consistent, then we might see this team step up against the big dogs. But Hunter scores the 3rd here, and it's looking pretty well like we were predicting before this game kicked off.
Oh, Zombie, the one with the boost, just couldn't find the ball and left poor Nerve in an awkward situation, going for the squishy, unable to find it. But I feel that last sequence really highlighted the strength of both these teams. Bulldogs were sort of that relentless attack. A team that, when you look at the roster, might be a bit more defensive focused, and they made 2 great saves before the 3rd shot went through. It was just too much attacking pressure. Awkward pinch, still found by Scorch. I mean, this has just been... It's been a bull rush from the Bulldogs as they nearly get their 4th.
Yeah, Caleb getting unlucky off the post there. Couldn't quite find the bounce back. Scorch, he takes a shot on. Not going to be saved. They've got one back in here, right? The game isn't over yet. Plenty of time left, and that is a bullet from in his own half.
Yeah, with a little bit of an assist right here at the end, Hunter, just wanted to get a wheel on it. The shot was still going in, so it's hard-pressed to call that an own goal. It's a true strike, a good strike. It does get Ait on the board, but again, one of the problems that Ait had until that pivotal Game 7 was that they were low-scoring games, and they were kind of bumped and bullied around a bit at times. Now, we haven't really seen the bump game come out just yet. However, yeah, this team, they didn't score a lot. They like to get an early lead and then kind of sit back a little bit, maybe control the pace a bit more. When you're down 3 goals early, I don't know if this team has the firepower to kind of match that.
And I don't think that's necessarily the way you can play against the Bulldogs. We're talking about a team that creates more opportunities than most teams in the region. And if you're sitting back and hoping that, hey, maybe we can hold on to a lead or a couple of goal leads here, it might not work out as Caleb finds a flip reset. Kaka just leaves that one to go underneath. And it's not the cleanest of goals. I'm not sure exactly if Kaka meant to miss this, but the Bulldogs won't mind. They've got a 4th.
Ooh, the reset from Caleb, a little bit nasty as well on the setup. So, okay, I want to go back to the data coach stats and, maybe that lower percentage. Is that because Caleb's just stealing all the goals? Because that would be a strike against Kaka, right? Like, he hit it in. That would be a goal-scoring opportunity, but then Caleb is the one who took it away.
I mean, it potentially could have an impact. We might have to ask data coach what he thinks of that, how they calculate those stats. But realistically, I think Kaka still being 21st is probably underperforming what we expect from, regardless if his goals are being stolen from his teammates.
I think, if we go and check the numbers, because we didn't look at Caleb, we looked at Kaka. It could be Caleb sitting at like 250%, and then we'll know why. Some investigative journalism required. Still 2 minutes left, though, in this first game. A 3-goal cushion for the Bulldogs. Very comfortable right now, as I would also say, about 3 times as much of this game they've been on that attacking half so far.
Yeah, they've spent a lot of time in that half. Haven't really had to defend too often, and when they did, it was the goal that came through from the opponent's half. Well, that's going to be another one. The Bulldogs just seem to be scoring every chance they get right now, and that's going to do them a world of good for the conversion stats.
That goal looks so similar to the last one, just kind of replaced Caleb and Hunter with sort of Caleb on the setup, and then it was Kaka who took the shot, reset pass, cross the middle, bang it in, and that's twice now. Ait has not had the answer. Yeah, look, if we're worried maybe the Bulldogs missing a day, might be a little bit rusty, I think we can throw those doubts aside right now. A 5-1 lead. This is a fantastic start for a team that needs to win at the end of the day. They need to go 3-0. They need to be that champion team for their hopes at the Boston Major.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no chance to slip up really from this point now. For any of the teams looking for that Boston Major, Scorchy in the halfway line keeps it up. But it's 5-1 scoreline. Very much what we expected from the Bulldogs in Game 1. Still a minute to go. I haven't really got the chances they wanted to create. You talked about the fact that they sort of sit back more often than not and just try to hold on to their leads. It's something that they're going to have to change up in this series.
Yeah, I mean, that series, they got the first goal 4 times. Take a guess which 4 games they won. We never really saw them come from behind to take one back, so a rough start for Ait, but that's all right. You would have to think. Plenty of time to bring it back, but they're going to need an answer to how far forward the Bulldogs are playing, how aggressive they have been. These backboard saves, these backboard touches, it just has not been enough.
And it's something we saw from the Bulldogs in the last Open. They were so aggressive. It was the ego offense. They were pre-jumping almost everything their teammates were going for, as Hunter looks to line another chance up here for Caleb's shot denied. But they create so many chances. Sometimes, though, it does lead to them being open on the defense, which is something I could definitely look at exploiting, which they did in their 1 goal so far this game. They might be able to get something here just to shift the momentum. Not quite going to be the case, but here's one of those pre-jumps. Hunter's up already, pinched across and down. Eventually, well, it's hit back into their own half. That should touch down surely. Nope, it's kept up. They'll get one for the road.
There you go. One eventually falls through. Nerve, good job staying on the play. But I think to go back to what you were touching on earlier is a very good point. And we see this with a lot of the bubble teams where they sort of play to capitalize on unforced errors or mistakes. But once you go up against the top 3 or 4 teams here in OCE, you can't really do that as much anymore. And I think Bulldogs are above that threshold where if you're playing for the mistake or playing for the unforced error, they're going to burn you more often than not, especially in a best of 7 series, unless they're showing some terrible form. So yeah, I'm gonna need to see a bit more out of Ait. I want to see them contest more of those midfield boosts, find ways to get themselves more involved besides off their own backboard. Otherwise, this could be that 4-0, 4-1 series that, you know, everybody seemed to be predicting.
6 saves to 1 for Ait having those 6 saves. Zombie not having any of them. Scorchy having 5 of them. So defending is what they were mainly doing. Bulldogs only with 1 of those saves. It's not necessarily the way that Ait want to be playing, and we said already that they often score the first goal and they win off the back of that first goal. It is so difficult to do that. It's so difficult to rely on that when you've got this Bulldog side on the opponent's side.
And it's an interesting one too, because if you go back again to the series yesterday for Zombie, took a while to get going in that top 8 match as well. The first couple games, they were a bit slow, not really reacting. But then as the series kept going, you know, once you got to games 5, 6, 7, that's when they started to hit their stride and we started seeing the Zombie we're expecting to see. So it's another slow start for the longtime vet out of Zombie, but that's okay. Still a lot of time to bring this series back. I just don't think Ait was ready for how fast and aggressive Bulldogs would be off the gun. Game 2, you should be settled now. No more excuses for Ait. If you want to beat the Bulldogs, you got to show us here.
And the forfeit yesterday doesn't seem to have slowed down the Bulldogs at all in the way that they want to play, which is ideal for them. They get an extra rest day, I suppose, heading into Championship Sunday, which is not typical for these teams. But, you know, at the moment it looks like it might be doing them some good as Caleb lines a shot up. Scorchy already called onto defensive duties.
Yeah, good shot, or good pressure, I should say, Caleb. I mean, it wasn't the most intuitive shot, kind of straight on, but it was working for them in game 1. And now Kekles going to drive it straight to the backboard, drop it down. No one there immediately. Hunter pass across, a little bit high for Caleb. So again, we're seeing the Bulldogs very aggressive, trying to force opportunities, but just a little bit off in the first minute.
That's a great challenge from Nerve. Just forces Kaka to stay honest. And Scorchy now puts the pressure on. This is honestly some more pressure than we really saw at all from Ait. Their counter-attacking goals were the way that they found the openings in the first game. They didn't really hold any sustained pressure, which they've done so for about 20 seconds there. Hunter, though, looks to turn the other way. Midfield ball cut out. Caleb does well. Will play into the corner, has the chance to hit to the ceiling. Hunter's up quickly, but it's a double commit. Still works away from Ait. And at the moment, it seems to be turning back to that sort of familiar look from game 1, where the Bulldogs get all the pressure.
Yeah, little hints, little hopes for Ait, but for the most part, it kind of still has been the Hunter and Caleb show in just creating and holding that pressure. We'll see if it continues. Kaka, though, they're going to have a crack at it with the ball. Zombie pushes them off, but yeah, no one following up, no one underneath. Look how far back they're playing. And then Nerve has to race back to the post. Yeah, Ait just needs that aggressive edge. Maybe it comes from Nerve. Again, young player looking to prove himself. He's the one we're looking at on the blue side. We already know what Kaka and what Caleb and what Hunter can do. Caleb, no, doesn't get the double.
They're not quite connecting on these shots just yet, the Bulldogs, but something I want to see more from Ait is the demos, is the physicality coming through on their plays, because Bulldogs, they like to push high. They like to push very quickly up the field. And sometimes if you find a demo, it might just open up for you. It hasn't been something they're looking at just yet, but I think that physicality coming through is certainly something they need. That being said, the Bulldogs, a couple of demos in the last couple of seconds. That might be a shift for potentially the match to turn more physical.
Nothing much off that look from Nerve. Scorchy's going to be the next one forward, but Caleb shuts it down with a play off the backboard. Almost got a magnificent pass right there. Nerve saw it coming, got in the way, buys time for the rest of the defense to rotate back, but still the Bulldogs back in, that comfortable position. It is such a long chain for the Bulldogs out from their goal. They're allowed to play all over this backyard, and now hunting for that next point. Kaka, corner, can't stay with it. Defense continues to hold. Now it's all up to Zombie. Awkward touch. Is there a shot? Not this time.
It's a pretty even game at this point, which is great to see for Right. It shows that there's something in this series for them. Caleb from his own back wall now looks to play it downfield. Kaka had nothing to work with in the corner, so had to play patient. Hunter now pushes forward, but still, we've probably seen more clear-cut opportunities from the Bulldogs, but they haven't capitalized, and this is a chance on the counter-attack. Scorchy finds the top corner, but it hits the post and it's out.
Oh, that was the moment. There was the overextension from the Bulldogs. Scorchy had a line, but just winds up off that top post. Zombie's too far forward. That was another chance. Couple missed opportunities, and you're not going to get that many for the IT side. That said, still a minute and a half to go. Caleb in an awkward spot. Scorchy, redemption. The reset's awkward. Hunter keeps it in the safety of the corner. Does he? It's Nerve!
The Bulldogs have been playing with fire. They've gone so far up the field, they've run out of boost, and then they get back and it's all awkward. Kaka probably could have got there if he just lined it up better, but not quite to be found. And Nerve scores the opener here. Eyes have come alive, and the Bulldogs, I really think they're shooting themselves in their own foot at the moment. They're playing too ego offense, and it's come back to bite them.
Yeah, again, a lot of the setups, a lot of the shots, just a lot less creative. Nerve does it again!
This is just another chance to look at them. They all push up the Bulldogs, and it leaves Nerve a relatively simple chance. Hunter got a piece, but it wasn't enough. 2 goals to the quarter, minute remaining, and I look like they're going to tie up the series.
Yeah, and I'm just going back to sort of the approach. Game number 1, we were seeing the passes, the reset setups coming from the Bulldogs. Game 2 was a lot more straightforward, just trying to bang it in. Case in point, Caleb right there. Hunter as well just puts one on target, but yeah, just not quite coming through. Still time left, 50 seconds, and we know how fast the Bulldogs can put points on, but when you overextend, you get punished. Scorch makes it 3.
Each of these goals, I've gone Bulldogs. You need to learn something off this. Why are you committing so far forward? But it just keeps on happening. Yes, you're down a couple of goals. You need to start pushing up, but we need to learn here not to send the third all the time. And they do it again. They get counter-attacked again, and the Bulldogs just don't seem to know how to deal with this, and I'd have found the kryptonite, and they might get one more.
No!
Here. It's missed! Zombie! No!
Oh, no! Nerve just whoops in chat after that one. He knows. Left one hanging. I don't think they'll get punished for it this time, but scoreline should be 4-0. No harm, no foul. IT is still going to win this, and look, I was critical of the counterattacking approach in Game 1. I thought against a team like the Bulldogs, they wouldn't let you get as many chances as they did, but hey, Bulldogs played right into IT's strategy, right into IT's plan. They knew to stick with it, and it works out in their favor. We got a series now, Monty. We're going to be tied 1-1.
Yeah, and the thing is, you look at this Bulldog side and they shouldn't be conceding 3 goals a game, but it's just they're not playing the way that they should. They're committing too far forward, and it's just not looking good whatsoever. But as you said, they had their game plan, they've stuck to it, and it's working well for them. Is Hunter going to line up an own goal here? Perhaps, maybe not. We see a couple of goals at the end of games, but this time it's not to be, as IT take a 1-1 series here. That is honestly just such a good look for IT to know their game plan, stick to it, and execute on game day.
So because Nerve had 2 chances on that net, does that count as like 2 goals that should have been scored, or does it still count as 1?
If he's had a chance to take 2 shots, I guess it's expected goals per each shot rather than 1 shot, but I don't really know. I'm not data coach, unfortunately. Yeah, we'll learn more across this season, I'm sure.
I'm asking the real questions here for data coach, okay? I still think that open nets should not count in OCE. all right, when it comes to data coach, because those should not be expected, as Nerve proved to us right there. But no, it's still a good win for ITE. They're still going to be happy with that performance. And yeah, to see the Bulldogs 8 shots on target but still get shut out, that to me is the most surprising stat.
Yeah, it felt like a very even contest across that game, but still it just didn't go the way of the Bulldogs. ITE seemed to know how to score those goals. Bulldogs with the shots just never really ending up the way that they need them to. And it's sort of I guess it sort of shows what Kaka has been looking at in terms of those stats, where they're getting chances, they're creating opportunities, but they're just not finishing goals. Perhaps it's not just Kaka, it might be the whole roster.
We'll see. Obviously, you can't jump to too many conclusions off one game, except for the fact that ITE has made it a bit more competitive now, and I'd like to see the Bulldogs play a little bit further back, maybe. I don't know. If it's your team identity, if it's your game plan, you want to attack. You don't want to panic too early just because one game doesn't go your way. It's how ITE won that second game. Bulldogs, though, I'd expect them to take it back here in the third.
And something that I think this Bulldogs roster would really thrive off of is if Kaka was playing a couple of years ago. I feel like he was one of the best third men in the region. And then last season for TSM, I don't think he quite played that role. He was given leeway, he was allowed to push up more often. But I think if you have that one player just play solid on defense, again, we might see the Bulldogs just capitalize on more of these chances and at least not have goals go the other way against them by keeping someone a little bit deeper. In Kaka, one of the best to do it in OCE, just hasn't been doing it the last couple of seasons. Not to say that I'm going to get in their voice comms and say, hey guys, you should change this, but I just wonder how it would look.
It's an interesting theory as well, too, because when you think of players like Caleb, like Hunter, they're both, sort of goal hawks, right? They like to take their shots. They like to do it, be a little bit flashy in their approach. I mean, I've been a little bit critical of Hunter in the past for maybe sometimes going for really low percentage situations, but that's kind of Hunter's playstyle. He wants to be up there. He wants to be that playmaker, and Caleb would be almost on the opposite end in terms of, like, hitting those low percentage shots. Kaka, in this team role, you'd expect him to be further back. Well, this time they do a great job setting up Caleb, and that's how they find the first goal.
And that's a return to what we need to see from the Bulldogs. Kaka getting a massive bump there. Exactly what we need. Someone just getting forward, creating the physical plays, and something we did see them on a couple of occasions in Game 2 try with the Bulldogs, getting these bumps and demos, just not quite doing it too often enough. And now they find one, they get something for the reward. And ITE, I mean, I'm not saying they're out of this one yet, but it seems to be when they score the first goal, Max, they do very well. And when they don't score the first goal, they don't do very well.
Well, maybe they might buck the trend here. Scorchy, what a fake! And the touch is good.
It's a brilliant play here. A light touch from Zombie down over the top as well with the flip reset. And then that touch from Scorchy just to set it up. Kaka was caught in two minds of when to actually commit to the play. It's a great way to equalize to make it 1-1.
And I don't think, again, Scorchy got enough credit for the performance yesterday out of ITE. I mean, you could argue was probably the most consistent player of the three, despite, Nerve maybe being the up-and-comer and Zombie being that long-standing vet. It was Scorchy that was helping him through the middle of that series, and starting to do so a little bit here as well in this one. Hunter has Kaka across the middle, but Scorchy has it red.
It was a good shot, but it was pretty well telegraphed. You knew what was going to come from it. As now Nerve takes on a 50 on Caleb in the midfield. Zombie pushes on through. Good control, and they're slowing down these plays again. The 50's coming through for ITE. Corner ball again. Kaka has boost, clears it down to Hunter. Back to Kaka on the width here as Nerve gets a great challenge again. But now the Bulldogs have boost advantage as Caleb takes it upstairs. Good first touch. Flipper cross, and it's just denied. Defense looking very solid from ITE.
The composure from Zombie right there. Scorchy, looking for the musty, not going to find it. Nerve now has Zombie behind, has Scorchy underneath. Hunter tries to get it to the safety of the far end, but Zombie's able to rotate there. Two attackers in position, but neither of them take the immediate shot. Nerve has to burn all their boost, gets it into Kaka. Now you'd expect the Bulldogs to flip the map, and it will be Hunter leading the charge. Reset? No.
It was a good idea to get the flip reset there, just didn't really get the execution he wanted. Now Caleb from the sidewall turns onto it. 20 boost in the tank, takes the 50. Scorchy across to the left-hand side. Now Hunter. Flip reset one time across to Caleb. Great pass. Good chance. And it's a double tap from Caleb.
Oh, baby, Caleb. This is what I was talking about before. He hits those shots. Again, it almost looked like the double wasn't intentional, but knew the moment that first contact was made, has to get above, drops it in so fast, so efficient. Bulldogs with the late lead.
And now White look to turn back the other way. A couple of chances that they haven't quite capitalized on in this game might come back to bite them. Minute 30 remains. Can Ite find something here, or will it be Kaka to slow it down in the air here? Takes a great first touch, leaves it across, and it's a good shot again, but the defense holds firm.
Yeah, good hold from Nerve right there. Caleb can't get behind it. Demo in midfield, though, will probably slow this attack as Kaka actually slow plays it out of the defensive hatch. Flicking up, stays underneath. Zombie with the save.
Now Scorchy from the sidewall. Doesn't have boost to use, and Caleb just goes, oh, I'll have that one. Drops it off to Hunter as well. Double commit up from our Ite on defense. Not what you want to see at this point, as Kaka puts one central again. And Caleb was pushing up for it as well. Couldn't find the shot. Just a minute remains. Nerve dives. And this is a dangerous position because Zombie's last. And he's got low boost. Scorchy has to get back. Doesn't connect with it. Nerve one-on-one situation, and Hunter scores.
Yeah, Nerve with no boost, because why would he be expecting this? There was a couple awkward sort of plays on the setup. You had the double commit back on the orange side, the whiff off the backboard, just everything falling apart in this final minute for Ite. Bulldogs capitalizing on it. Well-played shot, and that probably puts game 3 under ice. The Bulldogs looking back in control of this series.
Here and Ite have just been on defense so often in this one. Already made 9 saves, and there's still 30 seconds remaining. They're just not quite able to break free like they wanted to on the previous game, and like they did on the previous game. Here is a chance to pull something back. Zombie takes it low, and it drops in. 2-3, there's a chance.
I love the setup, too, from Nerve to get to Zombie. If you go even further back, it was squirts off the backboard, and yeah, kind of was looking maybe at the ground pitch. Instead, lets it ride. It works out in their favor. 25 seconds. Does Ite have the immaculate kickoff? They decide to slow play it. Nerve with control. What can he do? Caleb gets it right off the roof.
And sometimes those pre-jumps work out for the Bulldogs. That's a case where it does work out, as Kaka will center this one. Another goal here should just put the game to bed. Not quite going to be found just yet. Hunter center ball against Scorchy, who tries to keep it up. Kaka double across the net. Zombie has a chance to get there, but Hunter puts it back across. It is kept alive momentarily. Zombie takes on the shot. It's going to be Kaka to deny, still in the air as Caleb takes control.
I love that shot, though, coming out of Zombie. Nearly gets another opportunity. Kaka plays keep away again. That will secure it. Oh, scary moment, though, for the Bulldogs, for sure. Games 2 and 3 showing new signs of life right now. It is not the cruisy road the Bulldogs may have been expecting, yet they still get it done. And I think surviving that late onslaught, Monty, should give the Bulldogs the confidence moving forward.
It absolutely should, but something that is just so apparent right now is the fact that the Bulldogs are taking so many shots and they're not scoring from so many of these opportunities. They had 15 shots, I'd had 7, and still the Bulldogs only won by 1 singular goal. It's just not the way that you want to see from the Bulldogs. It shows that, hey, they're capable of winning games when they're getting all of these chances and still not scoring all of them. But it also shows, hey guys, we should probably be scoring more goals because, hey, when wildcard come knocking, what are we going to do?
I'm actually really curious, though, how many of those shots would be like data coach, yeah, you should be scoring them, because it does feel like the Bulldogs will just, it's kind of like when you're playing chess and you're just constantly putting the enemy king in check. It's not necessarily to end the game right then and there, but it's to try to manipulate the defense or the defensive positions in a way where you can then take advantage or capitalize on it. And I feel like that's a lot to do with the Bulldogs attack. So yeah, they're going to be high shot, maybe low scoring percentage, but that's just because they're wearing that defense out and trying to force the mistake or force the overcommit in a situation to then punish. So I don't know. To me, I see a high shot count, low goals. Yeah, you'd like to hit more of them, but as long as you win the game, plan's working.
I wouldn't be so critical of these shots not turning into goals as often if they weren't so vulnerable on the counter-attack, though. When they're not scoring goals and then they're conceding on the counter, it's a bad look for the Bulldogs as Hunter looks to get this center ball, and a goal here would be very nice for the Bulldogs just to settle back into this one. Caleb keeps it alive in the corner. Good shot, good save.
Double good saves on that back end. Here we go, Zombie. off the backboard. We'll go one corner to the other. Caleb looking for something, gets it across over to Nerve. Zombie will now start to race back. Nothing happening too much just yet as we stay stuck in the corner for the first 40 seconds of this game. Hunter finally takes a shot but isn't able to put it past.
Caleb in the corner. Low boost to work with. Looks for the flip reset. Finds the back wall play. Kaka, good flick on Nerve. Low boost, and he puts it in the way of Hunter. Zombie just there to make him uncomfortable as the Bulldogs still keep the ball in. Kaka across to Hunter. Good 50 from Scorchy. And Ite trying to be more proactive, trying to get these challenges at the halfway line, but it might leave them vulnerable, and Kaka opens the scoring.
Yeah, just a shot straight down the middle from that relentless pressure. And I mean, it felt like every time we were looking at that high back line, boost was just being denied from them. Bulldogs, they controlled the middle of the field. They really only had their back corners to work with, and even those weren't always a gimme. So well done from the Bulldogs, denying the resources and eventually rewarded with that goal.
Decent kickoff here from Nerve. Played across to Scorchy. He wants to double off the back wall. It's a good chance, and maybe if he put it on target, it would have been a different story. As Caleb now. Chance to counter-attack himself. Hunter towards the back wall. Scorchy, good cutout, but it's still just Ite playing so defensively. They haven't really created the chances to counter-attack too often since that one-game win. Now Zombie taking it back down the other way, and Hunter cuts it off. Nerve, ball clear, wants to find that counter, but again, they're just not connecting on the passes that they need to break free from half.
Yeah, I mean, they're going for it, and I do appreciate that. They're a little bit less reserved than what we saw at the start. Okay. Nerve doesn't get punished for that one. They actually finds themselves behind the ball once again. Zombie across the middle, maybe, but the ball pass was kind of off to Narnia. Kaka there to collect. Scorch as well comes off the backboard. Caleb's 50 keeps the ball in a dangerous spot. Pass back to Hunter, who goes corner.
Hunter. Cross into the midfield. Kaka's there. It's a double commit from Ite, but it might put them into an aggressive position here. Just needed someone to dive onto Caleb there. They both waited, both attackers, and gave him a chance to break out. Now Hunter from the sidewall. Good first touch. He'll take control of this one. Scorchy's up quickly, but it might drop to Caleb, and I don't think the defense knew that he was there.
Yeah, with secret agent Caleb going behind enemy lines for this one, just gets underneath. A little bit of friendly fire as well from Zombie and Scorchy, a little in each other's way. Delicate touch. I mean, how many goals have we seen from Caleb just right in front of the net with a light touch, light redirect, throwing the defense off? Been so meticulous at some of these goals.
They're at 6 shots to none at the moment as we pass the halfway mark. Ite struggling to get anything moving forward. They need to make something change here, or they'll go down to series point after this game. Scorchy in the corner, has to wait for Kaka. Kaka's center ball again, trying to drop it back, and it's going to be Caleb all the way back. And I'm liking the rotations now from this Bulldogs side. They're getting back, and still it leaves them vulnerable at times, but the third man seems to be sitting more patiently and not being as aggressive as we've seen before.
And don't curse him there, Monty. That was almost a scary moment, but credit to Nerve to trying to find it. Defense was able to rotate back, however. Still 2 minutes, not a lot of time, but you would think it's within striking distance for most teams. That said, with the way how the Bulldogs play, just getting the ball to the orange half, that in itself has been a challenge. Scorchy might have a chance on this one. Kaka bumps Caleb, and here comes the shot, but it's high.
Would have loved to see Scorchy get a double or at least another shot away from that one. Not quite to be. Caleb slow down the play, gets a musty flick downfield as well. Kaka to hit the back wall, and Nerve finds a clearance. Hunter keeps it in the Ite half, trying to get back to it now. Good challenge on Scorchy. Caleb just slows it down again, and this is better from the Bulldogs. They're not overcommitting, but they're playing time for each other. They're letting each other get forward when they really want to make these passes work. Hunter from his own corner gets a flip reset. Goes alone on this play, and Scorchy away. Caleb's still there. The Bulldogs, though, circling right now.
Oh, awkward pinch, just going to start throwing it right back. Zombie's there. Touch on post. No, Kaka misses. That one's saved!
What?
How does Caleb get behind that shot?
That is simply ridiculous to keep it 2-0 at the moment as Hunter goes the other way and makes it a 3-goal game. And Ite, those are the moments you need to make sure you score, because otherwise it comes back to bite you.
I mean, look, I feel 99% of the time that ball is going in. A crazy effort from Caleb to get behind that one. And yeah, maybe you can say maybe Zombie should have had it, but Zombie was just more focused on racing to the ball for the setup. a great job from the defense from the Bulldogs. Hold the line. They're going to secure this game. They're going to go to match point. And it's going to be a tough ask for a team like Ike to now win 3 in a row.
It is certainly going to be difficult, but that's going to be one on the board here for Nerve. Just something to settle the nerves, perhaps. Getting that one there, just, it shows that, hey, we can still score goals. And actually, since I said that the Bulldogs had 6 shots to none, there's been 7 shots from Ite and 4 from the Bulldogs. So in the second half of this game, Ite have been shooting more often, which is a good sign for them. But the bad sign is that they haven't been scoring those goals too often.
Okay, a little nervous touch from Hunter right there, but it was all controlled. Don't let the angles of the camera fool you. As we hit our final 13 seconds, I looking a little desperate for one last touch right now. I'm not going to find it. May have even overcommit right there, so that should eat up the rest of the clock. Or is it? Here comes Nerve. Double touch opportunity denied off the backboard. It was Kaka who got in the way.
And they're happy with the 3-1 scoreline. They don't want it to be a 3-2 scoreline. Let's not make it as close as potentially the game could have been. But the Bulldogs, they look like they've stepped up in terms of, hey, let's just leave someone back every once in a while. Let's not be too vulnerable to these counterattacks. It's a better look from them, though. Second half of that game certainly looked better. I'm just not sure what they can really do to change this now that the Bulldogs have realized, hey, yeah, let's not be so aggressive.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I think they were doing the right thing, though. You called out the second half of that game, and the Bulldogs started to play a little bit more passively. I was willing to, all right, let's up our own shot count. Let's play this forward. But you saw they were having some problems with that at times. A little over-committee. The Bulldogs' defense, amazing at times. We saw that great counterattack goal at the end of the game. So it's usually the ebb and flow of it all. Either way, timeout has been called. So that's going to be Ite sort of rediscussing, and getting a little bit of the timeout buff for themselves. But it's really interesting to see what Ite looks like going into game number 5.
Well, Ite have taken this timeout to potentially talk about what they need to change. The Bulldogs have gone, yep, thanks for the timeout. We're all going to change our cars. So let's see what they look like in the next one. They've all gone vehicle change and have all left. I mean, I'm not sure really what Ite can do here. I'm curious to see off the back of this timeout if there's a buff at all for them here, because the Bulldogs seem to have figured out what they need to change, and it's working for them. I'm still not convinced it's going to be good enough against a better team for the Bulldogs just yet, but Ite, I mean, this is a good chance to set a blueprint for the rest of the region if they can get a couple of game wins here.
Oh, it might be a little bit of a... We're getting ready to go into our next game. Fortunately, the timeout. So I like this. Our admin thought they could get away with setting up the wrong map because of the timeout. That is obviously not the case. Guru, come on, man. Chop, right map. But I'm actually kind of curious, though, when it comes to all this one right now. Which pro player has the most preset cars ready to go? Like, who has the most car swaps, the most variety ready to go out there and set it? Whose garage is the biggest?
Look, as the Bulldogs team streamer, I can tell you with almost certainty that it's one of them, because the amount of times that they swap cars all the time, it's after every single game they leave and join back. I would predict it's probably going to be one of them, if not, more specifically, probably Caleb, to be honest.
Ooh, Caleb. So you reckon Caleb has the biggest garage?
Yep.
Interesting.
Maybe not in variety, but like slight color changes just for the placebo. I think that's probably Caleb.
I want it to be Banana Head or Toro Sauce, though. Just maybe the same car, but different toppers. I want to see a different topper every game throughout the entirety of today. I reckon that can be fun. Either way, we are back from the timeout. Here we go. Match point for the Bulldogs. This is their opportunity to get through this first series with a pretty comfortable 4-1.
Yep.
I don't think it's been as easy as they would have liked. However, outside of a couple little oops moments and game number 2, it has been a Bulldogs favorite series.
I am glad to see Ite call a timeout, though. I feel like aside from Power and Wildcard, I don't see too many timeouts. Not even from Take Flight, not from Bulldogs. I don't think it's an often thing. So I'm glad to see some of these teams that not quite cemented in the top 4 take a timeout, but it doesn't seem to be working for them. Is Kaka, well, he's going to put one away.
Well, the timeout feels like it reset the series. This felt like the very first 30 seconds way back when. Just shot, and then finally a cleanup touch straight down the middle gets the first goal. Bulldogs say, take your timeout buff and stuff it right back at ya. 1-0 lead. Kaka about to try to make it a second. Doesn't go to the net.
I'm not sure if there was a second touch there that just didn't quite, I didn't quite catch, but it looked an awkward one. Hunter now getting a good chance again. And it's, I think, just, they've all stuck to the same car. It's all just different preset looks from the Bulldogs, which is exactly what I said would be the case. They just like to look different for some reason. They're placebo players, perhaps, as Hunter will play that one downfield. Scorchy keeps a good midfield line, sets up Nerve on the sidewall. Good slowdown again. Good challenge. Forces two defenders committed, and Zombie just slides that one in.
I feel like every single one of Zombie's goals in this series has just been like a touch that you don't necessarily expect. It's been like awkward fakes, weird angles, Zombie from underneath for a goal right here. Very unorthodox approaches, and they're working. And it's been fun to watch. It's good. It's keeping the Bulldogs on their toes, right? You got to be prepared for the unexpected, and that has been Zombie these past 3 or 4 games.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting sort of game, very interesting sort of series where it's not always the same sort of stuff, but from individual players, perhaps it is. Zombie, similar goals across the series, and I mean, the Bulldogs, their goals have been very different in variety, as Scorchy looks from the corner, has a chance to drop that one central again. And I like from Ite that they're playing aggressive now. They're getting chances. Yeah. I just want to see them drag in a couple of defenders like they did on that opening goal for them.
I mean, they nearly had one there, and this could be a problem. Zombie gets the reset off the top of Caleb's car, but couldn't quite keep it centered for the touch. Nearly had a chance right there. Ball's on the orange side of the field. A lobber, but with no boost. Kaka can't jump for it. Nerf with possessions, going for the pinch. Got a good touch. Zombie is there. Oh, that's a really tough shot to find.
Yeah, it would have been a classic if he could have found it, but not to be on that occasion. Zombie just puts a tester on. Hunter has to be honest here and gets back to it. Good 50 from Scorchy, but this high line of offense now coming through from Ite. They're willing to push up. They're on the halfway line going, let's challenge them here. Let's not wait for the shots to come through, and I like to see that as we tick past the halfway point.
And I love how disruptive Zombie has been. I mean, he's been playing so far forward, stealing boosts, finding bumps, keeping the Bulldogs honest, and really being the catalyst as to why they haven't been able to set up their own hyper-aggressive style right now. So, good stuff out of Ite. This time, though, Zombie does get beat by Caleb. Scorchy's there. Hunter and Kaka should be underneath. It's going to be a set-up play over to Kaka. Hunter out the corner, but challenged and loses possession.
It seems to be that timeout has worked for now for Ite, that the change in play style is looking good at the moment, but Bulldogs, they're a smart team. They'll be able to change on the fly at times, but it also means that Ite, they have a chance to build back, get a potential game here if they can find a way forward. Zombie from the corner again, slows it down, has no boost to work with, still manages to center it. Hunter, well, he was a little bit awkward. He almost hit it into Caleb, but he works it out.
I like Nerve just sitting in the box waiting for that ball to come. It doesn't work out in their favor. In fact, we go the other way. Kaka gets the late lead.
And it's just another simple shot here from Kaka. Looked for the back post and found it. Zombie was the last defender. Couldn't get the touch he needed. But those are the simple shots I like to see from the Bulldogs. They go for these high mechanical plays so often. Sometimes you need to just play it simple, and they get the goal there. This time on the counter-attack, on the kickoff rather, not quite to be found from Zombie.
That was almost the simplest of goals right there out of Zombie. No boost, no real chance. That said, Zombie's going to get another opportunity. Hunter got just behind it, avoids Kaka as well. Nerve, though, still looking to lock down that midfield line. In fact, everybody from Ite just trying to play this one forward, but it's incremental advances out of the Bulldogs that keep Ite on the back foot.
And the Bulldogs are just keeping control of the boost at the moment. It's so difficult for Ite to have any boost in the tank. It's so difficult to keep that midfield line as they had done so far in this game. It's just breaking down now because they never seem to have the boost they need. Zombie on the save, gets the post away, and Nerve keeps it alive. But they need to find a chance. They need to find boost, and it's not quite just off the post from Caleb.
Oh, that could ice this game. Still 30 seconds to go. Bulldogs, they have once again found their own swords, though they are playing so far forward. Scorch tries to get a bit of a clear down to the other side. Caleb will catch. Straight down the middle with the reset. Zombie should have it red, but misses. Ball was not on target. Still 17 seconds.
Yeah, Hunter was second there, just not on the right side of the field. Couldn't capitalize on it. Now they're banged downfield. Caleb, corner ball, wants to double it. He's missed it. Zombie, he's shot and he's missed. You need to get that on target.
Oh, was expecting a defender there, I think. Went to the corner. The touch was awkward, and it's game sealing as well. The Bulldogs, they advance, and they'll move on to the semifinals.
Oh, and it's just what could have been for right there if Zombie found the shot on target. It could have been an OT. It could have been a chance to keep them alive, but I have to be honest, I'm very happy to see what I changed in that game. They changed off the back of that timeout. It did seem to make an impact, but the Bulldogs, the quality comes through and shows why they are the third team in the region.
Yeah, and I think for me, even in that losing effort, kind of secured for me, results aside, they are that top 6 team right now. They might even be number 5, depending where you want to put Baton Wheels and Take Flight right now. They're kind of the other ones that maybe you put in that area. But yeah, I mean, it was a gutsy performance from ITE. Didn't get the result they wanted, but as you mentioned, they were able to adjust their game style. I liked the second half of that series from ITE. I liked it when they played aggressive. I want to see more of that from this team moving forwards, but alas, we don't see any more of them in this regional. It's all Bulldogs advancing with a very important series against Power.
Yeah, and we say we'd like to see more of that playstyle from ITE, but I'm also not sure how good it would work against other teams in the region. I think it really nailed on to work against the Bulldogs there. It'd be interesting to see how they do go against a Power, against a wildcard, but I think the Bulldogs playstyle really led into the way that ITE played there. And I wonder if it's the way that ITE typically play, or if they went, hey, we know how to break down the Bulldogs, let's do it specifically. And if they did do that, it'd be interesting to see what game plans they come up against the rest of the region.
All of that will have to wait, as well as, well, waiting to see the Bulldogs again as well, because we still have to go to the other end of the bracket. We're going to be going to a break, but when we come back, the Baton Wheels is going to be going up against Yabrov. Yes, those are real team names. That's OCE, baby. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Somebody, how long he will be on my mind. on my mind. On my mind. Wanna forget what you feel like, what you feel like. Wanna forget what you feel like, what you feel like. Tell me somebody how long he will be on my mind. On my mind. On my mind.
Game one is in the books, and while it was a gutsy performance from Bulldogs, too much to play for, Yummy. They're advancing. They're through on to power. What were your thoughts on that series?
I was just happy that we finally had some good goals, something that we could put in the montage. I felt like we've missed a little bit of that so far this weekend. We finally got game 3, the pass across from Hunter to Caleb double on the backboard. We saw a few more plays like that from that trio, using the backboard really well. You're getting some doubles off, getting some aerial plays, and starting to show maybe some of the more mechanical levels that we can get to.
I think the good news off that, if we saw some good goals early, you would expect Kekles, who was our player of the day yesterday, to continue that trend going. Big match coming up, Monty, too. Maybe bubble teams, a chance to get a surprising top 4, you would have to say, with our next matchup. Baton Wheels going up against Yabrov. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, look, I'm not certain what to think about this one. It's an exciting matchup for a couple of reasons, and one of them is the fact that we have Kekles playing. Obviously, player of the day yesterday, gets that chance to play again. I think potentially it's also interesting to see this Yabrov side, who I mentioned yesterday, their best result in Open 1 across any of these players was a 13th to 16th. To be in this position is crazy for them. It's exciting for them as well. But I'm just not sure what to expect. I think personally, Kekles, the exciting player on the roster, potentially we want to see more from Laxon as well, but Evo defensively looks so good for Baton Wheels yesterday that it's going to be a very, very difficult match for Yabrov to break through.
I'm very interested to see how they go, though. I mean, we really didn't get to see how good or bad Yabrov were because, well, they just got dominated by power. And, you know, a lot of teams that kind of are still on the come up don't really get to show what they're made of up against the top teams, so this will be their opportunity.
It will be, but even then, it feels like an uphill battle in a lot of ways, because Baton Wheels, they looked very impressive yesterday, and Laxon kind of has already built that resume for himself, has won regionals in the past. It's not like this match is much, much easier than what they saw yesterday.
Yeah, and you sort of said, I think, yesterday that Laxon had a very good start to the series, not such a good start at the end of the series. It'd be good for him to just get a chance to play an entire series out here at the level we know from him to potentially move on to that semifinal.
Semifinal, it would be ideal for them. Let's get into our predictions. However, I'm going to take the first one. I'm going to give you guys, make it easier for you so you can go against me, but I'm going the bat. I think the bat on wheels is the way to go. I trust Laxon. I trust Evo. I trust Kekles. I don't trust Tins, but that's something they can overcome.
Yeah, look, I can't go against the bat either. Again, we just haven't seen enough from Yabrov to be able to predict them for my liking, and bat experience looks good yesterday as well. I'm going to expect the same.
Yeah, I think I have to go the same way here. Max Formal getting the first shout here to make us look like sheep. But look, I think this is probably the way that everyone was always going to lean. Baton Wheels had such a good day yesterday. Brov didn't have such a good day yesterday. And Baton Wheels, I think, have the history, the experience more so than this Brov side.
Just look ahead in like the schedule. Eventually, of course, the winner of this has to go up against that, very determined wildcard team, I feel like. And even when you looked at that match, you'd think Baton Wheels on paper might have that better chance. So I'm hoping they can put on a showing that can give the confidence moving forward. So that said, it does seem like the players are about ready to go. So I'm going to leave it off to you two to take us into this game. Highlights are coming as Brov takes on the bat.
Series number 2 underway. Time for the Brov versus the bat on wheels. And Monty, let's get this going.
It should be a very entertaining matchup. I'm keen to see what we can find out from this Yabrov roster. As we obviously touched on, it wasn't the best matchup for them yesterday. A team that's probably more their speed here today in this matchup. And it should be an absolute thriller.
We'll find out as well if these Yabrov lads are truly what they're made of. They made through the upper bracket. They got a top 6 guaranteed, but will they be able to continue on with that? We got Creepsy. We have Karade, we've been maybe told it is. Is that right, Monty? You're the expert on that name.
Look, I'm going to be honest. I'm actually not sure anymore. I've always called him Crade. He told me that I say it right, but he still said, make sure to say my name right on broadcast. So I don't really know if it's Crade or Karad or, it's as CJ likes to call him, Charade as well. I'm really not sure.
And we've got Wolftick, who has been around for a little bit longer than the other two. Truly untested metal here, maybe forged in the fire of the top 6, and already getting their own offensive chance. Wolftick, do we call him WT because he's not using his real name in the game?
I think we go with the Wolftick. That's what I did yesterday at the very least, and I think I'm going to stick to that. WT just feels like too much of a mouthful to say, I'm going to be honest. Wolftick is more of a chance to roll off the tongue, but Laxon rolls that one in. And, well, that's probably what we expected. Baton Wheels getting the opener here.
A little aggressive play there and a double commit out of defense between Wolftick and Creepsy. Left the net wide open. We saw a few of those yesterday as well in that series against Power. So Yabrov certainly going to have to at least come out of the gate swinging a little bit better. Take some time to even get not just mechanics but your rotations warmed up, as flip reset from Creepsy almost works out, but the counter attack shuts it down.
Yeah, Chansey just put some pressure on for Baton Wheels as Evo sent a ball for Kekles. Great shot, and that's why he was first in shooting yesterday and first in goals yesterday. From an angle like that, he gets a powerful shot. 111 Ks. Brilliant shooting.
And on the defensive end, a little bit on the back foot for all of them. Just not sure who to challenge, where to go. Somebody at front post looking backwards. Somebody just sitting there waiting to see how the play goes. Not quite proactive enough, as you could imagine. Maybe after the last double commit, they were afraid of doing that one again. In the end, it's cost them in the other way. Third goal already. It's not looking good here for Yabrov, as Baton Wheels have come out very strong.
It's kind of reminding me of the Yabrov matchup from yesterday. Not quite ever really getting the opportunities to shoot, being on defense a lot. Power scored so many goals against them. They have to be careful not to let the same be done here for Baton Wheels. At the moment, though, it looks as though they are very much the favored side, as Kraid will get one back, and that's a very classy goal.
Love that from Kraid off the kickoff. He did manage to beat Evo to the boost, which was the most important part of that play. Not only do that, avoid the bump from him, get the ball up the wall, and be able to follow it up. End up beating another player in the defense, almost a 1v3 play for Yabrov to get there first on the board.
It's good to see them get something here before the halftime mark. They might even be able to get a second as Creepsy into the center. Wolftick's there. This is better from them, getting a couple of chances on offense. Baton Wheels need to be careful that these don't come too often, as Kekles will bring it out to the sidewall. Good 50. Evo down line, lax and low boost, as is Kekles. So this should be a chance here for Yabrov just to compose and slow down.
They will get that chance right now. Sitting in midfield, Kraid. He's gone for a very wide rotation on zero boost, looking for potential bumps, and I do like to see that from a newer team in a high-pressure top 6 RLCS. Sometimes going for those wide rotations, those aggressive plays can be difficult when the nerves are high. So potential good signs, at least in game 1. Even still, Baton Wheels still having majority of the possession. They should get a chance at the shot right now. Evo goes high and Wolftick was on the backboard.
Yeah, but it's another back wall play here. Baton Wheels just starting to put that pressure on, starting to keep the territory in this Yabrov half. Good clearance in the end. It's going to be Laxton to keep it alive in the midfield. Across to Kekles. Up high is Kraid already with low boost. Had to get the touch of the corner, did well, but it's still a chance as Evo puts it center. Krepsy clears away and Kekles keeps it in. It's looking okay at the moment for Yabrov. They're just getting some defensive duties that they need to make sure that they do, and that's a dangerous shot the other way. They get saved. Evo had a very good day defensively yesterday, and he looks like he's continuing that form.
I was just a little worried for a second there that Evo might go for the classic OCE own goal. Manages to get it off the post, so that was fine, but you know, given that they have a 2-goal lead, they don't want to overcommit too much right now and give Yabrov the road back in. Speaking of, we'd like to see Kraid go for more of a passing play out of defense there. Opted to go for it solo. Wolftick no boost. Tries to get the 50 and it almost worked out for him. Away until Laxon gets it down to the other end.
Yeah, the pinch there was creative, but no one really had the boost to follow it up there for Baton Wheels. In the corner again goes Kekles. Krepsy's there for the challenge. Laxon still alive to it. Gets a good 50 down line. Wolftick has to retreat for now. Has low boost to work with. Finds the back wall. Kraid was already waiting, but that's a pass in field that he would like back. And Kraid does eventually get the clearance. Laxon to cover off in the midfield. Might be able to line up a shot here himself. Finds the ceiling. It might drop down. Not quite on target.
Oh man, there's still a little bit of that. Yeah, bruv, not quite sure where to be in defense at many moments in time. They're driving sort of towards the net and then getting caught awkwardly when the shot comes, rather than sort of arriving to the net at a good time. We'll see how that evolves as the series goes on, but that's been the biggest problem so far for Yabrov. First 2 goals were kind of a double commit and a 0 commit. Wolftick just managing to get that one away. Let's stop a 4th goal from going in for Baton Wheels.
Yeah, that might have been slightly embarrassing for Wolftick if that had gone in off the touch. Midfield ball, that was creative as well, but not quite to be found. Wolftick, one last chance to make another save, and the game should be done and dusted. Kekles would like to get another flip reset into another pop-up. Krepsy's there to clear. Might be able to get a second touch on it. Laxton will let it drop down. And that will do for game 1. Baton Wheels, the predicted across the desk to get the win in this series, and they take their first step towards doing that.
A convincing start, and also as a note, once again, Kekles on top of the stats board, but kind of felt like a team effort, all about just putting pressure onto a team that may not be used to that sort of style at the top end, that maintains attack, that maintains boost steal. So many times, bruv, caught in awkward positions in defense, caught coming out of defense with 0 boost, limiting their options to get to the other end, limiting their options to get to the shots. But that being said, Monty, if I were to say, you know, they cleaned up a couple of those early defensive mistakes, couple of those first 2 goals that were, as I said, a double commit and then a 0 commit that may have tied into each other, then it would have been a much better looking game for Yabrov in terms of the scoreline.
And that's the benefit of, I guess, they had the chance to play Power yesterday, so they got the chance to really look at themselves against a better roster than they probably played at all in Open 1. So it's a chance to think about what they can do, and maybe they'll have those ideas in their mind already about what they can do in between these games to swap it up. It's good for Kekles as well. Scored 2 goals there. He scored 2.2 on average across the day yesterday. So he's not doing any harm to his average goals scored per game at the moment. That'll help him keep it above the 2, which is a ridiculous stat compared to everyone else, I would say. Scoring 2 times a game is fantastic, and Kekles has really taken to this Open so far.
That's the amount of goals that you'd normally expect from an entire team to average per game. So if one person on your team is doing that by himself, you know that you're pretty much winning every series you come across. At the other end, spotlight here on Yabrov. I'm not sure if it is inexperience or if it is pure nerves in terms of some of their defensive scenarios, defensive mistakes that have come out. I will say, Moni, that if you do start falling behind in a series, it can be kind of easy on the nerves. It can relax you a little bit. Oh, okay, we're losing. Let's do our best to get back in. But your expectations start dropping a little bit, and that can release some of the pressure.
This is a lot of pressure at the moment for Baton Wheels. Craig had to get a delicate touch to the corner there, and I think certainly something that they don't want to get too far ahead of themselves is just, it's another save from Laxton there, but I think this is good from the Yabrov side at the moment, taking on a couple of defensive plays, and then they look to break. I'm liking it at the moment as Krepsi's up for another chance. We'll take the flip reset. Laxton, more physicality. We didn't see too many demos out from Baton Wheels in the previous game. Might be a key to open that up as well. And Laxton, not quite playing the same role that we expect to see him. He's not the highlight player at the moment for this Baton Wheels side. We like to see him score those mechanical goals, but at the moment he's willing to just play playmaker, and that's what he did yesterday. It's what he's doing at the moment today.
That's almost what I expect him to kind of be most of the time. Has a more tendency to need to step up later on, but there's a bump play and Creepsy finds an opening. Man, that first play from Wolfdick, the pre-jump read, pretty next level.
There's a bump in there as well from Wolftick to just make sure that the net stayed open. And Yabrov take the lead here, which they'll be very happy to do so. Baton Wheels, they've had more chances so far in this game. None to be on target, well, none to be a goal at least at this stage. And potentially now we have to look at, hey Kekles, can you start getting those 2 goals that you typically get? As he'll play the sidewall. Good first touch, tries to set someone else up. Creepsy to his own corner. Craig has boost. Only one really on Yabrov with boost, so we'll take that midfield 50. Now Wolftick out to the sidewall. Laxton for Kekles. Good first touch, and Kekles gets back to it. He's so dangerous, and the physicality comes through, but it doesn't matter. Evo pushes up, gets the goal back.
That's just really another one of those plays where the tentativeness comes out. I mean, Creepsy had to challenge that, or Craig, one of the two. Lack of confidence, lack of willing to sort of be the guy who sort of just throws himself out of the play, forced them, and almost just created a somewhat open net there.
And not at all the way that Yabrov would like to concede in this one. A couple of mistakes through this series so far, the way that they've gone down a few of these goals. Laxton on the counter-attack. Flip reset over the top. Creepsy gets the touch that was absolutely necessary. Evo goes past it. Kekles will line up for a double tap, and in the form he's in, you can't let him be free like that, but it'll end up being an assist. The shot from Kekles didn't quite find the mark.
Yeah, it's the danger of Kekles right now. Brilliant second touch, almost in by itself. The fact that it was so close to being in made that bounce even more awkward for the defender. And despite Yabrov getting that first goal, the lead has very quickly switched hands.
That kickoff might do them some favors though. Evo low boost in the corner, takes on a 50. Good boost at the moment. Here is Creepsy takes the shot. Kekles forced into a save, and this is better from Yabrov. They've got boost, they've pushed up further, although that breaks free. Craig was too far forward on that occasion. Creepsy in the corner, great first touch, sets himself up to move into the midfield. Evo touch towards his back wall. Kekles on the challenge, and Wolftick was there. Follow up anyone. It's going to be Craig to beat out Evo, and it might just be an open net, and he's missed it.
Creepsy was there. It's just feels like the teamwork is not here for Yabrov, but it's still wide open anyway. Well, they gave you the goal back on a silver platter, and then everybody from Baton Wheels gets caught underneath the ball. Wolftick makes the goal, ties up the game.
Yeah, that's where Baton Wheels go. Well, should have gone, hey, we've almost conceded. Let's just make sure to tighten up the defense, and then it all seems to fall apart at that point. Couple of defenders on the one play, and well, that's the way that Yabrov have been conceding. Now Baton Wheels taking a page out of that book as Kekles on the back wall clears. And it's a good 50 from Craig, just keeps it in. There's Baton Wheels side, Creepsy up light touch, trying to find it over to Craig from the sidewall. Good challenge, Evo downfield. Creepsy, he's turned the wrong way! Oh, it's an OCE classic, dummy.
Oh my god. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed.
My oh my.
That's a facepalm moment if I've ever seen one. There's been a few of them so far this series, and dare I say it, I'm starting to expect a lot more.
It has not been an ideal series for either team really at this point. A couple of double commits, a couple of errors like that one. And it's not the form we wanted to see from either team, as Kekles wants to get one back here, potentially just step up the quality of this game at the moment. Laxon out to the sidewall, Kekles will be there. That's a big EU downfield, but it just gives Laxon a chance to take it up high, and he's so good at doing that. But that time he gives it away to Wolftick.
Well, a lead here given to Baton Wheels. Yeah, bruv. Need to figure something out soon. 40 seconds to bring this game back, and dare I say, the series back into contention. It's going to be Creepsy looking for it, and they've been going for a lot of those plays off the wall to very limited success. Don't quite have the flip reset mechanics potentially. You need to start looking for some passes, I would dare say, in that spot. But here we go. Wolftick doesn't quite get the touch up to Creepsy that he wanted either.
Now Creepsy a chance. 10 seconds remaining. Craig leaves it. Wolftick to the sidewall. He leaves it again. Craig takes over. Kekles, good clearance, but it's just down to Wolftick. Now Creepsy's there. Evo on the challenge, and Wolftick keeps it alive. It has to stay up. Laxon goes, well, I'll hit it down into your half, but I'll keep it alive for now. Craig just leaves it, and it's just, there's so many errors out on the field at the moment. Yeah, bruv, they're really their own worst enemy.
Maybe it is nerves. But maybe they also just need a coach. Communication seems to be the biggest breakdown, and there's two forms of communication in Rocket League. You have your verbal communication, you have your calls, your comms. You know, you're telling your teammate early on what you're doing, maybe more positionally what you're meant to be doing, so they can make a decision based off that. But you also have your communication with your car, with your rotations. One of those two must be off for Yabrov. The number of double commits, number of times they're expecting their teammate to do something, the number of times that somebody has almost stolen the ball away from a teammate or gone for a solo play, despite the fact in this game, in that sort of 3-1 scenario, 2-2 scenario where Yabrov could have got ahead, we had that situation where they went for the solo play when they had a free goal. I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, and I think potentially the nerves a factor as well on that error that did give Baton Wheels a lead. It's just a few mistakes that you make. I don't think we necessarily saw the nerves from Yabrov yesterday, despite the fact there was a real first chance for them to play on such a big stage. I think potentially today it's the fact that, hey, they don't have an extra life to play with now. And if they lose here, they're out of the tournament. The expectations for them, they probably are exceeding their expectations of themselves in the position they're in now, making a top 6. But they're still just, if you're in this position, you're obviously going, hang on, we can get a top 4, we can get a top 2, we could go all the way perhaps. And I think it's starting to crash down on them.
It could go either way for a lot of these teams too. Usually when you're in this position, you realistically go, we've made our top 6. We've done better than expected. We don't need to do any better, but, so normally I would say a team like Yabrov shouldn't have the nerves in this situation, but it's also countered by the fact, Monty, that this is their second ever series on stream, and their first one, I would say that they believe they could win. I'm sure yesterday up against Power and pretty much any team against Power, if it's their first match on stream, they're going to go into it being like, okay, well, we're expected to lose here. This is a team, Baton Wheels, they'd back themselves.
Yeah, they absolutely would. I think there's, potentially as well, there's no Luna on this roster anymore, at least not for this event. I'm not sure what's happened there. I should send him a message and ask what's going on, but he's not playing today, at least. And Evo stepping onto the field, also someone relatively unknown to this position of being in the top 6 of OCE. And potentially it's a chance to really capitalize on, hey, there's probably some nerves across the field here, but that's a big mistake, and it's not quite going to be capitalized. Creepsy with the save, Laxon with the shot, and he gets himself on the ball.
That was good pressure in the end from Baton Wheels. Caught out a couple of moments, but they got the bump. They got a really solid 50. They got an extra bump that I didn't notice there from Evo at the back post. So he ended up getting 2 bumps in order to help that set up. He should get 3 assists for that goal.
Luna in chat says, hi Monty, I'm on holidays. I'm not playing this one and the next one. So there you go. There's the update. Very instant response. I appreciate that from Luna. Interactive.
Well,
RLCS
the way
mainstream.
things are going, I'm almost saying maybe you should take a break for the next 5.
Well, see how Luna responds to that one in chat, as Evo has had a very good performance across this weekend so far. Defensively, mainly, I would say, the one really keeping this team in games at times. Kekles, the one doing all the scoring at the moment. Laxon getting the assists at the moment. Creepsy trying to get something around the corner. Baton Wheels, though, they just keep on doing what they need to do. Their structure has looked very good, and it's remaining that way as Evo will look to line up a shot, and maybe you should stick to defending.
Well, for now, they still have that 1 goal lead. Looking to go the other way. Yabrov. Maybe if they can get an extended stay in that offensive half, maybe that'll be their opportunity to not just get themselves back in the game, but to at least cover up the defensive mistakes they seem to make quite often. It seems to be their biggest weakness. If they can just get a good midfield line, they can challenge a little bit better, focus on good 50s, and at least they can be in the defensive scenarios a few less times. Just halfway through the game, though, is a low-scoring affair, so still the chance for Yabrov to get forward into this game.
I do feel like Yabrov have a couple of games in them this series. There's a chance for them to take a few games, maybe not from the errors we've seen, the mistakes we've seen to go the whole way, but they certainly have a chance to get a couple of goals and get a couple of games, which Creepsy does here, just past the halfway mark, and they're tied up.
Yeah, look, if Luna was here, that wouldn't have been a goal. All 3 members for Baton Wheels in the corner. And that one's crunched through. Yabrov managed to tie it up. Very, very important game for them to not let it go to match point. I thought that might have been a goal. Kekles went more for the fake 50. Ended up playing a bit more patient and, got crunched through.
And anyone that watched yesterday knows that Kekles' 50-50 game had been on point yesterday. Be interesting if he's not quite on the same wavelength today. The pass just not quite on the same wavelength there. Evo going past it, or at least wasn't too quick to it, rather. Creepsy, midfield ball, grabs the midfield boost. Laxon takes over, and Laxon seemingly stepping up a bit as well, just holding that midfield line. But Wolftick breaks free from it now, tries to find the bump, not found. Evo gets a piece of that one, still sends it across to Laxon, and the clearance beats out Wolftick. That's an error again, and Yabrov need to make sure to clean those up.
Yeah. Little touch there from Laxon to keep it in, and boost rotations coming out from Yabrov have been a little bit awkward at times as well, making it awkward for them to really get out of defense at any point as Laxon gets a touch off the roof down to Kekles. Goes for the 50 play once more. Laxon looking for the double. Has got Wolftick in defense, looking into a rough spot, but still not able to break that defense. Finally, it's Kekles with the double around the corner. It just seemed like it was so likely to come, and it had to be of Kekles off the roof, double around. That is brilliant.
And in the form that he's in, when you saw him get the landing on the ceiling, you go, this has to be a goal, and it absolutely was. He just keeps on scoring. You can't keep him down. Every single game he gets himself on the board, and that is probably the best goal we've seen today.
Certainly in terms of solo goals, that is a number 1. And now Yabrov find themselves in a situation they've been in so many times that just needed to go in. Craig goes high. It's a counter attack. Kekles gets the 50 and it's almost a game sealer. Baton Wheels trying to get onto match point. Yabrov, I need to hold on for a little bit more. Need to get to the other end. Wolf Tick beaten by Kekles.
This is a chaotic game at the moment. The mistakes coming through from Yabrov aren't being capitalized on just yet. That one might not quite. The saves come through just in time for Yabrov, but will it be enough? They need to get something into the center here. Craig with the demo. They have numbers advantage temporarily. The Laxon says, let's go the other way. Let's drop it down and let's go 3-0 up in the series.
Baton Wheels, comfortable position right now, and I even mentioned after the last game that Yabrov might have wanted some sort of coach to come in and help with specifically their comms. Well, they probably also could have used a coach to call the timeout. They finally do, but it's potentially too late, Monty. You know, usually in that spot where you need to reverse sweep, it is very, very difficult, even if they do win the next game.
I did give credit to Ite previously for calling a timeout. I was wondering where the timeout from Yabrov could have been last game. And as you said, potentially too late to make that call. I would have liked to see them make that sooner. Although that being said, Yabrov have looked, I'd say, better overall in this game. Potentially the last minute where it all got hectic, I think the nerves probably kicked in and they went, hang on, we need to score a goal here. Aside from that, I think it was a better game overall from them. But still, I mean, if you make a change now, it leaves so much opportunity for Baton Wheels to go, no, we know what they're doing. Let's change ourselves now.
Yeah, they were much better at actually getting the ball across the midfield line, which was really important. It led to Yabrov getting a lot more shots, and their defense, well, they were on it a lot less often, and it feels like that's where they're panicking the most. And you can know the credit is there for Yabrov by the fact that Baton Wheels had to get a pretty special goal. They had to get Kekles to go off the roof round the corner, get something extra juicy in order to beat the defense, because a lot of the previous goals against Yabrov were more forced mistakes.
Yep. Yeah, and we saw more mechanical plays, not only from that goal from Kekles, it was just across the board. We saw Laxon, step out of his shell and start going for those mechanical plays, which we have become so used to seeing from him. A couple of those flip preset plays that we like to see. Didn't quite work out for him there, but Kekles across the board again, just scoring all the goals that are needed for this roster. And it does show good signs for Yabrov. It's good. It's better looking for them. I am just concerned again that potentially they've made these changes too late and that they've called this timeout too late. But it's now a chance for them to show us what this timeout does. Do they look better? Do they look more composed? Does the communications feel stronger? We'll find out now.
Well, if they do win this series, this game especially, the timeout buff is real. Though, if Laxon's starting to make plays, that might not matter. They almost got a goal 15 seconds off the timeout. Evo trying to set up one as for his own, but could only go solo.
Kekles, midfield ball again, trying to get back to it himself. Creepsy with the clearance. Laxon, corner ball. He is so dangerous. Again, setting it up there. Not quite finding it that time. Miss from, that was Laxon on the rotation out. Kekles, midfield again. Takes a controlling touch. We like to see that from him. Controlling in the midfield as Evo centers it again. Creepsy on the back wall, clears, but it's straight to Kekles. The shot comes through, and Wolf Tick! You've got to save those, surely!
Oh, brother. It's another one. Creepsy doesn't get the best clear. Wolf Tick did jump earlier to avoid a bump, and maybe just not prepared for such an early follow-up shot, but just goes sailing straight past him.
It's just not what you want to see in such an important game, and it's another one, Laxon. It's all falling apart off the back of the timeout. The buff doesn't seem to be real whatsoever for Yabrov. Baton Wheels double their advantage.
It's really odd, a lot of these touches that come out from Yabrov. I've seen 3 of those in a row this game where somebody's just trying to almost touch it to themselves. They're so solo play focused out of defense. I feel like they're never really planning for what they're doing as a team in defense, who they can pass it to, what their options are. It's always solo. You saw it again there from Wolftick. He goes for a really soft touch that he hopes that he can personally follow up on, but because it's so soft, it's just straight to an opponent.
It's just not whatsoever the performance that Yabrov would have wanted today. Yesterday, you could have gone, as you said, well, we're not the favourites to win by any means. There's a chance for us in the day after that one, and it's just not really ever looked great for them. They've had moments, they've had shining moments of real quality, but at the same time, it's been the opposite, where they've had so many poor moments that have cost them goals and cost them leads, cost them chances to stay alive in the series. It might be another one for Kekles. He lines it up, and he gets 2 in this game as well.
Baton Wheels have certainly had the advantage in the 50 game as well. It's a big one from Evo. Kekles, he was so ready for it. He knew what they were about to do, and he's capitalized on that one for a 3-0 lead. This is pretty much the same dominant start that we saw in game number 1, where Baton Wheels went flying off to a scorcher. Got to be a counterpunch soon from Yabrov if they want to stay in the series.
Yeah, well, 2 minutes gone in this one. Yet to land a shot. Now that's their first shot. Wolf Tick got one on target, but it's 1 shot to 8 at the moment, and it's going to be another one for Kekles. He's got a hat trick in game 4.
And even the difference here, I mean, if I'm looking at Yabrov in that situation, there's no shot they pass that into center. They're going to go for the play by themselves. They're going to try and put the ball forward and follow up off the roof or something like that. See Baton Wheels, great synergy there, great pass into center, allows a very quick counter-attack, and all but certainly now to win the series and this game, of course.
Well, if they're going to have any chance getting back into this, they need to score soon. Half the game gone. 4 goals down. They've only managed the 1 shot still to this point. It's not at all what they need. That's a good challenge from Craig, but it's a double commit again. And it just seems to be that the comms still aren't quite clicking. Whether it's the car language, whether it's the actual language, we're not too sure, but it really isn't working out for them. And Baton Wheels have taken advantage of it on so many occasions.
And you see, once again, because they've been stuck in defense a lot more, that is where they start falling apart. Yeah, bruv, that's what they need to work on the most, as Craig gets beaten, does manage to recover. That is a brilliant save, but of course, it's not going to help them in the long run in this game, as Baton Wheels have this on lock.
Kekles, corner ball. 100 boost to work with, wants to drop that down towards Laxon. He'll take it slow. Krepsi does very well to get a touch there. Craig plays slowly, 20 boost in the tank. Waits for this second touch in the 50, but it's just too quick from Baton Wheels. Kekles again. He's looking for a 4th goal. He's going, let's see if we can get my stats up to 3 goals a game. At the moment, it seems to be the case, as Evo to the back wall. Might be able to drop it back down. Gets a touch that sends Kekles wide of the mark. He'll keep it inbound. Laxon potentially might be up next, but it's going to be Wolftick to clear. And it's really just all being played on the Yabrov half. It's not at all what they need if they want to get back into this. If they want to get goals, they can't do it by sitting in their own half. But that's exactly what Baton Wheels are making them do.
It's truly a statement here from Baton Wheels. There are a couple of dicey moments maybe earlier on in the series. Maybe some times that Yabrov were given a look in. Oh, what a statement to say. Well, we're not going to even let them get more than 2 shots. We're going to get 5 goals of our own. And with 1 minute remaining, Baton Wheels are going through to the top 4.
And Yabrov, oh, they're going to have another goal conceded there. Kekles has 4 in this one now. It's just not at all Yabrov's day. I mean, there's chances for them to get something here. I felt like they probably could have got a couple of games in the middle of this series if they just changed a couple of things, if those errors weren't quite apparent. But in this game, it feels like it's all gone out the window and there's no real chance for them. And they've quite possibly, gone, well, that's done and dusted. Once they've conceded 5, they'd love to get a goal or 2 just to, make the scoreline less flattering towards Baton Wheels. But this series has been anything but flattering for Yabrov.
Yeah, it's shown some weaknesses. I am maybe excited for the fact that there's a couple of weeks here before the next time that we'll see them, that they have a plethora of things that they can look at, that they can study and work on for the next event. So definitely hoping to see a lot more out of them. But Baton Wheels, they're now going to be focusing on the next series up against Wildcard. So very, very tough opponent. And maybe they would have hoped for a bit more of a tough warm-up even to get into that, but still have to think ahead to their 16 shots for this game so far.
And well, across yesterday and today, I'm not sure if Baton Wheels will feel extremely warmed up at all for that wildcard match. A 4-1 series yesterday against United Champion Clown, and now a 4-0 series against Yabrov. It's just simply not good enough from their opponents at this point, but Baton Wheels, they are looking all the bit quality. Kekles as well, just scoring so many goals, and I'm sure that at least, well, I wouldn't say the stats have gone down. I'd say they're probably about even or potentially going up from that series itself.
Just maybe a little bit up for that one, and I'd say even the goal conversion rate has to be going up, given the number of times we saw somebody from Yabrov in net, and yet that just didn't seem to matter. So a lot of those probably should not have been goals, or would not statistically be as high chance of a goal as ended up being scored. But Baton Wheels go through to the semi-final. They've made it into the top 4, and they have proven themselves here in Event 2. But the true battle is here to come. Money.
Sorry. I saw Yummy put his head in his hands for a second there. I was confused what was going on. But yeah, look, I think the semi-finals are going to be the real telling moments for these players, for this Baton Wheels roster. What they're going to... it's a real moment for them to step up. We'll have to see if they can really make a change, if they can, if they can play these better teams and still play the way that they want to play. They've been so structured across their couple of series to this point. It's just a question mark of if they can do it against the likes of Wildcard.
I do have a quick question as well before we go to the next series. If Luna was playing, would the scoreline be any different?
I'm not sure, actually. That's a good question. I'm not sure if it's not relatively discrediting Evo or crediting Luna, I guess, but I feel like Evo's probably a very different player in terms of he's playing more defensive. Luna would play more aggressive. It might be a swap potentially in terms of how many goals they concede, and it might just be a more high-scoring affair. I'm not really sure, but I think probably the scoreline difference would stay the same. Whether or not it's a higher scoring affair, I'm not too sure.
Well, we'll see how that goes, and we'll see how the rest of the bracket goes. We're going to a short break and then moving on to the semi-finals. Well, the Bulldogs didn't show up yesterday. They're going to have to do that today. We head into the semi-finals. Top 4 time. It is nut up or shut up, or, CJ, is it time for the Bulldogs to take down the top 2, or is it just a top 2 region?
I think... don't throw this on me. I don't know. What do you make of the first Bulldog series? They look pretty good. They looked aight, if you would, with the 4-1 win in their first match, but this is a different kettle of fish right here. They're coming up against the Open 1 champs. They're coming up against Team Power. Looking at the bracket right now, into the top 4 formal. I'm not going to give my prediction yet, but it's going to be better than the last series.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it will be because, the Bulldogs looked aight. They didn't look fantastic. They had some holes in their game, whereas you looked at Power yesterday and you look at Power back in that last regional, they're playing to be that number 1 team, which they currently are. So I don't know, man. This is a very important game for Power if they want to maintain that run to the major. Even more important for the Bulldogs if they lose, they're out. But Power just looks so good.
You do mention there is a lot of nerves in this series. I mean, obviously Power are going to expect themselves to win. They're going to have the confidence, but they can't afford to lose with that only 1 spot going over to Boston. So and have to really perform here. They can't slack at any point in time. And CJ, you know better than anyone, just on any given day, you can have a fall off.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, you cannot be slacking in. And it just goes to show that even if you're miles better than another team, Yummy, you can still lose if you're not on your game. So, great call. Thanks for that.
No worries. Let's go have a look at this next match as well. Look at the team lineups, but everyone at home knows them very, very well. Team Power up against the Bulldogs. Super Lucky, Gus and Fiber versus Kaka, Hunter and Caleb. But realistically, we haven't seen much of the Bulldogs yet this event, so this is going to be the true tester for them now.
Yeah, it's going to have to be. And again, we kind of, during that last series, talked about their shot convergence percentage. We saw how they play, how far forward they were, how aggressive they were against a team where they were feeling very confident against. CJ, do you expect to see that again in this next one, though? Do you think they're going to continue to be that super forward team against a squad as talented as Power?
Yeah, potentially. But Power, the thing with Team Power is, I mean, is it a good warm-up, the dominance that we saw from them yesterday? 23 goals to 3, I think it was. We looked at the team stats provided by Data Coach as well. Obviously, this is a different kettle of fish looking at the Bulldogs, but I'm sick of Caleb. He's not locked in. He couldn't rock up yesterday, and now he's in my Twitch chat abusing me right now. So clearly not locked in for this game either, Yummy Cheese Man. So I'm all on Team Power.
He doesn't need to be locked in. Is that your prediction, though, CJ? You locking in that prediction?
Yeah, I am locking it in. I'm locking in Team Power. I think the Bulldogs, I was pretty big on them in Open 1. They let me down, and I'm off them until they prove me wrong.
I think Power is a safe place to go. I mean, we were looking at Fiber's stats, I think, before. Fiber had a fantastic performance back in that first regional, and that seems to be carrying over into this one as well. I didn't see enough from the Bulldogs in that first series to tell me that they are going to be that team to sort of upset the top 2, so I'm also leaning on Power heavy.
Yeah, look, if they can't be bothered showing up yesterday, the first time we've ever had a forfeit on that day 2 in the upper bracket. So if they can't do that, I can't believe in them either. It's going to be a full desk going the way of Power. But I do think that it is perfectly understandable for those who think that the Bulldogs could be able to do it. We saw some highlight plays from them earlier. Are we going to see some more? Let's go to the game to find out.
Let's get into this one. First semi-final coming right up. Me and Formal gonna just be serenading you guys watching at home. Give us a 1 in chat if you're enjoying the broadcast. And I tell you who's enjoying game 1 of this semi-final. It's Gus. It only took 10 seconds and they're 1-0 up.
Yeah, Power just continuing right where they left off yesterday. One could say quick kickoff goal. And it's crazy to think, because of that only 1 team advancing, CJ, how important this series really is already our second one, regional number 2, but one team goes to Boston, one team goes to Worlds, and you just need to make sure you get those top 2 finishes to stay competitive. Caleb with another goal, though, we're already tied.
Yeah, pretty rare to see 2 10-second exactly goals coming out back-to-back. Instant response and no damage done. Okay, Bulldogs are perhaps here to play. Took the day off, took a little holiday. Caleb headed up to the sunny coast, I believe, but he's back in business, and they're ready to go.
I think Coast, has been anything but sunny. Thunderstorms up here in Queensland so far, and, good day to stay inside, warm up for the Rocket League, perhaps, as we continue log fiber across the middle, down to the backboard, not able to get it, and Duberlucky will lead the next charge.
Here is Caleb. He's there's the rust just showing up when it matters the most. This is devastation from Caleb. He tried to catch up the backboard. He was nowhere near it. 2-1.
And Super Lucky just sitting there waiting for the gift to be delivered. A terrible mistake from Caleb right now. And again, if you want to beat these top 2 teams, if you want to take down Power, they're going to punish every single one of those mistakes. That said, no harm, no foul. How about another 10-second goal, CJ?
What is going on? 4 goals, 50 seconds of Rocket League with 2 of our top 3 potential teams. I'm not sure what to make of this, but it's 2-2 again. And every time Power get gifted a freebie, they give it right back.
They want to win, the right way, okay? They don't want the gifts, CJ. They want to earn their goals, and maybe that'll come back to bite them. Obviously, I kid Hunter across, not able to find it, but if we're in for a shootout, I feel that plays into what the Bulldogs kind of want with how aggressive they play.
Yeah, they play a very chaotic play style, I'd say, the Bulldogs. Compared to Team Power, it's team plays, it's high offense, but it's a little more organised. I'd say really focusing on those infield passes. We looked at how many goals they score through team plays, and the Bulldogs, they just want complete and utter chaos. This is what they're getting. This is their type of game. Another free backboard. It's a triple commit in defense from the Bulldogs as Fiver's trying to work his way around. Still, the chaos at both ends.
They were so synchronized on that triple commit. That was impressive. Probably not what you want in that situation, but it is enough to hold on for now. Caleb looking for the bump on the dribble back the other side. Not going to find it. Gus, though, dishes into the wrong side of the field, so Hunter will get some space to work with. Puts one towards the net. Gus dives back, has the save. 2 minutes into this game, it's already 2-all, 4 goals in the first minute of play. Things finally looking like they're slowing down.
Still would love to see the extra pass getting in. Oh, Gus, if he finds the bump, could be a goal. Hunter's in big trouble. It's 3-2, and he just got the 1v1 he was looking for.
Gus, a little bit of the wave dash to set it up, finds the bump, and unfortunately for Kaka, can't rotate back in time to bail his teammate out. 5 goals in the first half of this game already, 3 of them going over to the Power side, and nearly gets another. Kaka was back, though, off the kickoff.
It's chaos. Yeah, we've got 5 goals already. We're not even halfway through game 1. It's just, OCE defense, what's the point of ever learning? Because if you can just keep doing this, just having good fun, I guess we'll just, until 2036 formal, we'll just be seeing high-scoring OCE Rocket League amongst our top teams, but we have just passed the halfway mark, and advantage Power so far. Hang on. Never mind.
Yeah, you can't get too comfortable with this one, because every time, Power will find the goal. This time it's Kaka will be able to equalize. 6th goal of the game. Just unchecked forward corner pass shot in. This is silly.
Yeah, just when you say there hasn't been a goal in about 25 seconds. Oh, wait, there it is. Welcome to the first semi-final here of OCE Open 2. Here's Gus with a chance. Going to go for the reset. Nice touch. He's actually got the follow-up as well. Anyone there, it's going to be Fiver. The bumps as well. Super lucky. Completely cleared the net. And there's your 7th.
There it is. Kaka tried with the challenge, just didn't get the good touch, and Caleb a little bit slow on the rotation, I suppose. But what impressed me about that goal was, it wasn't just Fiber who was there. Gus was up there as well. Everybody from Power was just kind of charging towards the ball. They get the goal. And, we don't get the immediate kickoff return yet, at least, so that's something positive. In fact, it's nearly super lucky making it a 2-goal game.
Just feels like 2 teams that scrim each other so much that they don't want to play their normal play style, and it's just, let's forget about defense and and completely ego the entire playstyle from both teams. 7 goals. No one wanting to rotate back, no risks. Well, all the risks being taken, should I say. But without trying to jinx them again, advantage team power for now.
For now, I think is the key word. We are seeing the attack. There's the demo. Yeah, Gus was able to sneak through underneath, return demo midfield, might set up Fiber for the 2-goal lead. Only Caleb to beat, who does get there before Fiber finds a second touch.
Still, even Hunter there. They're just jumping when they have no right to be challenging. When they're nowhere near the ball, they're just going regardless. Caleb throwing this one forward. The demo from Kako was huge, but he has missed a follow-up touch, and Caleb wanted to go as well. Hunter just trying to get it across, but he's passed it straight to Super Lucky. Lucky enough, Kako had to get back in time.
And do you think it would be almost like a nervy situation where you'd be pre-jumping as heavy as they are, just thinking, hold on, we're against a top-tier team. Let's increase our pace. Let's try to go faster than maybe we realistically should just because of who they're against?
Yeah, I think definitely. I mentioned it before, the fact that they've played each other. They know each other so well individually as two teams, and we're just seeing them now just challenge everything. Maybe as a way to just shake off the nerves, just go for it. Kaka try to beat 2. Fiber does well and finds the pinch as well with 30 seconds left. Could be doing enough now, especially with the balls coming through. Caleb able to beat Gus to that ball. One last chance perhaps for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, it's been over a minute since our last goal. Kind of have the feeling we could be due for something here. Yet Power's defense will continue to hold the line, at least for now. Kaka will get the first touch. It's a pass to Caleb. Puts it towards the net. Kaka wanted to redirect, but Super Lucky gets in the way, and with that clear, you would think time should be in their favor. Fiber makes it so. 0 seconds. Last-ditch effort. Kaka puts it up. Anyone underneath. Caleb not there in time, and Gus will down it for the win.
Well played by Gus, and well played to Team Power, and I say that with a little asterisk because I don't think it was the cleanest of games. Conceding 3 is not what you ever want to be doing, but they got the job done. So I guess they can have a pat on the back for that one. 4-3, but certainly not the Power we saw yesterday, but this is a different opposition.
It is it's a faster, more aggressive opposition. But what I liked about that game was Power eventually was able to slow it down. Yes, they gave up 3 early ones, but they were 3 early ones. Second half of the game, it kind of did feel all Power until the very end where the Bulldogs got a couple of sniffs at the ball. But I don't know. It never felt like Power was out of control that game, CJ. Maybe it's because they were the ones scoring first in the smorgasbord of goals. But it always felt like they still had a head on the situation, and it was the Bulldogs trying to play catch-up.
Yeah, I think we saw less triple commits, if that's what you're trying to tell us. For sure, I'd say it was more organised of the two chaotic, disorganised teams, if you would. So, yeah, they deserved that one. I'd say Bulldogs won, they would have absolutely stolen it. And they just made too many mistakes, the Bulldogs. It was just too messy for that game one. But I'll give them a warm-up for that one. I'll hold my judgment.
Exactly, and it's just such a different style as well when you look at who the Bulldogs played in the first round versus with Ite versus how Power plays the game. Just, Power being that much more forward team, faster team, more aggressive team, and I think that could maybe go into it as well. Just kind of have to reset who your opponents are as it stands. I do expect this series to kind of settle a bit after the first game, right? Like that, now we got that out of our system. Everyone got to preach up. Everyone got to shoot. And now we can be a bit more conventional. I would hope Caleb leaves it for Kaka, yet the defense is there.
Yeah, I like what Winter said in chat. It's pro gameplay, but with a Grand Champ 1 2v2 sort of scoreline there. Just way too many goals for a top 4 RLCS Grand Final of Championship Sunday match. We'll see if that defense can pick its way back up here in Game 2. Fiber looking for the challenge. Hunter's done well. Hey, we've had no goals in 40 seconds. We had 4 at this point in Game 1, so this is an improvement.
It is from both sides, just being a little bit more measured in their approaches. Now, I am still kind of seeing, a few more challenges coming from the Caleb Hunter side, yet it's Fiber who will get the first goal. So, Power, once again, strike first.
Yeah, Caleb here. Again, I'm not sure if it was the holiday break, but he's got to be jumping at that ball. He turned into net, got himself awkward, and then tried to challenge. Just expecting Fiber to not want to be shooting that ball, not wanting to get an extra touch on the backboard. Not sure what he was thinking, but 1-0, definitely avoidable from the Bulldogs.
Fiber now might be looking for Super Lucky, who gets demoed. Heads up play from Kaka. Gus kind of in that midfield line, but it's Fiber who finds the demo on Hunter to steal the ball away. Gus will take it to the backboard. He goes, reset, shot. Lucky not quite where he needed to be.
His positioning is usually A1. Super Lucky to get the follow-up that time. He's got himself a little bit caught between a rock and a hard place. Couldn't get the shot on, but no damage done. Team Power. Fiber just absolutely launches that one downfield, and this time, well, Caleb not as convincing still off the backboard, but he hasn't completely whiffed it.
Yeah, not this time, and it's just hard for me because I'm looking at the ball get to the orange side of the field, and I'm just seeing, multiple members of the Bulldogs just kind of chasing it, whereas the positioning, the rotations, just looking a lot cleaner on that Power side, a little less ball chasing, a little bit more composed. And now, it looks so good for Gus right here. Fiber doesn't get the bump out of the back of the net, and Gus couldn't really turn it into a shot.
Just love Gus's air dribbles. His flip resets just look like the best in OCE when he's on the ball. They're so clean. He had a chance right there. Couldn't quite get the job done. Bulldogs hanging in there. But as you mentioned, when it does get into that orange half, it just feels like there's more power plays on the pitch at the moment. Their structure is just a little bit better as Fiber is trying to cut back post, find a redirect. Not on that occasion. Half the game gone, we've only had one goal. I'm loving what I'm seeing. This feels more normal.
It does feel more normal, and I'm going to be crediting sort of the Power defense for the reason why. They just slowed the ball down and controlled it every time we get to that opposite end of the field and on the attack. And nothing too overbearing, very controlled, waiting for the chance. Kaka saved the flip, and good thing. Able to find the save, and now Caleb has a real chance right here. Has Kaka underneath, but goes solo, and it's Super Lucky who got in the way.
Yeah, Caleb just took a little bit too long there and allowed time for reinforcements to arrive. He had the one-on-one, but he went for the reset instead. It's Caleb just launching himself the ball. Kaka's going to be able to steal this corner boost. There should be a chance now for the Bulldogs to keep possession. You can see the pass across. Kaka now on the ball. He's used everything just to get up the sidewall. That's the end of that attack.
And now Hunter has to buy time without boost. Does dodge one midfielder and wins the 50. And then bails the Bulldogs out temporarily, yet immediately gives it back over to Gus, and the Bulldogs didn't do anything with it, so it will be a Power attack with the 1-goal lead. 90 seconds to go, and if they can maintain possession, it will do so good for them. Caleb saves the goal with the 50.
He's done really well because he stole boost as well off Hunter. He's just had to launch himself downfield. That's a beautiful touch. Super Lucky in big trouble. He's had to avoid the own goal. He saved it off the crossbar and the post. Could have been 1-1. Everything in his OCE brain said put that in the back of the net, but he kept it out.
Great stuff, and might have to do it again. This time gets bump shots on. How does that not go in? 1 minute to go. Kaka had a chance to equalize.
He credited the Power defense. Gus huge, saved it off his own crossbar. Here they go again, though. The Bulldogs relentless with the offense. The shot almost perfect, but Hunter just got it a little bit too high. Still keeping the pressure on. Is this a chance? Kaka in there. Gus with another save. Super Lucky whipping. You can see the panic, but they do have the boost to get out.
Yeah, and that's just going to eat more of that clock. Munching away. A dagger from Fiber should end it. 2-0 lead from Power.
And that's it. They had their chance and the frustration set in. They let them out down the other end. Fiber, clinical, easy as you like, and that is the difference. Power just with better defense. Could have been 1-1 multiple times this game. Instead, they're still scoreless, the Bulldogs.
Yeah, and that's got to be frustrating, especially through that past minute with how many chances the Bulldogs had. They were forward, shots were there, bouncing off the top crossbar multiple times, last-second saves. Now another opportunity, yet Gus fouled the touch before Kaka could get the shot, and even with the 2-goal cushion, Power not giving anything away as time whittles down.
Just beautiful car control there from Gus. Can Fiber find the double? He doesn't get the touch, it's a fake instead. 50 comes through. But Team Power have secured this game. Maybe one more goal for the road not to be. 2-0. Very strong performance. That's more like it.
Yeah, that was kind of the Power I think we were hoping to see. Strong defense. You called it out earlier. Gus just able, it felt like every single time was given space, it clears it back to the other side with a beautiful air dribble. And when Power was on the attacking half, they did such a good job in not giving the field position back for free. Whenever the Bulldogs were able to flip the map, it always felt a little bit rushed, a little bit scattered. And you saw it at that final minute where, yeah, they were putting shots on and yeah, they were close, but because it was so rushed, a little bit inaccurate, not quite where it needed to be. Power, great game, now up 2-0, and no timeouts though, we just keep rolling.
Yeah, 4 saves from Gus. Look like the best player on the pitch there. Clearly the Bulldogs are still relatively okay with the situation. They're pretty happy. I'd probably call the timeout right now, just considering, you know, the golden rule. If you lose 2 in a row, call the timeout. You don't want to be 0-3 down in a best of 7, but this is it. I know we've had some best of 7 reverse sweeps in OCE formal, but if you lose this game, you lose the third, you go 0-3, you ain't coming back. I'll just say that. Yeah. So a huge game 3 coming up.
I think normally when you get the reverse sweep, you're seeing things from the team that's behind where it's like, oh, if that had bounced a certain way or that 50 had gone their way, they could have taken a game or 2 on their journey down to 0-3. I haven't really seen that in this series. It really has felt like Power has been kind of outclassing up to this point. And in regards to the timeouts as well, I don't think Kaka's teams ever really take timeouts. He seems to be the reoccurring factor of teams that kind of omit the golden rule.
Just likes to keep on playing. Fair enough. Sometimes we just like gaming. He's a pure gamer at heart. The Super Lucky pops it over the top. Start of game 3, as we mentioned. No timeout. And they just need to get the first goal on the board, perhaps. They did it in game 1, but then instantly, well, down the other end conceded. So we'll see. And there's a beautiful pass. Super Lucky just is so patient, poised to get it in behind that last man.
He's been sitting just outside the box a couple times already today and finally gets rewarded for it with the pass across, able to tap that one through. And again, it's just whenever we're looking at this Bulldogs defense, it's like they're playing fetch. You know, you throw it down the beach and everyone's running after it, always kind of behind the play. Super Lucky in front of it and makes it a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, they just look like the more professional team right now. They look like the team where, well, they weren't taking holidays on Saturday of the RLCS. That's what I'm seeing right now. And it's paying off so far, but still plenty of time in this game. The 50 was nice from Hunter, delayed touch. The Fiber's still able to work it out. It does feel like Power are leveling up as the series goes on.
Yeah, which is kind of what you want to see from them. Again, they win this series. They have a chance to have such a major advantage going into the third regional. You win the first 2, you only need a top 4 to punch your ticket to Boston, and in what is looking more and more like a 2-team region, you would expect a team like Power should be getting that top 4, so they want that opportunity. They want to cruise their way there. 1-goal lead. Now back to the other side. Caleb has to kind of try and outrace Super Lucky, but Super Lucky, always so fast on the ground, nearly was able to set up his team.
A pre-flip was incredible from Caleb just to pinch it back into the safety of the corner. Just want to see some more team plays from Bulldogs. So they're just not really flicking the ball around to each other. They're not looking for the extra pass. A lot of solo players just a lot of relying on their individual mechanics. I think they need to find a different way through. They're not cracking this team power defense just with pure solos, pure shots. So every time it's one man on, unless something crazy happens like that, Caleb being able to beat a couple and finding a bump, well, that'll do.
Yeah, I mean, it was the mechanics that played setup off that backward, finds his way on top of Lockie for a little Goomba stomp, and Hunter follows it up. So they break the scoreless trend. It's been about 10 minutes nearly since we saw them score a goal after getting so many in the first half of game 1. It's got to feel good to get back on the board.
Look, I'll bite my words. I'll bite my tongue if they get one more, but I still think that method that we saw right there from Caleb isn't going to get you multiple goals in a game, unless he just absolutely pops off. And it feels like what we saw from GK in the EU RLCS last night. You're relying on individual mechanics, but it's only going to get you 1 or so goals. Here's Power down the other end. Beautiful first touch, little Zen touch coming through from Super Lucky, catching on it. Just going to make the touch work, however. It's Hunter now. Just able to control proceedings, has enough boost with his reset as well. He's done pretty well. He has lost the ball.
Out. Just kind of gives it right back to the other side. Now Caleb with the chance. Cannot get it around Fiber, who has a pass underneath. Kaka able to dive and make the save. But now, smelling blood in the water, I expect Power to kind of charge for it. Caleb does what he can, yet Fiber still gets there. Double commit. Opens up the middle of the field, and here comes Super Lucky. There is no one home, and it's a 1-goal lead.
There was someone home, and it was Fiber, who just got... Look how long he got to sit in net. He just waited and said, oh, this is open. If you just want to take that one. Didn't even need to help it along its way. It's rolled in at 52 kilometers an hour. The rotation's that slow from the Bulldogs. 2 goals to Team Power. And just these huge mistakes coming through. Not looking as locked in. Bulldogs not looking as polished as this Team Power lineup.
No, and it's coming back to bite them again and again now. As Caleb tries to take it to the corner. I have to pull away on this one. Fiber. That's a bit of a weaker touch. Kaka almost there to punish, but eventually the defense will once again reset itself. Fiber with some space to work with. Wants to throw it back down to Gus. Hunter gets in the way. This has been the best look we've seen from the Bulldogs for a little while, actually. They're slowing it down finally on the attacking half, but Power more than comfortable to play that game.
Yeah, they're pretty happy with how this one's tracking, particularly when Bulldogs aren't calling a timeout. So, in some sense, they're relatively okay with the series as well, but they might be 3-0 down in the next minute. Here's Hunter. Look for the double. Didn't have the boost to work with. Fiber's actually just missed that ball. Thought he perhaps had an opponent on. Kaka trying to find the bump. Super Lucky does well to dodge and gets 2 on it. Enormous with 0 boost.
Yeah, just a desperate climb, but got there in time. And now with under a minute to go, demos from Caleb on the first, not the second, and Kaka just missed the touch. And with that, they'll lose possession again. Fiber now back the other way. No boost across midfield. Still nearly finds the shot. Here comes Kaka. Bangs it towards the net, but Gus is there.
Yeah, Gus knew the danger of that one. Here's Hunter, though. Just rips that one across. Is it too... Yeah, it is too deep, too high for Kaka. Can't quite get on the end of that. Caleb, one last crack. The 3-0 down is looking pretty perilous right now. There's the save. Powell looking to just hang on. Looking to chew time off the clock. 15 seconds left. Gus going to work the ball forward. They'll be happy if it stays in this blue end. Final 10 now. Another whiff coming through. They just thought Super Lucky was going to be the Flash, the fastest man in existence. Not to be there. 2 seconds. One last crack. Hunter with boost. Don't have to wait underneath this, but Gus puts it down. 3-0.
Pass plays in that final minute coming out of Power was so beautiful to watch. Yeah, it didn't result in a goal, but it just shows how composed they are even when the Bulldogs are just throwing everything they have at it. And I liked what, the Bulldogs were starting to do at the end, CJ. Caleb was starting to get more physical. We saw a couple demos go out. They were going for these deeper passes, and it looked like they were gaining ground on them. So I just have to ask, where was that earlier in the series? Why were we trying to run on these individual plays against a team? Like, if you want to go toe-for-toe on individual mechanics, Super Lucky Gus Fiber is the best team. Like, this is the most mechanical team I think we have in OCE.
Yeah, I wouldn't say by a long shot, but I think when Power also are incorporating the team plays as well. And, Caleb kind of made me bite my words saying you can't just score individual goals. He gets a 1v2, he finds a bump. They do get a goal from it. But as I mentioned, that was their only goal. That was their only realistic kind of chance on net, because they're not finding the team plays, they're not finding the passes. They had 6 saves, 6 shots to their name, but only one real cracking opportunity. They need to have more chances on net against Power. They can't just have one fantastic shot, because one goal is not going to be enough. You're not going to win 1-0 against Power. Their offense is too good. They're going to score a couple of goals on you as well. And that's what we saw. Just the team plays coming through from Power. You're loving the pass plays. I'm loving it as well. Still a chance for the Bulldogs, but they clearly don't like timeouts. So I'm not sure if they're talking things through as we are right now.
I think they must be, but I mean, timeouts go both ways, perhaps. Maybe that's why they're thinking, why do we want to give our opponents more time to strategize? But something just is not clicking, especially, again, when you compare the Bulldogs and how they looked in that first series today against Ite, where they were putting 10-plus shots on per game. We're seeing a couple ones early in this one, but nothing really threatening, nothing really forcing Power out of their comfort zone just yet. This pass looks good. Hunter to Caleb. Pops it up to himself, though. Kaka wanted to wait, and now in the corner it becomes a lot more difficult unless they slow play and Fiber gets in the way, but Hunter will tap it in.
And this is kind of the Bulldog style, and it's in their name. It's scrappy, it's messy. It's all 3 of them in there looking for bumps, looking for dribbles. Hunter comes in third man right in front of the post, taps it top left. And maybe this is their style. They just need to get down and get dirty, get physical.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we saw from them against Ait. That's what we saw from them in game 1. I think they just are so much more comfortable when the ball chasing starts to work. They look very good. That said, when it doesn't work, you get situations like this, ball nearly rolling in from the opposite end.
Caleb took that way too casually. He just stopped, got demoed, but luckily enough, got a touch on the ball. There's a beautiful redirect coming through. Gus was on. Nice save, though, from Kaka, and double 50. This is the scrappiness. They're just running it down the line. Zero boost. It's working so far. If Kaka can find the bump. Gus is in a terribly awkward spot. Super Lucky was aware, though. Able to work it out, but different play style now for Bulldogs. Look at it just get up in their face.
And this is when they were most successful earlier today, so I'm glad for the Bulldogs that they're finally able to play their style of Rocket League, their game. And it does make Power look a little bit awkward. We've had to see, teammates bail each other out, some awkward situations. Hunter with another deep 50 going their way, but unfortunately doesn't turn into a goal. And you see, too, when Power is able to kind of win that defensive battle, they're immediately threatening on the goal.
Yeah, the simple way to describe this play style now from the Bulldogs, which they talked about in their 60-second non-timeout, is just three-man ball chasing. This is just everyone get upfield. Don't worry about the rotations. Don't worry about sitting back. Let's just all get up on the ball and keep this Team Power defense accountable. It's worked so far. They've got the first goal, and I like that they're trying something.
I do too, but now it's coming back the other way. Fiber, what have you got? Shot on. Diving back, saved by Caleb. Look, I'm going to quote Bougie on this one. I saw it before. Bulldogs playing like Bulldogs. You throw the ball, they all run and chase it, but then immediately give it back so you can throw it again. That's just kind of been the approach from this team.
They just love challenging. You can't really challenge the ball, though, if you have it yourself. So it's a little bit of truth in that one, I'd say. The demo from Gus just opens it up a little bit. Caleb, this time, able to play some reserved rock and gives himself space to work it down. Finds an enormous reset where he got so far away from the ball he lost possession. Still in the hands of Kaka, over to Fiber, shot wide. Gus does find the clear, but yeah, look how high up Caleb's sitting third man. He just wants to keep them pinned in this orange half, and a great change-up. Mentioned it before, still working for the Bulldogs, still going for it. Three-man ball chase strat is on.
All right, look. Still too early to quote you in that saying, you don't beat Power 1-0, but so far, Bulldogs kind of doing it right now. Granted, they have changed up their approach, and they've kind of changed it up again. I can't help but notice they are starting to play a little bit further back once more. One player forward, a couple staying back, just trying to get the win before they advance, and it's working out for them. It's become a lot more difficult for the counterattack from Power over the past minute.
Lovely play there from Gus. Fiber looking to turn on it, but Caleb's been just the driving force out of defense for the Bulldogs. Always having 100 boosts. Here he is again. Just turns on the plate. Just keeps it in. He's just keeping it simple, which is what I like to see. Making sure the Power can't really build any offense, and is a huge reason why it is still 1-0.
Yeah, it is. And again, shortened field. Here comes Caleb. Double commit, and he beats them both. Caleb!
Out of absolute nowhere as well. Kaka with, in the end, a beautiful pass backwards off the wall. Gave Caleb space to work with. And he took the free side backboard. Free double. Beating 2-0 to the Bulldogs.
That was a big goal. And now, for the first time this series, we see how Power is going to handle this late pressure. Now, granted, when you're up 3-0 in a series, yeah, you'd love to bring it back, but this isn't the most stressful situation in the world for them just yet, especially if they can sneak a goal through. Kaka will push it to the safety of the corner, where they aren't really challenged straight away. Super Lucky eventually gets theirs, but this is eating a lot of time off the clock.
Yeah, they've been caught out of touch by this little shift in play style from the Bulldogs, and the 60-second timeout buff. Timeout buff coming through. There's the 50 though, and there's the bump, there's the goal. They do get one back, 29 seconds. Plenty of time in OCE Rocket League.
Yeah, we've seen a fair few kickoff goals already. Look, not to go back to first game, but 30 seconds, that's like 3 more goals, CJ. Game's far from over.
3 at least after what we saw in the first game. But first time we saw a real demo on Last Man, they were able to find their opponent. Another demo coming through as well from Super Lucky. Here's a bit of a shift. They're just chasing, they're hunting. They know that there's not much time left in this game. Another demo from Super Lucky. Gus goes over the top. Caleb gets the touch shot on Hunter. Awkward, but Kaka knew about it.
Yeah, Kaka back there for the save, still 10 seconds, and a pretty decent spot for Power to maybe make it happen. Pinch, though, gets awkward for Fiber. Ball gets behind, and that's a lot more work to do. Here we go, 0 seconds. Fiber, first touch with it, has Gus behind, but without much boost, can't win the 50, and the Bulldogs take game 4.
Wouldn't have felt right to have the Bulldogs versus Power be a 4-0 sweep. They get one on the board. Do they build momentum off this is the question. As Fiber clearly starting to feel it a bit. He's going to restart his game. Not happy with the performance of his computer at the moment. He's going to go for a quick little restart, but should be back in just a sec. Bulldogs, well done to them. Changed it up. And as the Bouge said in chat, you know, because sometimes you got to play like your namesake. Play like a Bulldog, make it scrappy, and it worked for them.
It did. It worked for them. They got that win. Is it going to be sustainable, though, is the question. I think if they had shut out Power, I'd be feeling a lot more confident, but we saw a couple opportunities late. Fiber restarting his game, so there's going to be that little bit of the mental reset as well. And you know if Power drops this game, they're not afraid to use that timeout buff. So beating this team 4 times in a row, I even think Wildcard would struggle with that, right? I don't know. It feels like such a mountain. We'll see. If they take the next one, more of a chance. But yeah, it's still so tough.
Yeah, and with Power having a coach, I think, you know, Freaky is contractually obligated to call a timeout. I think that if you are a coach, that is the one button that you can press. So I feel like coaches do enjoy pressing said button and calling a timeout. So I expect if they do drop this one, they will call it. They won't take it to a game 6. Won't let the momentum build too much. But what a start. Bulldogs, they found a way. They've just clawed their way back in momentarily. Can they keep it up?
You say that the coach's one job, yet yesterday I still remember, you know, for the first time ever, timeout doesn't count, taken too late. Something I had never seen before. So, I don't know. We'll see how this goes out. As I'm just going to bounce that ball around. Kaka across to Caleb. Doesn't put it on target. Throws it back to Kaka instead off the backboard. And some poking, some prodding, but nothing threatening in the first 30 seconds.
I hope Caleb wasn't trying to hit that one on target because he was a mile off the radar right there. Kaka, though, keeping pressure on and still Power for this moment. Just being a touch awkward. It's a little bit a game of chases between Fiber, Kaka, and Hunter through the back line. No one wanted to go for the ball on that occasion as Super Lucky finds it across, but all he's done is hit it straight to Kaka. Fiber looking to control it as well. Minute gone. And this is just a typical OCE best of 7. It's a completely different play style from both teams to what we saw from game 1. Super Lucky might get a chance on net. He gets an opening, and there's an open net out of nowhere.
Yeah, just so fast. Super Lucky again. Collects the pass from Gus. Was the only one downfield. Burns all their boosts to make sure they stay ahead of Caleb as they had to. And yeah, too slow on pulling back were the Bulldogs. They give up that first point, and we'll see, you know, what they have playing from behind. And they find a way to equalize once more. Gus, again, slowing it down midfield.
Nice touch. Caleb pops it across. Kaka just got caught out in that previous goal. Third man looking to challenge. Worked for them last game, but now it feels like Power are kind of a little bit more ready for the ball chasiness, for the overcommits, and for them to be completely up and in their face. Super Lucky made the most of that chance. 1-0, 90 seconds gone. 3 minutes 30 to hang on and secure their ticket in the grand final, their second grand final, and 100% of the grand finals in RLCS 2026. There was almost an equaliser there coming through from the Bulldogs. They don't want Power to be making another one. They need to get as many points as possible with only one ticket to the internationals.
I mean, yeah, Bulldogs miss out on this. You'd have to think that's kind of their chances for Boston completely up in smoke, with the expectation being, of course, Wildcard taking care of business as well on the opposite side. Gus with the shot cross. Kaka off the spot will have that save. Like, it's strange because, again, with only one team going through, it kind of exemplifies the fact how much of a 2-team region this has become. I think if you had that second slot, you'd still be thinking, yeah, 2 third, fourths, but then a first at the end you can get in. Not so much the case when only one team gets through.
Yeah, you just can't really afford a semi-final exit. You have to be there right at the pointy end of every single open, every single qualifier here in OCE. It's half the game's gone. Still Team Power's game. There was a nice chance there, though, for Caleb. See, Kaka wanted to get involved as Superlocky leaves this one for Fiber. Has boost. Doesn't quite flip through the ball. Doesn't get the touch that he wanted. But the fake was nice. Caleb just had to sit his car in the right spot in there. Makes a nice save.
I mean, the saves are good, but we need attacking pressure from the Bulldogs as well. They can't be on the back half for this long. Only 2 minutes left in this game. Kaka trying to do what he can. Looks for Caleb, and on no boost. Still's going to pull the trigger. Gus, though, with boost, was able to get back, gets his own corner as well, and then nearly takes it all the way around the world. Instead, it will be a pass up the middle. Gus still there. Into the corner. Awkward bounce. Lockie won't be in position for the shot.
Hunter finds the pop. Here is Fiber. Now there's only 90 seconds left. Power doing very well at just chewing minute after minute off this clock here in Game 5. Superlocky off the sidewall. Here is Gus. Can he control it? He knows no one's challenging for now, so he drops down, pops it up, finds the 50 instead. Hunter with a pre-flip, gives up possession. Fiber looks for a reset, throws it on. There's reinforcements, though, for the Bulldogs defense. Defending well, but still at a 1-goal deficit right now.
Kaka, though, to the backboard. This has been the most threatening the Bulldogs have looked for a while. The triple commit does result in the save, and no immediate follow-up. Bails Power out for now. Caleb with the bump, though, might set up Kaka. Gus from behind gets in the way. Here's the shot, and we're tied.
That's all they needed. They had to find the bump on last man. It was Superlocky getting removed. And then Kaka with the double commit. Fiber in no man's land looking for the pop. He's 0 boost on the backboard. They find the equalizer. They keep themselves alive once again.
A very critical goal, and with less than a minute, you'd have to think the next one is winning this game, regulation or overtime. Fiber, opposite end. Caleb, who's going to pop it up back for Hunter, but Superlocky gets in the way, so Power will have the first real chance. Locky almost sneaks it by.
I mean, the perfect response there. Superlocky has to wait on this shot now. Is he ready? He pre-flips and just saves it with the assistance of the post. The 50 from Caleb means that the Bulldogs can keep on attacking. Kaka stays underneath, finds a double 50. Superlocky with boost. Power all with 100 in the tank. You'd think they'd be able to deal with this attack. 15 seconds, perhaps wanting overtime. Oh, they're not going to get it. Canterbury Bulldogs out of nowhere are going to steal this one.
You can have all the boost in the world, but if you're forced to stay stationary and can't use it, it doesn't matter. Kaka just takes advantage of Power kind of getting clumped together. Shot over the top, 2-1 lead, 15 seconds. Does Power have an answer off the kickoff? They go for the fake. Fiber stays with it, looking for Superlocky, but Hunter is able to get in the way.
He's up straight away. Kaka, is he going to make the read? He does. It was awkward. Gus went as well. Caleb with a huge touch. They're clutching up for now, the Bulldogs, and the ball finds the ground. The Bulls find 2. The Dogs are fighting.
And now I think we are going to see well, we're not seeing a timeout, but we're seeing another restart, apparently, out of Fiber. So, yeah, Power really let that one slip. 2 goals in the final minute, and we play on.
This is scary now. It's just something about heading to Game 6. There's something about seeing Neo Tokyo that makes you think we're going to 7 in OCE as well. And not many teams, maybe, from memory, a great team like Renegades could finish a series in 6, 4-2 formal, but wow, out of nowhere, this looked completely done. This looked like a 4-0 sweep, and now I'm thinking it's going to Champfield.
Pretty sure it was a team with Kaka on it, actually, that kind of pulled off that little series against the Renegades way back when, but I digress. Yeah, you're right. There's something, Neo Tokyo always gets chaotic, and that chaotic style does seem to favor the Bulldogs. They are on that upward tick right now, and no timeout, again, with Fiber just opting restart the game.
It was denied. It was denied for too late. Timeout called too late. Freaky's one button as coach of Team Power denied by the most ruthless administration referee team squadron in all of Rocket League, because if you don't call it in the first 15 seconds, we don't want to hear about it in OCE.
That's twice this weekend this has happened, CJ. That is twice.
You gotta push the button. You gotta call it earlier than that. You can't just dilly-dally until 10 seconds formal and then call the timeout. And we are heading straight into Game 6, Neo Tokyo.
Oh boy, Power, how do you respond to that one? How do you respond to giving up that last game in the final minute? To be honest, CJ, again, it still felt like back in Game 5, Power played the better game for most of it. You would think they still should be in a good, comfortable spot, but missing the timeout, awkward, game restarts, they just might be a bit off balance behind the scenes, and the Bulldogs have been capitalizing.
And let's see the nerves now of Team Power. They looked pretty faultless in Open 1, but now they've got the Bulldogs with really, in a sense, nothing to lose, but also everything to lose. They're going to be throwing the kitchen sink at this Game 6. With all the momentum, 2 games in a row, they looked down and out in the previous. They found a way. They found a way in Game 4 as well. Can they do it in Game 6 to force champ field?
I mean, that's going to be the challenge for them. And, I mean, getting the champ field, all cards on the table then. Anything can happen. But we'll see if they earn that right. As it stands, first minute of play, nothing really threatening from either team just yet. Fiber with a good touchdown to the other end. Again, though, Bulldogs patient, waiting for it. Super Lucky versus Kaka. Sees Lucky get to the ball first. Hunter, a bit of an awkward spot, and Gus will get the first goal.
That's just all Super Lucky. That's pure confidence from Lucky. Dusts Kaka to the ball, as you can see there, and finds the double off the ceiling over Hunter. Gus gets an open net. Thankfully for Super Lucky's sake, he doesn't miss that. Minute gone. First blood Power.
First blood Power, and where do they go from there? Again, we learned last game, 1 goal, not enough against the Bulldogs. They needed that second, couldn't find it, and they're already looking for the second here. Fiber around the corner. Caleb will slow it down, keeping it up high. Waits for Hunter to get underneath, and what a dribble, just buying so much time from Caleb. Hunter had enough time to rotate back, get the boost. They don't do anything with it, but still a great individual effort.
Could have been a counter-attack down their other end if that throw from off the sidewall was anywhere near the net. Instead, just an awkward bounce means they can't find the shot. Caleb does well, beats Super Lucky. Gives it straight up to Fiber, though. He's going to look for the reset demos. You can see Kaka in trouble. Fiber goes for the low touch. Caleb just back in time. The rotations speeding up for the Bulldogs from what we saw Game 1. They are warming up. We saw the hit of not playing Saturday earlier on in the series, but they're in full flight now.
Yeah, if there's anyone who's just been getting stronger and stronger as the series progresses, it has been Caleb, who is now just flying in the right spot, winning every 50. I kind of see them in. Has a chance right now against Gus. Look at that!
Right on cue. That man Caleb just sized up Gus and said, I'll take the 50. I know you. We've played together before. I know exactly where you're going to be looking to challenge that ball. Pinches top left. 1-1. Half the game remains.
Something always special seems to happen when Gus and Caleb play against each other. I kind of want to go back and look at the past results between these two because, yeah, they have that history. Teammates as well as rivals. And that was a great individual effort right there from Caleb, keeping the Bulldogs in it. Now it's Hunter's turn, but it's Fiber who gets in the way. Caleb underneath doesn't have another. Super Lucky back for the save.
And he just pops it up to Gus, who has 0 boost. You can see Bulldogs kind of just backing up. Happy to let the attack form of Team Power. The fakes coming through. Fiber looking for the reset, finds it, pinches off the backboard. Gus looking to keep the ball in. Things aren't going as easily for Team Power as we saw in the first few games, and you have to say the momentum, even though that first goal was fantastic for Super Lucky, it's right back in the lap of the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs.
Yeah, that it is, and I'm kind of wondering who on Power is going to step up and make that play right now in this final 100 seconds to get that team into the finals away from Champions Field. Eyes are on Caleb on the other end for the Bulldogs. Caleb has been that guy. You can see him kind of stalking the ball right now. Top Super Lucky pass across Hunter. Not ready for it. Fiber was in the way, and Fiber's going to take it back. Has the reset. Looks for the second. Kaka, though, steals it off him.
Huge demo, just Caleb has to come up huge as well. He's lost the touch as Hunter spawns in time, goes straight to net with 0 boost and keeps it out. We're not seeing as many demos from Team Power. There was one just there, but this is what can happen. Oh my goodness, out of nowhere, however. We do see the double, a free sidewall, and Fiber just takes it off the whiff.
Oh man, all what Caleb would have seen right there is just like the blue brick of the top of the car flying at him. Couldn't react in time. Great challenge, great goal. Fiber. 1:05 remaining. Is that enough to send Power to back-to-back regional finals. Kaka doesn't get the bump.
He just rolled through it super lock. He saved the flip so we could avoid the bump. There's the shot. Hunter, he can only just pop it up. Does find Caleb. First touch heavy. He's going to have to take it down, lose control of it. And he's straight to Kaka as well. The Bulldogs, they're fighting. They're scrapping for it. There's another shot. It's a double whip. It's open for Caleb.
The Dogs just will not be put down. Another late equalizing goal. And you can see all of Power just stuck on that attacking left side, unable to rotate back around. 39 seconds. Last game, it was a 9-second clincher. A lot of time left here in Game 6.
You just knew that goal from Fiber wasn't going to be it. This series had more to its story. As Hunter has almost... Well, that's one way to pass it back to the boys. Almost into your own net. Here is Gus looking to keep the ball in. He's lost possession. Team Power looking nervous. Fiber looking nervous. Not wanting to own goal. Hunter keeping the ball in. Do we get to overtime in Game 6?
Caleb has a chance here, but doesn't get the 50 in the 2v1. Hunter leaves it for Kaka. Fiber down the middle. Ball gets behind Caleb, and Super Locky's there. A chance for Power on 0 seconds, or is there? It's just going to be Hunter straight down the middle. Gus keeps it up. Caleb will follow it up. Eyes on Kaka. It gets denied. Hunter can't catch, and we go to sudden death.
He wanted to keep it up, couldn't find the first touch. You could see the air dribble bump coming through. Nice defense from Power. Off the rim, almost. Hunter has to find 2 or perhaps 3 with the 50. He's done so well, and this is a very awkward read for Super Locky, who does find the clear, and we can breathe.
Yeah, only briefly, though, because Bulldogs are going to come right back. Kaka gets the demo. Caleb has to slow it down. It was a little too far forward. Now gets underneath it. Hunter in the middle won't get the chance. At least not straight away. Instead, it's Kaka looking for the double. Fiber misses, and here comes Caleb. No! Fiber underneath with the save.
Still keeping it in. Hunter off the sideball. Super Locky's got 0 boost. Fiber's got 0 boost. The Bulldogs absolutely all over them. Have a look at the Dogs circling in this overtime. Power collapsing. They are just trying to batten down the hatches. The double commits coming through. Kaka's stolen another 100 boost. They're all on 0. Kaka reset. One more with the bump. Super Locky clears.
I think Locky had to climb the wall to get there without the boost, but still finds the spot, and yet not out of danger yet. The Dogs are hunting. Here comes Caleb off the roof. Backboard. Hunter has to rotate into the corner instead. Kaka next member up unless Hunter goes solo. Unless Hunter finishes the deal, it's Caleb again denied by Gus.
They're just getting a fingernail on every save. I cannot believe they've kept the ball out of net. They've been 0 boost for so long. Fiber has to go to the other corner of the pitch to find 100. Caleb goes into his corner for a bit of respite, but it's not just any respite. There's none at all. It's a double commit as well from both teams. Super Locky, he's flipping on the spot. He's panicking. You can see the pressure. Team Power don't want to go 7. Bulldogs have shown so much offense, but no reward in this overtime.
Not yet. Caleb with a chance versus 2. Just can't muscle it in. And now Fiber, who has been the fastest player, it feels like, for Power. He's been the one trying to cheat deep. Isn't able to get it right here. Kaka will go across. Gus gets demoed, but got the boost. Kept it away from Kaka. Hunter in the middle. Not a lot in the tank either. Uses it all for a bump, but that could open the door for Fiber. Yeah, it's going to be tough to stay on that play. Gets the bump. Gus will go corner. Second touch denied.
Yeah, Team Power really struggling to just get consecutive touches. That's a poor read, though. Double commit coming through. Hunter had to fly. Gus, that's nice patience from him. Pops it over 1, but Hunter is right there. They are playing like the quicker team, like the better team right now, the Bulldogs. A complete shift from game 1. A lot of confidence coming through, but it only takes 1 mistake from either team.
Yeah, I mean, at least, you know, Power has the benefit of a Game 7 behind them. For Bulldogs, this is do or die. Bump on Hunter means it has to be solo from Kaka, and he cannot get past Fiber. Hunter lets out that frustration, gets the demo, bit of a power play, yet Fiber again is able to play keep away, forces Hunter for an awkward touch. Gus beats out Kaka. Is that on target? Not quite. Follow-up, not there either.
Oh, Fiber had it. If Super Locky knew that ball was going to pitch mid, he could have finished it. Not to be, though. It's Hunter now with a pre-flip, throws it on. Gus had Fiber behind. He still went for it. And Hunter's going to keep it in. He has completely picked up his pace as well. He's looking like he's feeling it. Kaka trying to keep the ball in. Super Lucky looking for the clear. Power definitely the nervier team right now as Kaka has completely missed it. Super Lucky, that's a huge cut. Can Gus find the shot? He's been bumped by Kaka. Have a look at them. Pirouetting through the air form or both with 0 boost. It's chaos.
Dude, both teams are just so desperate to be that first player to the ball to get that first touch because they know if you outpace your opponent by even a fraction of a second, that is going to be the difference in this overtime. Fiverr doing what he can in the corner, gets the touch, but another demo kind of opens up the middle of the field. Bulldogs, to their credit, they've been finding the demos. They find the beat. Fiverr is there.
So many times it's just been fortune or one player making a ridiculous touch to keep it alive. Bulldogs clearly had more chances than Power. 4 minutes gone of this overtime. Hunter's up. Fiverr gets dusted on that occasion. Super Lucky, low boost. Just wants to keep it in the corner. You can see the panic. He's thrown it away. The boost spawns, but not in time for him. In time for the likes of Caleb with a reset. One more. Shot on net. Five with a save. Hunter. Fiverr's made a double save.
And now a chance to bring it back the other way. Double demo, but Hunter still finds the ball, and he's going for it. Reset, denied. Caleb's there, so is Gus, and again, Power is finding these saves at the very last moment. Locky reset. Shot, no!
Gus trying to keep it in. This is one of the most ridiculous overtimes I've ever seen. Give me a one in chat if you're enjoying the action. We're 5 minutes gone of pure OCE chaos. Last-ditch saves, last-ditch efforts. It's Kaka to Caleb. Throws it on. Touchdown. Fiverr underneath makes another save.
Oh, post off. Fiverr just overshoots on what would have been a free touchdown, but Kaka lets it get behind him as well. Panic mechanics, both sides. Everybody diving middle of the pitch. I mean, look, the composure has broken down. Everyone just desperate to get that strike, and it feels like eventually this overtime's going to get decided with the overcommit and a whiff.
I mean, OCE have to be the greatest mailmen in the world because they even deliver on Sundays, if you don't mind. 5.5 minutes of non-stop entertainment, and it hasn't even been Whiff City. It's been Save City from both teams. Hunter finds another one. Fiverr throws the clear across. Can Hunter find the demo? No. Super Lucky finds a bit of control, gets a chance of his own.
Here we go. Save the reset. Went underneath instead. Ball still in the corner, and Power kind of hesitates to go up to challenge. It will be more of a midfield setup. Fiverr again lobbing it. Gus is there to the backboard. Water falling down. Doesn't really create the space needed for Super Lucky to create anything, so it's going to be Hunter back the other way. There's a chance with Kaka backboard, but it falls in the corner.
He's pitched it the wrong way. Still off the ceiling. There's another bump coming through. We're seeing double resets. All 6 players in absolute flow state, and it's nearly pitched into Canterbury Bulldogs net. Not to be the 50 from Kaka keeping alive. We're 6.5 minutes in, and I think we've seen 6,500 goals that should have found the back of the net. 6,500 shots, should I say, that should have been in. Here's Kaka keeping it up as well. Can he find 2? Hunter's got 0 boost. He's got a sticker. Caleb doesn't get the shot on net either.
It was a bit too high, and now we go back the other way. Power might have something here. Stealing the boost. Could sustain the attack. Super Lucky, though, is forced to go corner. Power looks to set himself up. It's Gus with the resources, and yet can't do anything middle of the field, so we go corner to corner. 7 minutes into this overtime. Remember, when there was 5 goals in 1.5? Yeah, this series a long way away from there. Hunter to the net to end it, but no, it will not be.
Oh, maybe the edge or bump from Gus. A huge save from Caleb. Super Lucky. Can he be the man? There's the dunk. Power taken in 6-7 minutes of the greatest overtime you'll witness.
Oh my goodness, and Locky had to get it done. It was with a 50 through traffic. Hats off to the Bulldogs for keeping it competitive, but Locky was him when it was all said and done. What a overtime. What a series, CJ.
Wow. What a way to kick off the top 4, to kick off our first semi-final here in our first official OCE broadcast of 2026. I think we could just run the highlights of this overtime throughout the entire break. That's how many we had. It was shot after shot. The scoreboard looks absolutely ridiculous. Everyone is sitting on 900 to 1K plus after that game. Super lucky gets the job done. In the end, it was just who could hold their nerve. It was a war of attrition. It was about who could not drop their controller from fatigue. In the end there, Formal, and it was power getting the job done.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever really seen an overtime where you could see the nerves so visibly affect players for like a 2-minute period, and then they calm it back down, and then they get nervy again. It was just a roller coaster ride on both sides, and I mean, those wins mean a lot moving forward. And for Power to get it done, they defend their number one spot, they defend their major ticket, but they might have wild card in the finals, and that is a scary thought.
An absolutely insane 6-game series that had more than 7 games worth of Rocket League played in it. That was the Bulldogs you want to see, stepping up after those first few games, and I wish we saw that throughout the entire series. Perhaps we would have got a Game 7 as well, but credit to our Open 1 champs, our reigning OCE champs in Team Power, moving into their second grand final of the year. And I think we need to take a break. We need to take a breather right now. So we're going to head to a break. And speaking of a pretty good team, the first time we'll get to see Wildcard all weekend will be coming up right after this.
Somebody, how long he will be on my mind. He will be on my mind. Somebody, how long he will be on my mind. He will be on my mind.
Well, we're over halfway through our Championship Sunday bracket. Power and the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs putting on an OCE classic. I mean, I think we probably have to break that one down before we move into the next semi-final. Yummy, we're both watching on the sidelines. What did you make of that one?
Look, I'm just going to keep harping on this all weekend. I reckon if the Bulldogs didn't forfeit yesterday, had a bit of a run-up into this one, then they would have come out of the gate swinging, and they probably would have won that series. But it's finally good to have a crazy overtime, a good series. We had a best of seven, game 7 yesterday. That might have been even better.
Yeah, surely. That was definitely better, that one. It felt like we haven't really had an OCE Classic in a while. Even the first Open, I mean, my memory's foggy in my old age, but I still feel like even that Power Wildcard Grand Final didn't have as much action as what we witnessed there. So one of the best overtimes we've seen in OCE in a long time, 7.5 minutes, and it wasn't sitting in net. Well, maybe for Power for a lot of it, but incredible saves, incredible gameplay, and I think we're back. So pumped for these last 2 matches.
The only thing that was missing at that 7-minute mark was a Siki own goal, but unfortunately we don't have him with us anymore.
Yeah, and off the back of that as well, Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs pretty much no chance anymore to make the Boston Major. I think there's a slight, real slim margin that maybe they could make it, but that's relying on Power and Wildcard just having the worst Open 3 after some decent performances here. But moving on to the next semi-final, it is a pretty solid-looking lineup for Wildcard. They're back. This is probably their best test to this point after going over to the FIFA. They're going up against Baton Wheels. And, well, Yummy, what do you think after seeing Baton Wheels play earlier today? Is there anything here for them against Wildcard?
Well, we didn't get to see Wildcard yesterday either, so they may feel a little rusty coming into today. Not, I'd say, the most convincing performance for me earlier today. Not really that it was their fault. It was more that Bruv sort of fell apart a little bit. So it is 2 teams that we haven't seen maybe enough of to determine how they're going. But I mean, just the legacy of Wildcard. They're meant to be the number 1 team. They just fell short in the last event. Anything to go by of past record, they lose 1, they come back 10 times as strong. So I'm expecting an absolute performance from them today.
Ooh, absolute performance. I mean, you mentioned, Monty, that this is their biggest test since FIFA 8. It's the only time we've seen them since FIFA 8 on the broadcast. So clearly their biggest test. They've somehow managed to go... they have to be the only team in RLCS history to go through an entire weekend, and the first time on the broadcast is the second semi-final on Championship Sunday. So they've done really well to just keep perhaps a new play style, swept under the rug behind closed doors. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they produced in the off-season. Or in the break.
Well, we haven't seen them really since that FIFA 8 performance. That was Belgium they played last. It's Belgium onto Baton Wheels since, the way that it goes. But onto the predictions now. I feel like there's a pretty standout choice here. But, I mean, is someone going to trip me up? I'm obviously going Wildcard.
Yeah, I've got Wildcard as well, as you'd expect. That being said, they've had some sort of times in the past where their very first match of the day has started off slow. That's going to have to be the opening that we have to see from Bats to actually be able to maybe take the series.
Yeah, look, as you mentioned, Monty, they've gone from Astral and Atto to Kekles and Evo. So I'm going to say that Wildcard get the job done as well. I'd be very surprised if they can, tie the ledger against Belgium and then lose to Baton Wheels. This would be an enormous upset, but Kekles, we saw the player stats. It wasn't looking too bad yesterday.
Well, that is a pretty confirmed desk. I'm sure Maxwell probably would go the way of Baton Wheels if he was in the desk at the moment, but that does mean that Wildcard, they tripped up in the last Open. They didn't get the result they were after, but they're looking to book their place in the Grand Final for a rematch against Power, who's awaiting. Baton Wheels looking to play upset. Now let's find out how this series goes.
CJ, it's good to be back. Finally, you've stopped avoiding me. And finally we get a chance to see what Wildcard have to offer after the break.
Let's see. Let's find out. I mean, when I'm looking at this team, I know perhaps I was talking down a little bit Baton Wheels, but I still have in the back of my mind that Grimsworld glorious Cinderella run with Laxon being the hero, the champ-filled Laxon that we knew and loved last season. So if you can find that magic, he's done it once against this team, he can do it again.
He's done it once, but he needed the moral support of Luna just being on the pitch to really help him out. We haven't seen that quality of performance from Laxon just yet with this Baton Wheels roster, but maybe over time we see that unlock. For now, it has been wildcard on the early attack.
I miss seeing that glorious banana head card that has really, well, even just all the wildcard presets that have absolutely made waves internationally as Torsos does get the first goal. I mean, I'm not sure if you're as aware, but there's a lot of other regions of the community find it incredibly tilting to see Banana Head playing in a serious competitive tournament with toppers on.
Well, Torsos has had toppers for a long time as well. Banana Head, that might be the most annoying one. Jacob used to use that one back in the day.
Yellow one? Yeah,
the yellow cowboy hat. And you know what? Anything that tilts your opponent is a good play, and this might be quite tilting for Baton Wheels. They tried to get the clear, and Fever was ready.
Yeah. We just Evo has to just have a little bit of patience there. Torsos passed him the ball, and Evo passed it to Fever out of nowhere. He could have looked to dribble it to the back corner, engage in a little bit of a race to the boost with Fever. Instead, just passes in the ball, and that's one thing they can't afford to do in this best of 7 Yummy, is give up 3 goals to probably what is still the best team in the region.
Especially, I mentioned that wildcard have in the past been some slow starters at times, often kind of just dropping the first game regardless of who their opponents are. So it could not be a worse start, of course, for Baton Wheels with that context, but they have brought it back in Evo, making up for his last mistake.
Yeah, not sure what Big T's doing here. He's got no boost. He's completely whiffed on the backboard. Banana Head tried to help out, and Fever looking like he was playing on US West servers there. Just the lag got him a touch. Nice shot.
CJCJ, are you questioning my GOAT, Torsos? He definitely had a 4-dimensional play on the backboard. We just don't have the intelligence to quite understand what was going on. And once again, it's a make a mistake and bring it right back.
Yeah, maybe he was just setting up the next kickoff, which is just a completely 2 million IQ play, padding the stats. Perhaps no harm done. Still a 2-goal advantage. It's a wild card off the bat, and pretty high scoring start to game 1.
It's been similar in the last game. Actually, a few times had those high-scoring affairs at the very beginning of a series. Before our OCE teams remember that defense is something that you can do. Needs to be reminded at certain times as Laxon almost finds a pass across, shut down by Banana Head right in front of net. Banana Head misses, unpunished. Fever doesn't have the boost.
Oh, and Evo went for the skim instead. Absolutely 0 on the ball. Serious Torsos, a man who has completely made the Dominus his own now in 2026 Yummy. There really is no one, maybe outside of Tempo at times in EU, that does the rock the Dominus. It is just his car. I think he should get a preset at this point, surely, or a decal or something Dominus related.
Come on, Epic Games. Torsos is the GOAT. You got to give him something. His own car. 80% of proceeds sales go straight to Torsos, I would say.
Gee, in this economy, that'd be wow. That'd be enormous.
US dollars too.
That'd be fantastic.
How much would people be willing to buy a Torsos Dominus for? I'm thinking at least $100.
Now, I'm not sure if you want to be investing in too many US dollars at the moment. Keep him in the Aussie dollar redos. Here is Laxon. He doesn't get the touch. Fever able to find Big T. That man Banana Head thrown off the sidewall. B-Head's been a little bit quieter in his red Jacob hat car. Clearly not actually seeing that preset either. I will add. He's not looking that heavy in game, I assure you. Fever pops it up, and Wildcard do have... hang on, is anyone... Oh, Banana Head is rocking their decal, so that's okay. At least one of them's rocking it.
Love to see that. Also had the interesting stat from last grand final as Kekles almost gets his own shot opportunity of Fever in particular being very aerial based for all of his goals. Specifically had a very high conversion rate when taking the ball in the air, and we've seen him again attempt that going for a lot of aerial plays early on, air dribbles, but Baton Wheels so far have been pretty good at shutting those down. Maintain that midfield line and still need to find 2 more goals. For the opportunity here, Kekles gets beaten out by Toss.
This just feels like a typical wildcard semi-final. I know it's only game 1, Yummy, but I'm going to get sucked in again to leaning towards, a team power based on gameplay in the semi-final, because wildcard look like they're in first gear right now, and it's not the most impressive gameplay, and then they'll step it up against their opponent. I feel like they're a very good team at kind of just playing to whoever they, just doing enough. Wildcard, they're not always looking to thrash their opponents, and I think we're seeing it right here as well.
Certainly play to their competition, and Torsos very well known for almost complaining about opposition not playing well enough for him.
Definitely,
always complaining. I could have just ended the sentence right there. I'm sure Banana Head and Fever, I've heard it from them too, that they perform the best when they burst the best. And there's Fever up in the air. Lovely double off the roof.
There's Fever just absolutely at his best. This so quick, up in the air, off the ceiling. Evo, all he can do is just watch and enjoy. I do like the theme they're going with as well. They got the Western goal explosion. They got B-Head rocking the cowboy hat. They got the wild card kind of theme with the cards going on. A bit of a cowboy, Texas sort of theme with their American org as well. I like it.
And with 10 seconds remaining, they're going to like the fact that they have won this first game, got off to a good start for the weekend. Yes, it is Sunday. Yes, it is the very second last match of the weekend, and they have begun.
Yeah, good start to the regional here for Wildcarders. They are now 3 games away from their second grand final of the 2026 RLCS season, their first grand final of the 2026 year, as we did kick off in December. But they're out for vengeance. After that loss to Power, they want a rematch, and they await in that grand final.
And I know that you've put together this broadcast today, CJ, you and Hazza, and is it allowed for me to be a bias caster and say, I hope Wildcard win the whole thing? Like, am I allowed to cheer and root for Wildcard? Because we've got to have them win, tie it up, and go to the 3rd regional. So we actually need to see them start 7-1-ing these matches.
You can actively impede team power if you'd like as well. I'm not sure how you could possibly... Actually, no, you can't do that. I can't say that. But you can.
You've lost the broadcast already.
Sorry,
take it off the CJCJ channel right now.
Apologies. Forget about that. Delete the clips. No, but Yummy, you can absolutely be biased if you'd like. I grant you permission, even though you should be an unbiased talent over in OCE. We like to, show our allegiances, show a little bias every now and then. You can go for a good time. It's not because you love Wildcard, even though you do, and you love Torsos, because you obviously do, but it's because you want a good time in Open 3, and I respect that.
Yeah, we need to have a tie game. If Wildcard fall out here, then Power have already essentially made the major. I can't see a scenario where they wouldn't make the major if their best competition or their closest competition in terms of the number of the points went into number 3, 4, and we didn't change maps. And CJ, is that Guru's fault again?
I think there's a bit of pointing fingers at the moment. There's a bit of angry man Guru, it was your fault, no, it was my fault. And I think that's a classic RLCS referee situation, isn't it? Where they just point fingers at each other. They don't want to take it as a collective team and say, you know what, we stuffed up, it's a lot of you. And
I think it's time to get the coach in, the admin coach, put out a timeout.
Do you want
just
to be the
get
admin
the
coach?
Communications from the referees going. What map are we going to next? It can't be that hard.
Yeah, and I can't tell you the name of this map, but it's very bright. I will say it's Future Stadium or something like that. I think maybe. I'm sure. Chat, let us know what it is. What is it? Tell us right now. I'm not good at map names. I'm not good at decal names, and I'm not good. Can we get in game? What's happening? Oh no, we're all good. We're not playing. We're just staring at us.
We went to another incorrect map, courtesy of Guru, and now we got to.
Did he put in a different one? Oh,
he put in a random map I've never seen. The future map.
We're on the test maps. We're not even in a real thing at the moment. Where are we? I think we're on a Lethamere workshop map. What is happening? What are the
It's
admins doing?
Wildcard's first match of the weekend. It must be Guru's first match ever. So I don't know how we finally made it onto the right map.
Forbidden
it only
Temple.
took 3 goes.
There it is. I know that map because it's actually in the rotation. I thought I was silly for a second there, but clearly our admin team is just completely delaying things for no reason. We are underway finally.
I think he heard somebody say bias and then just popped a blood vessel in his brain, completely forgot everything in the rage of hearing that, and has moved on to the wrong map. But we have got it sorted out now. We've got it into game 2. We have to find out, CJ, what can Baton Wheels do up against the international quality team of Wildcard?
I know we have Hazard on the sticks cooking the production. I'm helping to put it together, but if you have any complaints over this entire weekend, please direct them to Jaden OCE in Twitch DMs. He'd really appreciate it. 40 seconds gone, though, in game 2. And we'll have to see if we get any bite here from the bat. So far, it's Fever looking the most deadly for that team. Looking to put it in his own net.
Just also want to point out, CJ, and I'm going to report this to you because I don't know who to, but Guru also said, "Yummy, shut up," in the spectator chat, and I don't think that should be allowed.
Yeah, I think there's severe reprimands being handed down in our post-production debrief. Yes, you will be fined $250,000 for that. We're actually with the tennis happening in Australia as well, Yummy. I think we're just going to incorporate whatever fines they use, as we do see ourselves as a similar level production product to that. So 90 seconds gone though, back into the real stuff, into the good stuff here in our second semi-final. Wildcard yet to score, pretty disappointing from them.
Well, we know it's the good stuff because no one scored. You know, it means that people have determined that their own net should be something to look after. We've done it so far with Baton Wheels actually getting the majority of the attack so far. Banana Head trying to reverse the fortunes there as Laxon takes it up. He's been the setup man this weekend, gets the backboard, maybe faked out the second, but either way, he didn't open up the net.
Certainly faked out Evo, who was looking to come in third man for the follow-up. But where is Kekles going? Laxon just had a free touch. Banana Head's now on the backboard, and it is big trouble. Fever with an open net, and he's missed.
That probably was a very simple shot for Fever, but as we know, he only scores when it's in the air. His conversion rate on the ground has gone even lower now as Fever tries to make up for it right in front of net. Waterfall, but Torsos was involved back in the midfield. Couldn't get there in time. Fever round 2, hits it high, looks to double it as well, but he still can't get behind that ball.
He's absolutely ever. It's the Fever Torsos show. They're going for it. Banana Head just can't get involved in the action. That's a nice demo, should I say, down the other end. As beautiful touch from Banana Head. Laxon misses the ball but does land a demolition on the Banana Man. So he does spawn, find the clear, pops it down to Fever. You can see the bumps coming through. Bit of a change up from Baton Wheels. That's what we like to see. Power certainly getting tested more than what we saw in game 1.
Love to see that, as again, shots pretty equal. Attacking opportunities have been there for Baton Wheels, but Banana Head all the way. He's hit the crossbar too. That is a 100% conversion rate to the crossbar.
We love the crossbar. And plenty more of that coming up in the grand final, I reckon, as well. Sort of work out which team will get there. So far, at least in game 2, Wildcard not looking very convincing because Laxon, who has formerly been the Wildcard or Team Power Destroyer, has got his first goal on the board.
Such a good first touch from Laxon. Just leaned back a little bit, softened the first one so that he could follow it up and get power on the second. And Laxon leading from the front, Baton Wheels, their first opportunity in the series.
Yeah, great to just see you know, what am I saying? It's great to just be in the lead, I'd say, just for the mental, seeing the 1-0. You know, we talk about the mental side of Rocket League, and when you're playing against the number 1 team in the region, against the number 5 team in the world, seeing a 1-0 scoreline, minute left, was wonders for the confidence. We'll see if they can build on this, or if Wildcard can stop hitting that crossbar. Banana Head, reset, finds 2, finds the shot, beautiful save.
Laxon really respected Banana Head, rightfully so. Hanging there for a long time, waiting for that double. came from, and patience pays off. But Banana Head, he's searching. You know the danger that he can pose, and he's got a brilliant pass down to Fever. He was searching for the tie-up goal. Banana Head takes it high, gets the floop reset, and gets it past everyone.
So smart from Banana Head. He saw the double pre-jump coming through, which in its own right was ridiculous from Baton Wheels, and all he had to do was delay and wait for them to kind of hover down. Then he finds the reset, then he finds the pop, and Fever, beautiful positioning. Great shot.
Just love to see the teamwork coming out from Wildcard. Unfortunate for Baton Wheels that they had an advantage with not too long remaining, but Wildcard probably the best team at sort of making those comebacks. They are behind in goals. They are very good putting the pedal to the metal. Fever has the last laugh as he gets the touch away. Maybe a chance here for Wildcard in regulation time. Both teams just vying back and forth, but it looks like OT is imminent.
Fever still able to grab the corner boost from the other side. Baton Wheels, maybe the last chance. Kekles will find the ground. Ball hits the deck. We do get overtime. 7 shots apiece as well. It's a really great response, but it will count for nothing if they can't get the job done here in the OT.
I think the only real difference I'd say is that Wildcard have had a lot more sort of open spaces to create opportunities. Banana Head and Fever in particular have had their own little chances to make a play on the ball. So far, Laxon was able to score on the one opportunity he really did get, and now the counter-attack potentially there for Baton Wheels. They can just train away the boost, but smart pick up there from Banana Head just to deny any kind of opponent steal of his boost.
Beautiful reset as well. Laxon does find the clear downfield. Fever having to back off as Kekles throws it down to that man. He does have boost to work with as well if you can find the bump over the top. Doesn't have too much support from his teammates as they were removed from the pitch momentarily. Fever, though, going to get 2 over the top. And just a bit of gameplay. They're looking quite settled here. Baton Wheels looking better than they did in that first matchup of the day for sure, but that's a beautiful shot from Fever. Only took a minute into overtime. They've got their second game.
Really love. Look at that first pass from Banana Head, far back, and then he goes round number 2. Love to see that from Wildcard. Not selfish whatsoever, working as a team, and well-oiled in this case to get a 2-0 lead.
2-0 lead, but certainly had to work for that one. A little bit more than what we saw in the first game. 8 shots to 7 as well, so a huge performance from Laxon when you are looking at that scoreboard, as you guys can see right there. He's put up 415. His teammates need to start hitting the ball. 108, 154, Evo and Kekles. And he was the lone goal scorer.
A little prediction here as well from CJ. We've got, our pre-match predictions. Do we have a prediction on whether Guru will get the correct map in map 3?
I think he's no chance. I think he's just completely had a mental breakdown after the double whiff. And now it's going to be similar to, when back in the day Drippe did like the quadruple shat flap. I think it's going to be that kind of situation where now he's just going to keep on fumbling game after game. And I don't know if he could his hands could find the right. He would just tremble when he's looking at that rotation.
Yeah, the old whifties come out, and it is RLCS pressure, ladies and gentlemen. It is nerve-wracking. Lots of prize money on the line for the admins.
Exactly.
And we will head towards the next game. Looks like we've got it. A big win here for Guru as we head to game 3.
Huge.
A 2-0 lead for Wildcard. And once again, CJ, no timeout called for Baton Wheels when they're 2-0 down.
I just have no idea how Guru has done that, but he's managed to lock in the right map, and that is one of the smoothest transitions game to game. Your winners. That's why we're the #1 premier broadcast in the RLCS globally, because of the best admins in the business. We only stuff up once, twice on the occasion that we do stuff up, but we only stuff up once.
Yep, that's what they always say about OCE. They only ever make one mistake.
One
and
really
you
big one twice. Twice. We only stuff up twice at the one time. That's what we're known for. But certainly, we saw less mistakes, at least in the gameplay, out of Baton Wheels in game 2. So they're improving into the game. Wildcard getting tested, getting pushed further than I think perhaps they were expecting, even Yomi, coming into this semi-final.
a little bit more defensive oriented for both teams at times, as Banana Head tried to sneak one in there and looked a little bit more dicey than it should have. As the pressure starts building here, 2 players up in defense, and Torsos does win the race to the ball. That's going to make it even more difficult. It's got to be all on Laxon here as he gets beaten. Kekles with no boost still manages to dive across with the save, but it's not over just yet. Kekles has nothing. Evo comes to the rescue on the respawn.
Yeah, I think the comms would have somewhat resembled help as Torsos throws it on net. Kekles again, pre-jump, just getting his cone away. He's got to go again, make another save. Give him the points, please. Come on, absolutely enormous. He was offended that he only had 108 points last game, and now down the other end, Laxon almost finds oh, he's got 0 boost again. Somebody help this man. He cannot get out of nets. He's got 10.
Poor Kekles. He's got 2 teammates that always require 100. He's left with nothing. Don't you guys remember, he's meant to be your star player as per the rest of the tournament. Needs something to work with in the defense. Laxon, he's got the boost and gets the clear for now. Evo in support up to this early. Has got the chance for a double. Evo goes for the triple. He takes it off wide and takes out his teammate at the same time.
Instead of scoring it, he thought, I'm just going to clear this to the corner. How do you like that, teammates? And probably not the most efficient game players. Fever is cutting across. Evo's had to back off this one, and Banana Head does get the shot. Great speed from Laxon as Kekles has just picked up his first 100 boost of the entire series. A huge win for Kekles believers.
How long will that boost last? It's starting to get low already as he has to get back towards defense. He is in net and is almost a little miss there from Laxon, costing that sort of defensive opportunity for Evo. Caught backwards, and he's put it in! Trouble there for Evo. Laxon popped it up. Kekles straight down and read like a book by Banana Head.
The one time Kekles decides to leave net, he's hit it straight into Banana Head's bonnet, and it's pitched off the ceiling, helped along its way. Disaster for the first goal, but Wildcard will take that every day of the week.
That's such a good read, and it's all off the pressure that Wildcard have been able to place. They've kept Baton Wheels pinned in for a lot of this game. Now Torsos down to Banana Head. Can he show the young lads, even though Banana Head's not that old himself, how to do it? Hasn't been able to in this case, and Torsos with no boost still just looks to get the 50, and I like that.
I've just kept myself on Kekles' POV now because it's enthralling watching him just enjoy sitting in net, and then on this occasion not being in net quick enough as the ball just rolls around. Banana Head way too quick. Have a look at the no hesitation gameplay. Nothing Kekles can do there.
Yeah, he was hoping that Evo would get a better challenge on that ball, but ended up going a little too high on it. And that's part of the reason that Kekles caught flat-footed at that back post. 2-0 lead now for Wildcard, on the verge of their match point, and a rematch with Power awaiting a date with Destiny in the grand final.
And you know what, if Laxon can keep putting shots on net like that, Fever does very well to find too. The scary thing now is kind of feels like Banana Head's online, which is pretty much disaster if you are a Baton Wheels believer. If you're a Kekles believer, nice pre-jump there from Torsos just to find the 50, a double 50 coming through as well from Banana Head. Evo right there, Laxon right there. For the first time, Kekles not playing third man. Actually, he's going to sit downfield. Can he get one? Can he find two? Banana Head pops it off the bar.
Starting to feel like the trust is waning for Baton Wheels. A few double commits now in defense starting to emerge. And that is not good signs, although 30 seconds remaining just in this game, and they are trying to pile on one goal, at least get an opening. Here is the pass down to Laxon. Laxon with the angle just goes a little too wide.
That was a big Screams World Laxon coming through right there. That's what made him the MVP of one of the craziest regionals we'd ever witnessed in OCE last season, but not to be. Doesn't strike true. Banana Head doesn't get the touch, but they've done enough here, Wildcard. They've kicked it up a notch. They've recognised that Baton Wheels are here to stay. But B-Head has got his hat-trick, second to go, and that will be a 3-0 lead.
Well-deserved hat-trick for Banana Head, who has been performing in this series, who, as you said, has come online. Managed to get not just his third goal, but more points than the entire opposition combined.
Has he really? That's quite impressive. Quite impressive indeed.
I will quickly check my maths on that one. I was wrong.
I was going to say it does look a lot like they've got near on 700.
Yeah. A little bit over.
Can we get that is
we'll get them next time, boys. We're all allowed to make one mistake in OCE, right?
We're all allowed one mistake, but that is why Yummy Cheeseman is the premier caster of the RLCS OCE right here. That's why they pay him the big bucks. Goodness me. That's and that is, can we get some W math in chat? I mean, when you said it with such confidence that I just had to take a double peek at it, and I do like your quick addition to correct yourself as well. Quite impressive.
Yeah, well, because when I actually looked at the second and third numbers that were behind the 2s and the 1s, I was like, oh, actually, yeah, it's just a little bit unders. But, bring back the world where you'd get like 100 points for MVP. Back in my day, Banana Head was more points than the entire
Back in the day when they just gave out score per game for free, pretty much.
Yeah.
There was that many extras. I think you could just sit on your head for a while and turtle and get 3,000 points, but not to be anymore. You just got 2 points for every touch. Is that still a thing? Do you still get points for touches?
You still get 2 points for a touch.
Okay, you still okay. Oh, thanks. Sorry, mathematician Yummy Cheeseman. Sorry, he's just all over the score. Clearly, that's my bad. That's my bad. I should never question your mathematical ability or your Rocket League knowledge. That's why you're the premier caster of the RLCS broadcast. 3-0 to Wildcard. 1 game away, Yummy, from their grand final rematch against Team Power. Is there a chance of a game win for Baton Wheels?
No.
And that is why he is the premier caster. That is why you guys love listening to Yummy Cheeseman, because he is a man of many smart words that are few.
The insights here that you can get on this channel into Baton Wheels' minds is sort of a little empty, like their defense has been somewhat. Baton Wheels, though, we have seen better of them through the weekend, and in particular of Kekles. He's been sort of shut down more than anything. We haven't seen him playing a lot of the defense. It's usually been Evo on the defense for this roster, so you know that if he's stuck back there, then their goal scoring opportunities are being very few.
Game 4, still a lot of pressure off the rip. 30 seconds gone for Wildcard. Business as usual for them as well. There's Banana Head. He's looking scary. I think it's fair enough to say he's still got the mantle as the best player in OCE, Yummy. He's been a back-to-back MVP as well. Fever right up there. I mean, we'd have to tally up the total player of the year sort of awards and MVPs as well. We've got a mixed across RLO as well as RLCS accolades. I'm not sure who has the information on that. Do we have a stats guru? We do have a guru whose name's Guru, but is he a guru?
Well, I think we've clearly proven not. And I also want to raise that Torsos is clearly the greatest of all time. Sure, Banana Head greatest of the modern era, but and actually maybe even Fever in that conversation at the same time in the last couple of years. But Torsos, he's been number one since before you were born, CJ.
Well, I was born before him, so he must have been he must have been playing very good Rocket League just in the spirit realm or something prior to his birth, which is great to see. Clearly, just destined to pick up a keyboard, pick up a Dominus, and cook the OCE Rocket League scene.
CJ used to dream about being as good as Torsos, and he still does. And Torsos on the ball, looking to get the goal. Banana Head denied by Kekles, the man who's been stuck on defense for the series.
That's why we love him, and he is padding the stats once again. Data coach loved the individual score from Saturday, and I reckon his score per game's looking pretty good on Champ Sunday as well. He's already got 230, leading the lobby with just his 2 saves alone. I think he's figured out the algorithm.
If you can't get it with the goals, you can get it with the saves. Kekles already on as many points as he had in the last game. halfway through, and notably, no goal on the scoreboard. There's the bump. Banana Head says thank you very much because it was gifted to him.
They just completely isolated Laxon, who's hopped off the Octane and hopped into a green Fennec, and it just doesn't look as good on the eyeballs right now. He doesn't look as intimidating, I'd say, right there, and clearly not for Wildcard as they ran him down and found the first goal.
Well, Guru thinks that we love him and can't stop talking to him, you know. They say the same thing about a good IT person as they do about a good admin. If they're doing their job well, you don't have to talk about them at all. And we talk about him a lot.
We cannot stop talking about him. He's constantly the topic of every conversation. So, Guru, you've got one more open to pick your game up. But maybe one more game. And speaking of picking their game up, Fever has absolutely ripped this. He's got some shooting about him, this guy. I like the look of him. I think he's got potential.
Yeah, I reckon he could potentially take on a team like Belgium or the Netherlands, that sort of area with his shooting here. We'll have to see. Maybe in FIFA E 2026, we'll see how he goes there. For now, he's proven himself, and a 2-0 lead seems pretty undeniable for Baton Wheels to be able to overcome.
Looking pretty strong, and it really has been business as usual. We mentioned it in game one. They're a team that kind of just do enough, and it felt like when Baton Wheels went up a level, as did Wildcard, they found that extra gear they needed to. As still Laxon is trying to find these redirects, trying to sit ahead of the ball. He's probably just not getting the service that he needs. Kekles certainly more concerned about padding his own saves at the moment, as here he is again in net, just scrambling in his happy place.
Still hasn't got his third save. He had 2 in the first 2 minutes, so he's really fallen off, Kekles, and unfortunate for his scoreboard. But can he break 300 points? No one on Baton Wheels was able to do it, and he does with that shot. It wasn't a shot, CJ, but it counts for the scoreboard.
Yeah, just heard from Yummy Cheese, man. Kekles has more score than all 5 players in the lobby combined, so this has been a phenomenal game so far from Kekles.
For a second there, he did actually he was the highest scorer, just of an individual. Somehow had more points than Banana Head and Fever, who have both got 2 saves and a goal each. So Kekles has been involved.
Maybe just not as much.
Yeah, maybe not as much as Banana Head was in the last game. Kekles! Oh, that should have been in.
Should have found the goal, but doesn't find it. 20 seconds left. Still 2-0 to Wildcard, and staring down the barrel of a rematch in the grand final against Team Power. Their former org as well. Rivalries galore. Did he take them down in open one? Can Wildcard get the rematch, or the revenge, should I say? We'll find out. But Baton Wheels, it's a commendable 4-0, I'd say, in the end, Yummy. It wasn't the end of the world. It was quite an enjoyable series, and I think Big T had a lot of fun as well.
Oh yeah, he always has fun. I've never seen him be miserable after winning a series. He's always happy no matter what, and no matter how his opponents play, no matter how he plays. And of course, extra credit at the end of the series, the fact that we get a 4-0 means that there's no more chance for Guru to miss a match.
Yeah, just a great performance all round. As you can see, the scoreboard, Fever with 804 points and Laxon with more goals than anyone else on the scoreboard there, as you guys can see. W math as we look at the replay.
Are we looking at the replay? We finally get to see Wildcard on the roster, on the stream. It was waiting all weekend, and we didn't get to see them for very long here. It was pretty dominant display, but as you said, CJ, you kind of how are you feeling about them after this series going into the match against Power?
Good.
Love that. And you know, we look at the other side. We look at Batman on Wheels.
I got him.
You got me. We look at the bats. We look at the next event. And we look at when's Luna coming back. That's my question. My boy Luna, they needed him. I think with Luna there, they 4-0 Wildcard the other way.
Yeah, because they've got Kekles sitting in there, but I think they need a bit more of a foundation as well. And whether that is Evo stepping up into that role, or Luna just being the glue that we know and love that we saw from him last season. Maybe needs to retire again and then unretire and come back bigger and better and unstoppable force. We'll have to wait and see. But Laxton looked pretty good. There was pretty good performance from them as well. Congratulations to Baton Wheels for making it to the top 4. I'm excited to watch them in Open 3. But I think we've got a 2-team region. Yummy Cheese Man at this point. Team Power and a Team Wildcard. We've got a rematch from Open 1 coming up after the break. We're going to head there and I'm going to see a Game 7 bonanza. Yummy, you're leaving as well, so say bye.
Yeah, bye everyone. Screw you, CJ.
What? The grand finals are Yummy! What are you
You can't get rid of me that easily, mate.
I didn't schedule you
CJ
on.
tries to...
No.
He tries to get rid of me. We have to talk to Hazard. We have to get everything right. If we can, just hide that panel entirely. Formal, Money, great series we just had. Clearly, like a really back and forth one. Perfect. This is exactly what we want.
Hazard, bring
Why
me
we pay
back.
Hazard
Thank
the
you.
big bucks.
Oh, goodness me. What did you guys make of that previous series? I'm sick of Yummy. I want to hear Formula Money. Thanks.
I mean, what's there to say that wasn't already said, though? Wild card showed up. They looked very, very strong. Baton Wheels, not quite at the level that they need to be yet. And, maybe missing Lunar a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's potentially the fact that, the lack of experience kind of showed there. It would have been nice to see more of a series from that one. But I think we had enough, energy from one semi-final. Then the second semi-final might not have lived up to the standards.
You know what I think needed to happen to make that series next level? They should have actually run with the labs map that came up.
Yeah.
I think that would have
trust
spiced
me,
it up.
Guru was real close. He was getting real close in there.
And I think Guru had the right idea. I think that's exactly what that series needed.
Look, our admins have lost the plot and we're halfway there, but it is grand final time. That's the bracket. That is how Wildcard and Power got to this stage. Power and the Bulldogs was an interesting semi-final with one of the craziest Game 6 overtimes we've ever seen. But it is time to jump straight into this grand final matchup, Yummy G's, man. We have a rematch from Open 1. It's Wildcard versus Power. Can Power do it again?
And that was the series of the event in number 1, a Game 7. Absolute back and forth series between the two top dogs of OCE. Power managing to just get ahead, which means 5 entire extra points for just one single game difference. Wildcard now have to match it. They can't lose again or they're not going to make it.
Yeah, it's insane. It is insane that we're here again, and it feels like we have locked in our top 2 teams formula. I would like to really quickly as well have a quick look at the previous grand final matchup against these two teams. If we could pull up perhaps some head-to-head stats provided to you by Data Coach Formal. I mean, it was just Power's time. They were clinical.
Yeah, they were, at the end of the day, the more consistent team. But again, with how back and forth that series was, it felt like it could have at times gone Wildcard's way. And not to jump too far ahead in sort of what we're looking at, it wasn't just that. It was sort of, the play style difference as well. Wildcard in that series, a lot more individual power. They were connecting on the pass plays. They were coming together and... even have average speed, winning and losing. Interesting. So Wildcard, they were going too fast for their own good.
I mean, shout out to Data Coach for these stats as well, providing us with the insight, Monty. It just felt like the confidence from Team Power was something that did shock Wildcard. The team plays and the chemistry.
Yeah, and I think that's something that's continued on into this event. Power has looked absolutely confident in all of their abilities the entire event here. But that grand final in particular, they just found each other so often. It was so difficult for Wildcard to keep up. Typically, something I say about Wildcard is they like to find these team passing plays, but Power were all over it in Open 1.
Wow.
And despite, the difference in goals, it was a close series and... You can see average distance to ball. I wonder, CJ, if that literally almost says a stat that determines how you're winning. If you've got if you're closer to the ball, if you're on average more possession, you're surely likely to win.
You'd think so. And jumping into the player spotlight, this is something we talked about yesterday as well. Fiber, just so clinical, the conversion all around, and Fever going for the aerial game, but his ground shot conversion wasn't quite there, and I think that was kind of a testament to the wild card that we saw in the first event. They weren't quite on song, and perhaps it was the off-season.
I think a good sign here for Power as well is that Fiber looked so good in the last series. He looked all in control. Might be a retake here with Fiber in this grand final.
Yeah,
33% ground shot is I don't think it's as spooky as Wildcard fans should think, though. However, because when I'm thinking ground shots from Wildcard Money, my mind goes to Banana Head. Actually, I kind of feel like he's the one with the ground game. He's the one who makes the people miss. Fever, not really that player.
Yeah, absolutely. CJ?
Yeah, I mean, it's actually, I've got no idea how to predict this one, Monty. So I'm gonna start with you. I'm gonna throw it back to you for the predictions here. I need you to kick us off. Kick us off on a strong note. Which way you're leaning here in this grand final?
It might be more hope rather than belief, although I do have a lot of belief in this wildcard roster, but I think we need the entertainment factor of going to Open 3, so I think I'm going to have to go to wildcard.
Falling into today, I was kind of high on the Power train. I thought it was Power's time, but after watching those two semifinals, the way how Power let the Bulldogs back in, and we kind of saw, them making Power nervous more so than anything else against Wildcard, it's going to be that tenfold. So I actually am going to be going Wildcard as well for this.
Damn it, CJ. I wanted to be biased and everything.
We wanted to go wildcard. You guys have to go Power. We want the Cinderella story. Not all of it.
You know what? Hazza, put Power down their name. Put Power underneath both of them.
Yeah, give them Power.
Fix the brush.
Do something. We want wildcard. Give us wildcard on this side. We're the good guys. We're the ones that set it up. But I believe the game is ready, ladies and gents. Yummy Cheeseman, you actually are leaving us this time because it is time for the grand final. Formal casting, Monty OCE, give us an absolute doozy. Give us a Game 7 belter. Come on.
Look, I think, Monty, what they were missing is the fact is we all want the exciting third regional, right, Monty? We all want to see it come down to one more series, final regional final. It would be so storybook, kind of similar to what we saw at the end of last season when it came down to the Chiefs versus TSM. And for that to happen, Wildcard does need to win. It is pivotal they win this series because if Power gets this, a 10-point lead with one spot to go to the major, to go to Boston on the table, it would be so difficult for Wildcard.
And Wildcard really haven't been tested so far this Open. This is their first real big test, and it's in the grand final.
It's their second game.
Exactly. In the main event, this is only their second game. They had a forfeit win on day number 3 or 4, however it's counted nowadays. And now they step onto the field once more. They went to 7 against these guys last time. They went to 4 in the semi-final. So it's kind of a tipping scale, and it's a matter of they have to do this or else they do not make Boston.
Dude, you gotta hope for Wildcard. It's kind of like, old school Dragon Ball Z and their Goku, and they spend the entire season in the hyperbolic time chamber or in the recovery pod just to come out and kind of reclaim their spot on top. We'll see if that's going to be the case because, Power are no slouches. Yes, they struggled towards the end of that series against the Bulldogs, but remember the first 3 games. Remember how fast they were out the gate. Well, so far in this one, it is Power on the attack in the first minute.
And they would have had time to reassess what went wrong in those games against the Bulldogs, what they did right against the Bulldogs on the other side of things as well. So they'll definitely be thinking of what they can do, and they have that experience now from Open 1 of how to get this Wildcard team uncomfortable. That being said, Wildcard will open the scoring in the grand final.
Yeah, and the other thing I think when we're looking at the comparison between, Fever and Fire before, the ground game, not quite there for Fever, but the aerial game is. And admittedly, pretty open net, pretty open shot, but Fever is good for it. 1-0 lead to the wildcard side.
And that's the start they would have wanted, just to get themselves settled in. Say, hey, Power, you won the last one, but it's not going to be that easy this time. Of course, it was such a good series across the entire 7 games, but in that Game 7, it really fell apart for Wildcard in Open 1. So for them, I think they'd like to get ahead of this series and never let it slip. But that being said, they couldn't hold their lead.
Yeah, I think something we learned about Power as well back in the semifinals again is that, can't count them out. Good pass around the corner. 2 members of Wildcard left chasing, and we got a tie game, 1-all. It is going to be an interesting one. I think something as well that kind of may be beneficial for the Power side too, despite how dramatic and nervy they were against the Bulldogs, they had an entire series to recover, and the fact that it was a short series as well, so they don't get cold, kind of could play into their favor. I'm sure they had that reset. Fiber tries to set up. Defenders get in the way. Super Locky stops the counterattack, yet Fever might have something here. Up and around, Super Locky backboard. Can't go too much further than midfield with it.
This is our first proper look at how Wildcard will feel in Open 2. We haven't really seen them against any good opponents. Well, I say good opponents. Baton Wheels had decent performance, but it was a game. It was a 4-game series. It wasn't that ridiculous by Wildcard standards. It's their first real test, as I've already said, and they're looking like they're holding up to the test at the moment as they drop it down. Torsos, Banana Head finds goal.
A good shot, good goal from Banana Head. One of the quote-unquote good teams getting a good goal right there. I say quote, Monty, because apparently you think you can beat Laxton in one-on-one. Heard it here.
That's not exactly what I said.
I think that is what you were kind of getting at. Remember the coach team? I think you on that coach team, up against Baton Wheels.
Give me Mock and I'll beat anyone in the region. I'll tell you that much. As Banana Head takes this around the corner and looks to break 3-1 lead here would be wonderful for Wildcard just to stay concentrated in this one, make sure they hold that lead. As I said, I think holding their lead in this series is what really matters. They let it slip a couple of times in the previous grand final, but I think if given the chance this time, they won't let it slip.
Well, here comes Super Lucky right down the middle, doesn't get the second touch. And Fiber, the one with the boost on the wrong side of the net right there. Almost looked like it would have been a pass down to the other side. Either way, minute 50, it's now Wildcard's turn. And something again that I'm noticing for the Wildcard side, when you remember last season's Wildcard, hold the thought, Lucky puts it in.
It's a long shot from Lockie, but it'll do enough for Power here. Fiber sets him up so nicely. And Banana Head, it was one of those situations where he probably has to go, but he also has to have a teammate back in time, and it just didn't work out on either aspect, and we are tied up again. This game one already delivering, and if this is the story of the rest of the grand final, I'll be very happy.
Well, here comes Torso straight down the middle. Look what I was trying to get at before. It was so rudely interrupted by that goal out of Lockie. Wildcard, in that last grand final, they were playing a lot further back. They were playing a lot deeper, not quite as aggressive as they were all throughout the 25 season. And we saw in the stats before, it didn't help them. You know what? Banana Head goal, forget trying to analyze.
Yep.
They just want to score points.
There's no point talking about what's going on in the game other than who's scoring the goals, because it's a goal fest in game one. 5 goals now, and Wildcard take the advantage again. They've been good at just regaining that lead when they let it drop, but it's been a matter of can they hold on to it, because Power keep on fighting back. And at the moment, Wildcard put on the back foot off that kickoff. Super Lucky, great challenge. Might drop down to Gus, and the shot sent wide.
Yes, going to be sent wide, left wanting. Now it's Fever's turn. Aerial prowess, didn't quite get the reset. Banana Head still there to follow it up. Over Fiber, but not past Gus. Diving save, keeps Power's game one hopes alive.
And Torsos finding a pass back to Fever now. He'll take it to the ceiling. That's a really good play from Fever. If he can get a 50 on Gus towards the net, it might be even better, but Super Lucky clears downfield. Power need to find something here. Fiber again in the midfield line. That's a flip reset. Pre-jump from Gus. Finds the touch over the top, but Torsos on the back wall clears to the corner. And it should be a chance here for Wildcard just to take control and take the sting out of this one.
Here we go, 30 seconds left. What does Power have? Super Lucky taking it to the roof, and Head there for the challenge. Ball still winds up behind him. Torsos has to collect the boost before going up. That allows Gus to challenge next. Gets the second touch as well. But where is the team? Middle of the field. They don't commit. Leave it for Fever, who could try to take it to the house. Doesn't get the reset. Does get a bump. And that slows down the counterattack with 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, the mechanics just falling flat there from Fever. Someone so consistent on those plays. Typically loves to be in the air, as we saw from Data Coach as well. But not quite working out that time. Wildcard have the possession in Power territory. Power need to go the full length. Fiber across to Super Lucky, across to Gus, but it drops down. Wildcard take game one.
Yeah, Gus just a little bit too far behind that ball at the end right there, but a very strong showing from Wildcard. Just had a little bit of that quicker step, it felt like. A bit more attacking pressure, and at times, though, a little bit more spaced out as well. Not the same Wildcard we saw back in 25. It wasn't a all-out blitz on the goal line like what the Bulldogs tried against Power, and it worked out for them in the end.
Yeah, Wildcard getting across the line. It was a pretty topsy-turvy kind of game, but in the end, Power get the job done. Wildcard get the job done. Power not quite able to get to that third goal like they'd been trading throughout the entire first game. Just not quite there. And Banana had 2 goals, Fever 1. Torsos not getting on the board in terms of scoring, but a couple of assists. So Wildcard performing well as a unit at the moment.
Yeah, that they were. And I mean, look, we still saw some of that physicality. We saw some of the demos still coming through at the end. So there was still hints of the 25 Wildcard run, coming through at times. And as for Power, they had their opportunities, but overall, even though maybe it wasn't as aggressive from Wildcard, it still felt like Wildcard was on the attack more often than not. It was a lot of Power kind of making these desperate diving saves on that back end, and I don't think that's the type of game Power wants to play. They like having space to the ball. They like being able to show off the mechanical prowess. Wildcard, as long as they don't continue to easily allow that for them, they're going to control the tempo in this series.
Wildcard, as I've said, they'd love to control the tempo in the series, as you allude to potentially being the case here, but Power have other ideas. Scoring the opener in Game 2, I think that's sort of a wildcard. Don't get too comfortable. We've got something in this series still.
I mean, that setup realistically came from Gus just getting the beat on Fever around the corner right there. Gus that little bit too fast than what the defense was necessarily expecting, finds the perfect pass, and yeah, I mean, Super Lucky probably wanted to score, but they'll happily set up a teammate as well, just attacking the ball. No!
Who was that on the front post that just flipped out of the way?
Looks
It's
like
not
it was
at all
three of
what
them.
Power wanted. Let's have a look here. Oh, it's a Super Lucky that just could drive forward and hit the ball, and he backflips it. Well, that's not the way you want to concede. Wildcard, give it a freebie there as they tie us up.
And that looked, well, very similar in a lot of ways to the Power that we saw back in that last series from them, where they'll get a goal and then just kind of give one back. It was a little bit awkward at times. Just haven't been consistent, a little nervy, more mistakes than we're used to seeing. And against a team like Wildcard, yeah, they will punish you.
Good speed on the 50 from Fever in midfield, but it allows Super Lucky a double. Torsos has to get a touch, and he doesn't, but Super Lucky potentially giving too much respect to his opposition there and expected Torsos to get the touch. Now it's back the other way for Wildcard. Quick jump there from Torsos again, but he misses it. Couple of errors from either team at the moment, but still Wildcard not the ones to give away a goal on the mistakes. It's been Power that have done that to this point. The Super Lucky. Yep.
Maybe they'll get something here on sort of that cross-up on the attack. It looked like Super Lucky may have been able to get a little bit of that momentum going for them. So far this game, though, 2 early goals and then very back and forth. Haven't quite seen the sustained attack yet. Gus slowing it down, has the reset. Actually had an angle for the shot, forcing Banana Head to make that play, who then wins the 50. Gus should be able to keep it safe despite the demo. It's both teams, I don't want to say they're not playing with urgency, Monty, but it definitely feels like they are respecting their opponents.
Absolutely, and I mean, across Open 1 going to Game 7, these players just knowing each other, you're going to have respect for each other. Fever has to make a stop, had to avoid the bump as well, and, well, he did enough to buy Banana Head time to get back. Torsos clears that one a long way. It's going to be Fiber 2 at first. Gets the Zen touch, goes for the second shot, and Fever gets the save.
Yeah, on the line, Fever gets it done, but it's still kind of stuck in a bit of an awkward spot. Gus now to the backboard. That gets Fever to bite, but it's a double commit. Corner, I believe it looked like Fiber was there, but a good bump from Banana Head might clear him out. Super Lucky stays outside the box, gets speed. Fiber has to race back. Not really put under pressure, though. So that's time to go where they want. Beats 2 defenders. Now Torsos on his own, some lonesome, still finds the touch.
Yeah, gets it by into the midfield, but Super Lucky won't let them out that easy. Touch up towards the ceiling, finds a bump as well. Fiber lurking still. Torsos cuts off and does well on defense. Fever sends that a long way, and they might just get caught out here. Power left no one home, and Fever opened the door.
Oh, what a touch from Fever, just recognizing the situation, and didn't have to be the fastest play in the world with how far forward and how desperate Power was starting to get, and it doesn't feel like they shook off the nerves, Monty, from that semifinal, from that 7.5-minute overtime. They're still kind of rushing plays. They're still kind of making little unforced errors, and unfortunately for the Power side, it's coming back to bite them.
Yeah, I think you've got to really understand the fact that this is realistically the ticket to Boston on the line as well for Power, so the nerves will come into effect. Wildcard, I mean, sure, they'll have nerves as well, but after their Open 1 loss, in a sense, they're their underdogs. Not that they really are in any sense, but that's the mentality they can take in. But Super Lucky has a chance to make it 2-2, which he absolutely makes no mistake.
Yeah, I mean, low boost. You saw it on a couple members right there. Fever in the net. Not much he could do as long as Super Lucky had control of that. Was going to run Fever dry. Well played from Super Lucky. Keeping Power within striking distance. This is a pretty pivotal game for Power as well. You go down 2 games against Wildcard. That journey yet deep in the series becomes so much more difficult. Fair bit on the line. Torsos in the corner. Buys a fair bit of time. Fever gets a nice touch as well, but it's not enough to maintain possession. Power goes on the attack.
There's a decent attack from Fiber, but it's cut short. Fever up high. Wants to play that across Torsos underneath if he wants to go for it. Super Lucky the first to it. Now Torsos, back wall play. B heads there on the challenge and gets a second piece of it. Torsos there as well. Gus and Super Lucky both go, and Power get it back to the sidewall.
Yeah, but Super Lucky a little bit too fast now. Has to kind of change his role to a blocker or boost thief. Doesn't really get either. So possession's going to come back the other way. Pass down. Banana Head looks for Torsos. Gus gets in the way. Fiber with boost, with space. Can slow it down. Fever should be the challenge. 50. Well, doesn't go either way. It's just Gus being fast on the rotation, which clears it to the blue side, but only temporarily. Again, Fiber and Banana Head just fighting for position, fighting for the ball. Even when you're not on the play, you are still fighting for ground in this series.
Wall 3 from Wildcard in the corner at the moment. Banana Head gets the clearance, but it's still a chance for Power just to make something of it when the positioning's just off for Wildcard, but Fever has to take that challenge. Fiber does well. It's a double commit again from Wildcard. Potentially, the nerves creeping in. They know how much it means to go 2-0 up in this series at the moment, and they might just let that creep on into the mind, and it's Fiber. It takes a powerful shot to make it 3.
Fiber with the strike, and again, arguably the MVP of the first regional, coming up with a late go-ahead goal here. Perfect placement, just enough power to put it through. Living up to his team's namesake now with a late lead. What trickery, what chicanery does Wildcard have?
We've only got 20 seconds to make something change here. Torsos with a doink downfield. Fever found him in an interesting position, but still they're stuck in their own half. 15 seconds to go. Fiber would love to keep the ball in this corner, or better yet, score another goal here. Not quite able to fall onto it. Fever in the corner, but Power just keeping it in this wildcard territory. Now they get a chance to break. Fever, Banana Head trying to find Torsos. It might be kept up momentarily, but Fever no boost won't get there.
Oh, but Banana Head will. Hold on. Not done yet. Lockie just has to escort this one down. Torsos from out of nowhere nearly finds the pass. It does hit the ground, however. So Power does enough to hold on. We get a proper series as we're tied 1-1.
Yeah, it feels very similar to what we saw in Open 1, where they just kept trading games. That's the case here in the opening 2. Power steps up that time. Fiber, as you said, arguably the MVP of Open 1, getting 2 goals this time around. Super Lucky involved in all good things for Power. 2 assists, 1 goal as well for himself. Gus, a little quiet by his standards. He'd scored a ridiculous amount of goals in the grand final, if I remember correctly, from last Open. But still, at the moment, he's relying on his teammates and they're stepping up.
Yeah, I mean, one of Gus's greatest strengths is, again, you know, his mechanics, is particularly alone with the ball, able to find clears, able to get to the other side, and then you don't know is that a pass or is that a shot, which is all well and good. We have space to work with, but I would argue that Wildcard has not been giving any space away for free. Torsos and Banana Head have just been mogging anybody who tries to cross the midfield line, which is good. It's been effective. However, Super Lucky has been that little bit quicker. Fiber was that little bit more accurate in that game, and the two of them just gave Wildcard enough stripe to get the win. I'm loving this series, though. Back and forth, evenly matched. Again, 2-team region. Last time these 2 teams went 7 games, and I'm getting that feeling, Monty. Champions Field. I hope you bought your timeshares, because I think that's where we're headed.
What I didn't buy is my camera to work. Again, apparently it's a repeat of Open 1. What has happened?
Monty.
This is ridiculous. It's worked non-stop since Open 1, and then all of a sudden I've disappeared for some reason.
Well, bye, Monty. I guess, you know, too nervous, too scared. I don't blame you. This is a tough watch for, I think, fans of both these teams, knowing what is on the line. Here we go, though. 4:50 still on the clock. Fiber with a chance. A bump on Torsos gives him space, but was just too slow to commit.
It wouldn't be an OCE Open without a Monty camera not working, but it's back online, so you'll see my face again in between these games.
Good.
But we're underway into this one. It's tied up still, 30 seconds played in this, and Power, I mean, they would really love to take this game and just take that advantage. I feel like Wildcard, they probably the team that I trust least out of these 2 from last Open to fight from behind. I think Power take the advantage here. They might be able to run away with it. Although, you know, over the course of these 2 series between these 2 teams so far in grand finals, it's been very close back and forth.
I just realized what it is, all right? Like, Monty, you play a lot of Rocket League. You played at a high level.
Well,
and then you're turning your camera off as well. Why are players so afraid of the camera, Monty? You're just as bad as the rest of them.
I wouldn't say a high level, firstly. And secondly, Gus has got a goal.
It's Gus putting one in. Definitely not camera shy on the pitch is Gus, and got a little bit of help with the pressure. A bit of a lead blocker right there. Opens up the door. Gus comes through, and it's Power with the lead.
Yeah, they'll be very happy just to hold on to this if they possibly can, but it's a long way to do so. And Power, they like scoring goals. Wildcard, they like, well, I'm not going to say they're better defensively, but realistically, Power, they seem to score a lot of goals in every game they play. So getting that goal lead is going to be dangerous for them. Is Fiber and Super Lucky double commit on the goal line, make it work out. Super Lucky moving into the corner now, has a chance to play center ball. Demo in back of play as well as Gus cuts on for the shots, and he's got a second.
Oh boy, Gus, tired of being the quiet one in game 2. Super Lucky again. Tried to play setup, but realistically, I think it was just Banana Head losing track of where Gus was on the pitch. Other defenders weren't in a position to push up and, get that ball off Banana Head before it was the danger zone. Well read by Gus, and now 2 points up. Still over half a game to go, but Wildcard very much on the back foot, and this has been the most one-sided game yet I feel like we've seen, just in terms of mat presence, ball presence, and how these teams are looking in the first 2 minutes.
Absolutely. Power looking very good so far, but that's still a mistake, and Fever missed the shot. Would have expected him to have a pop there. Not quite found. Now Gus looking to counter-attack into the corner ball. Torsos back to the sidewall again, gives that possession away to Gus, but his touch isn't ideal. It allows Wildcard some chance to reprieve as Fever will go for the corner double. He's pretty decent across the history of OCE at hitting those, but that time not hitting the mark.
Not hitting its mark just yet, but still pressure coming from this Wildcard side, or at least it was till Gus outpaces across the middle. Another challenge, and did briefly, and still goes Power's way. Now Fiber with the reset to the net, can't get the dunk on Banana Head.
And Banana Head chasing down the other way. Now Torsos a chance, just takes a pop, B heads up, and he tries to dunk it down. No one to follow up. That would have been a ridiculous goal, but not quite to be found. As Fever back to Banana Head, back to Fever. The shot hasn't got the power it needs, but still Wildcard searching to find something to half the deficit.
Yeah, they were just swarming that post, the Power defense, and it was always going to be a tough ask for Fever to hit that goal. As we go back again towards the net, Fever just going to try to pop it up across the middle, maybe. Again, more bumping, more, vehicular fisticuffs just happening on the side. Whenever these two teams get near each other, there's always a bump, always a demo attempt. The physicality for both teams has just been fun to watch.
That's really good from Banana Head to get the flick early, and well, they've got the deficit, well, the scoreline deficit down to half now, which is what I alluded to, what them wanting. Fever ran for the bump if he could have found it. I'm not sure if he got it, but at least made them jump earlier than they would have liked to. And, well, there's still a game in Game 3.
Well, here we go. This kickoff, it had to be strong for Wildcard, and unfortunately for them, it goes Power's way. Gus has the read on Torsos. Instead, it goes over across the Fever, though. Fiber has to dive back to the backward we go. Is anyone going to come from above? Not immediately. Banana Head eventually gets the challenge. Fever gets a backboard. Now it's all on Big T to tie, but he can't get it past Fiber.
Super Lucky composing in the corner, but it still drops to B-Head at the top of the box. He plays it across. Torsos could have gambled on it, decided not to. Trusted the defense to be there, but it's still all chaos at the moment on the Power back line. And Gus finds a demo, might have opened it up, but Fever looks to find a play himself. Minute remaining, just the 1 goal difference to take the advantage in Game 3 here as Torsos plays it off to Fever. Good speed from Gus to cut it out, and Power look pretty solid at the moment.
Yeah, that they do. Under a minute to go, but here comes Wildcard. Here comes Torsos. Placement is key, and we're tied with 39.
Torsos has really come alive since that World Championship, in that World Championship, now across into this Open 2 as well. He's been looking so good. He's scoring more goals than I think he's ever really scored, at least since maybe the turn to the Open era, and he's looking very good as he ties it up here.
Placement of that touch, doing so on no boost. Fantastic to watch. Now, next goal wins this game. Next goal takes the lead in this series. Give it up for Fever!
He just steps up in all the moments he needs to, Fever, and this is another example. Backwall play, Gus, no boost to get the touch. He had to rely on finding the smallest of pieces, but he couldn't do it, and Fever knew exactly where to put the ball into the back of the net.
All the questions on his ground game on the desk. Who cares? Doesn't need to be on the ground, Monty. He can just take to the skies. He can just take late leads, and now it's Fiver's turn. How can the other spotlighted player respond? Well, they can't get it past Banana Head. 10 seconds to go. Fever with the ball, finds Banana, finds the clear. It's all on the placement from Super Lucky. Down to Fiver. It's a fake. It nearly bounces in, but instead comes back the other way. Timer hit 0. Gus can't do much, and it is a wild card series lead.
Yeah, these teams keep on leaving it to having a score at 0 seconds, and they haven't done so yet. Wildcard take the advantage when they really needed it. As Power, they just couldn't get across the line. Gus stepped up performance, but we just didn't see what Power needed to do. Wildcard, everyone performing again. This squad is looking so good at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, defensively, the patience on some of these attacks really came through time and time again. However, let's not overlook, the offensive difference as well. Twice as many shots came in on the wild card side that game, Monty. 10 shots to 5. Wild card, they were fast, they were efficient, and it was strange. Even though wild card kind of had to come back to win that game, it really was Power frequently on the back foot.
Yeah, it definitely felt that way. Wildcard looking... I feel like this is a wild card that we like to see, where they are looking for those passes, not as many solo plays as we saw in Open 1. That being said, they only got 1 assist, to be fair, but wildcard, they're looking for each other at the moment, and I really think that's what allows them to push Power back when they don't have that space, because wildcard are looking for each other. It really opens up the game for wildcard, and if they can keep doing that, Power are going to really struggle in this next game.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, even when we looked at the stats, sort of before, it did feel like Howard was more the team that was kind of passing and working together. Wildcard, kind of more of that solo team. But it's a weird one to look at, because it's not always necessarily, because there's no assist, it was a solo shot.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, blocks, demo, aggressive positioning doesn't lead to an assist on that stat page. And that's something that Wildcard is always so efficient at. Torsos, I mean, we've been calling him out. He always plays so far forward and so aggressive with some of the shots he takes. Banana Head frequently does the same as well. That's that wildcard approach. Meanwhile, Fiber!
This is just Fiber through and through. Gus with a nice little doink on, and Fiber, look at this one back. The instant flip reset used. Torsos didn't have the speed to get back. That's the way that Power want to get themselves back in the series. A mechanical play from the MVP from Open 1.
When you hear the dink, you think you're good, but if it's Fiber there, maybe not. Able to brute force it in. And now Power back in the lead. Kind of feels must win for the Power side as well. They would love to be 2-2 in this series, going down 3-1. With the pressure, with how nervy they've been playing, just keeping this series as close as possible will do them a lot of benefits. Shot from Fever saved.
And Super Lucky now, downfield Fiber, trying to get something to it, couldn't quite find it. Torsos low boost, takes on the challenge. Gus is up at Fever's quicker, and Super Lucky in the midfield gets a piece. It's a midfield battle at the moment as B-Head goes up for it again. Fiber has to be careful, does find a ball out to Gus. He'll find a play forward, but Fever again, good speed. This midfield battle is just being won by Wildcard at the moment, and Power can't allow that to continue being the case. Otherwise, Wildcard will find a way back in.
Ball up for grabs. Banana Head gets there first. A cross over to Torsos, who has Fever from the backboard down, but not in the spot they may have been hunting for. So we come back the other way with Super Lucky leading the charge off the roof. Gus, maybe not this time. I'm still whittling away, though. A lot of it in this game, but no way. No way!
It's this midfield battle that I kept talking about. They win the 50 in the midfield, and then Super Lucky has to just retreat. Gus goes up, but B-Head's pace is too quick, and they find an equalizer. This is just, it's so hard to separate these two teams.
You never want to be burning boost on the rotate back, but it feels like with how fast Wildcard plays, sometimes you have to.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes you genuinely do. That was so decisive out of B-Head. And now, a chance to return the favor. Torsos gets his car in the way, stopping Gus for the go-ahead goal.
Yeah, Banana Head's positioning was a bit of a letdown, but he got the piece that was necessary to buy Torsos some time. But what power! Gus has just done is find an absolute bullet, 169 Ks. I mean, it's taken a deflection there, but look at the speed as that one flies in.
Oh, yeah. Torsos maybe giving it a little bit of a speed boost there to kind of nudge it along, yet still that strike had so much on it. This is a big series for Gus as well. I mean, how many times has Gus been so close to, to that major, to those regional wins, and then just coming up a little bit short? Banana Head's still not going to make it easy. Wildcard strikes back.
It's an absolute shootout in this grand final. Torsos found a double that forced the defenders to commit. And then Banana Head, his placement from there is immaculate. We're tied up again. This series is just so hard to separate the two teams, not only in the actual series score, but just every single goal they're trading back and forth.
Dude, if it is turning into that Wild West shootout, you got to kind of bank on the player with the cowboy hat, right? Of course, it's going to be B-Head, who's up for it again right here. A little bit faster, though, is Gus. Torsos tries to get in the way. Fiber rotates back. Fever will eventually get there to challenge, or will he? Fiber keeps it up high. Actually gains a lot of ground until Big T keeps it away. With the bump, it's a 3-2 lead.
You just have to look at this play here as Torsos put it towards net. Look at Fever chase down Gus, and he sends him atop the goal. And it's again Wildcard taking the lead here. And if they can hold on to this, if they can advance through this point, make it a 3-1 series, Power in so much trouble. But the way that this series so far has been going, I don't put it past Power from scoring again.
And this goes back to the previous point I was trying to get at before, though, when it comes to Wildcard. Like, yeah, the stats might say individual goals. That was not an individual goal, though. It's the bumps. It's the pressure. It's how suffocating they can be, this team. They're so aggressive. Torsos! Oh, nearly got another one of those midfield strikes.
Yeah, Gus was kept honest there. Had booster used, and I wasn't sure if he knew it was going in or not. Torsos down the line. B heads up with no boost, but still finds the angle. Fever on the follow-up, tries to place it, and it's hit the post and deflected out. B head still saved by Fiber.
Oh, the Fever ground game curse just kind of continues a little bit there. Awkward shot from Fever. Could have put this game away, maybe. Instead, Power continues to have a pulse. Power, of course, needing to win this game to avoid being 3 games down. A minute 20. Ball on loose side of the pitch, but no sense of urgency to strike right away. And that may have been giving Wildcard the respite they needed.
Yeah, that doink from Torsos just found Fiber, and now it's a double commit from Wildcard. Might be working out if Banana Head can steal this corner boost. Put some possession onto the Power half. Torsos back wall. It's still awkward from Power. They don't look comfortable at the moment. Gus on the counter has nothing to work with. Has to take a 50. Now it's Fiber up high. Drops it down. Lockie on the follow-up. Finds the shot, denied by Fever.
Here comes Gus. First touch good. Second touch down to Fiber. Not there. Couldn't follow it up. Power still on the back foot. Super Lockie. Trying to rotate back and says it's going to be a shot midfield. Nope, and again, just a little bit wide. Both teams looking for those midfield shots. Another lobber caught by Fever over to Torsos. 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, Fever made that look way more uncomfortable than it needed to be. Backed up on the goalpost, I think, and then forgot where he was for a moment. Now Gus on the counter. Torsos low boost. He has to get a touch, and he does well enough. Super Lockie across to it. Full tank to work with, but he hits it straight to Torsos. Now Power need to go. Fiber needs to go. Going solo. Fiber, not quite.
Banana Head may have just saved the game right there. Super Lockie again runs into Banana Head. Fiber keeps it up, but can't get it to the wall. Wildcard 1 game away from tying in the overall standings, going to Regional 3.
They were living right on the edge there, though. Wildcard. Power had a couple of opportunities. Banana Head came up clutch with a couple of saves right at the end, and Power, desperate to score a goal, didn't find what was necessary. A couple of solo plays. This team has been forced into going solo. They love the passing plays, but they cannot do it because Wildcard have it read at every single moment.
Wildcard just, they bring it back at times. It would not feel fair for this series to only go 5 games, Monty, yet that's the position we're in right now. Wildcard just getting these little advantages. The teams feel so evenly matched. Again, there's a couple nervy moments that sometimes come out of Power where they might rust a touch, where they might not find the accuracy that they need, just trying to keep up with the pace that Wildcard is showing. And it's a little bit that same nerviness that we saw back against the Bulldogs. Maybe not as extreme as what we saw in that overtime.
Yep.
But Wildcard is just looking like the more composed team.
Yeah, and I wonder if, Open 1 was due to a sense of power, obviously playing against the number 1 seed from OCE, and maybe going, well, hold up, we can have some fun here. We're not expected to get a result. They played so confidently in that final. Now it's potentially creeping onto my mind. Is Power going, hold up, we need to win this. We could be going to Boston if we win this. And it might just be affecting them, how they're playing confidently. It might be getting to their heads. Potentially, this timeout, hopefully something they can talk about. Yeah,
Freaky this time got the timeout on time. All right, so that's an improvement from the semifinals. They knew the button to push. They pushed the button. They're all good. And yeah, I think again, perspective, one game at a time. Look, I am not going to criticize, I think, the mental wherewithal for a majority of these players on the pitch right now. But what I am going to say is Gus has been the guy who has been so close to getting that big, major appearance, been busting through, being on that team. Gus has not been that number one team yet. They got that regional 1 win. He is such a talented player. You feel like he's due for something. Maybe it's here. Maybe it's his time. Off the kickoff, Gus almost puts it in.
Wildcard 1 came away from forcing an Open 3 Classic. Not quite getting there just yet. Power have a chance to come back. And I'm not writing Power off in this grand final. These players have all been involved in some ridiculous scoreline overturns in the history of OCE Super Lucky, most notably last season. So I'm not writing them off just yet, but Wildcard, they will be feeling so confident being 1 win away.
Yeah, it's a scary place to be, and as we see Gus try to put the shots on, not able to get it. And the thing about the timeout buff is it's a timeout for your opponents as well, and I am not one to overlook, Coach Jimma and what he can bring to a lineup in a timeout. So perspective. I think that's something both these teams are keeping in mind right now. Banana Head with the first real chance, just a little bit too high and wide.
Yeah, just never really set himself up how he would have liked to. Torsos towards the back wall. Now Fiber of his own back wall. The setup again, not quite what was necessary. Still finds a way to find it out to Super Lucky. Now Gus has to be kept honest. Super Lucky just went past it again, and there's a couple of these plays where Power not quite connecting. Torsos midfield win there again, and Power, they're struggling to really get forward. The pass back is good, but Fiber low boost can't chase it. Super Lucky might though. Torsos again up for the challenge.
Yeah, Super Lucky had to burn everything on that. So if you want to keep this attack sustained, you either steal a boost or rely on teammates. In this case, Power does both. 50 from Banana Head goes straight to Gus. Fever will try to challenge. Ball falls down. Torsos cannot get around Super Lucky. Power shortening the pitch. I like this look. Reset, maybe. Shot. No, not this time. Defense still staying back.
Yeah, the touch from Torsos found the corner again. The safety of the corner is absolutely something Wildcard need to rely on that play. Now Gus onto the back wall. Can he find the double? Gus! He does, but it's taken a deflection. I think it's off a defender, and Power have the lead.
Yeah, I got to catch this one again. Gus, however, off the roof. Great pinch for the speed. Then it's down, and yeah, that's an own goal. Oh boy.
Wildcard will look to shake that one off, but Gus, that was a really good set piece as well to find the back wall play. Potentially would have been going in anyway without the touch, but I think Fever could have had it covered potentially.
I don't know if that does go in without the touch, because he kind of put that straight down, buddy. Like, it could have bounced off the top post. I'm not too sure. Either way, Wildcard doing themselves no favors at the start of Game 5. Still a lot of time left. It is power hunting. And so it'll be Wildcard coming to bring this one back. Caught midfield. Up for grabs. Torsos gets there first. Slows it down. Banana Head underneath. Just lets it ride. And Big T gets credit for the goal.
But these are the moments that Power have struggled not only in this series, but also against the Bulldogs, just not getting the touches they need. Gus expected the shot to come through from B-Head. It never did, and he never got the save.
Oh, the nerves, the wherewithal to go to that fake from B-Head. Again, he is the scariest player, I still think, in this region to go up against 1v1 in situations like that, with games on the line. As Gus... Ooh. Okay, good thing Fiber was back for that one.
Well, it definitely would have felt like an OCE grand final if we had 2 own goals in one game. That one not to be.
That was a little spooky. Still now going the correct way. Gus trying to set up a teammate. No one there. Fever's going to play keep away for this. Fiverr putting it up from underneath. Here comes Fever again. Gets the first touch. Won't get the second. Super lucky though. Drops it down to Torsos. Gus now tries to pop it up and head. Awkward spot. No boost. Still finds the ball.
And good touch from Fever to the sidewall. Torsos will turn. He's got the boost advantage on Gus. If he can cut it into the midfield, good pass up. But it's going to be super lucky. The first to respond. Plays it around into the midfield again off the 50. Fever leaves it. Good comms towards Torsos, and he'll try to get the challenge again. Not quite working out, but Wildcard in the ascendancy right now in this game 5.
Yeah, and again, it is a must-win game for Power. Wildcard, 1 goal away from giving us our banger third regional. It's going to be Fiber, though, first with it. Reset to the net. Round 1, not around the second. Torsos gets behind it. Gus now with the chance. Can't do much because Torsos just running disruption as the ball continues to stay on the blue side of the pitch. Neither team really breaking away with it until that bump, until that touch. Fever won't be able to put it in.
Fiber across, super lucky back in front of his own net, wants to find Fiber. He says, go for a solo play, mate. Find something, make something happen. But that time it's denied by Banana Head. Out to Fever on the sidewall. Infield, B-Head's already jumping. Shot denied.
Yeah, but we're not out of danger yet. Torsos off the backboard. B-Head couldn't find it. Fever all the way back in his own net. Nearly gives Gus a free touch, but Gus didn't want to burn boost to get there too quickly. So we continue along. Midfield, 30 seconds left. Next goal wins this game. Banana Head to the backboard. Doesn't find much. Fiber does get demoed. Banana Head puts it the wrong way. Lockie is there, but isn't able to find the shot. Gus puts it up high and Torsos will clear.
Torsos didn't even get the touch in the end. It's Banana Head now. Leaves it for Fever. Low boost across the side of Wildcard as things stand as Fiber takes it up. At the moment, we're headed to an OT unless someone has a say. Gus shot wide. Fiber back while Super Lucky is playing patient and he won't keep it alive. Overtime in Game 5 to keep Power's run alive.
Last time we saw an overtime, it went nearly 7.5 minutes. And now Power's thinking, oy vey, we got to do this again. Here we go across the middle. Gus. They'll throw it from one end to the other. Banana Head staying underneath that. Reset, maybe. Instead drops it down low. Super lucky. Catches, but it's a 50 straight to Torsos, who finds a good angle. Gus now inside corner as well. Power really slow playing the start of this one.
Well, Power got to a point in that overtime in the semi-final that they really looked nervous. They cannot let that happen again. Potentially the timeout that they took would be a part of that as Gus looks to find Fiber. They need to score this goal. It's desperation to score the next goal as Torsos looks to move it back.
Here we go. Fever now has Torsos right behind with boost. Will try to take it to the skies, but there's a little bit of a shallow angle. So instead we go to the other side. Gus, second touch, straight into Fever. Didn't quite turn that into a shot, but that's okay. Teammates didn't follow up. Still, it's low boost on the orange side. First touch winds up getting centered. Gus from behind winds up bumping into his teammate. The net looks kind of open.
It's open!
And that's gonna do it. Wildcard gets the win.
Power have shot themselves in the foot in the most important situation. And Torsos, well, he hit the crossbar, but Fever was there to make sure that Open 3 is one of the most important opens OCE will ever see.
The panic mechanics. Again, you have a player with boost and a player with none, each committing to the ball. Nobody playing the post, nobody playing the net. Wildcard gets given that win. And I mean, look, you want to bounce back from maybe a disappointing end of the year, losing that regional. That's how you do it. A Wildcard, they were the more complete team, but most importantly, they had the ice.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Power, I said when they went into that OT, they had to be careful not to get too nervy. They looked nervy in the semi-final in OT. Going into the OT, there it was always going to be such a struggle. But Torsos finding Fever again. My, oh my, what a grand final.
Can't get rid of him.
Yummy?
Everyone's back.
What?
This guy keeps trying to get rid of me. I don't even understand
You
why.
can leave. It's okay. You don't have to be. You know, you're trying to win Employee of the Month or something, Cheese Man, but you can leave. It's fine. But I tell you what, that was a fantastic grand final. What a setup, Cheese Man, for Open 3. We get the revenge story.
You can't get rid of me, and you can't get rid of Torsos. I always believed that was going to go into the net when he took the shot. In fact, every time Torsos is on the ball, I believe. It is really interesting to see. He's still at the top of the game. He's still winning regionals. But it wasn't really Torsos for me. It was Fever and Banana Head. Banana Head early in the series. Fever had some great moments as well. A lot better performance than maybe the semi-final, but I still think even a lot of room to improve, which makes Regional 3 now being that 2-horse race purely for the major head-to-head all the more exciting.
Yeah, and again, we can only hope that we do get to see that third match in the final between these two sides. No more OCE mess-ups in the early stages like we've seen in the past. They've got to make it to the end. And for that to happen, though, a point of concern that I'm kind of feeling, I don't know how you guys get, again, it's the nervy play. I mean, it was coming out in spades, it felt like, the entire afternoon out of teams like Power.
Yeah, we saw it. We saw hints of it against the Bulldogs where they let a couple of games slip, and then we saw it all through that grand final, really. Aside from their one-game win, they never really looked confident like we like to see from this Power roster. But any of those players are confident. They look so good, but they just didn't seem to find that level of almost arrogance that they had in Open 1.
So a couple of moments of the passing plays that we saw in the grand final last event. But yeah, maybe just sort of missing a trick in that long off season, maybe just falling down a little bit. But just like what happened to Wildcard, I'm expecting them to come back twice as strong after losing an event.
We've seen it before, haven't we? And you think you mentioned it pre-game. Yummy. I keep saying yummy. Yummy. I don't know what's going on.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm sick of you.
I like the compliment.
Just relax over there. But then when they do lose Wildcard, even when they're formerly Power, they always seem to bounce back. It kind of shakes them. It wakes them up a little bit as well. So a strong performance, and now I guess the ball's in Team Power's court for Open 3 formal. Can they step up another level and match Wildcard again?
I mean, they kind of have to. I think as long as Power avoids OTs, they should be okay. OTs is where things seem to kind of crumble. I know they got away with the one against the Bulldogs, but yeah, I think they're such a confidence-based team, I should say. So I think they'll bounce back. I trust in Freaky. He learned how to push the timeout button at the right time, so they were already improving in this finals, and that's just going to continue.
I've been around OC enough as well to know that somehow in the next event, one of these two teams is going to lose 2 rounds in Swiss or something, end up in the lower bracket, everything will be messed up. They're meant to both be in the next grand final to fight for the major, but anything can still happen on the way to that spot.
I'll piggyback off that. It's going to be determined in a semifinal after one of them does exactly what Yummy says, and somehow Lunar winds up winning the third regional. He's going to come back and he's going to fight a roster, and he's going to... The team that wins the semifinal, they're done. They're just going to coast on through, and Lunar's going to win the third regional.
I'm not sure if that's possible when Luna responded earlier and said, I'm actually away for Open 2 and 3. I'm not sure if that's going to happen.
I don't trust a word he says.
That's what Caleb said as well, and he still showed up for Champ Sunday, even though he's meant to be in the sunny coast for a month. But, guys, it was a fantastic weekend. I love that it's set up for an incredible Open 3 as well, where it all comes down to the wire, even with one spot. I feel like if we have no spots, it's still going to come down to the wire somehow. It doesn't matter how many spots we have at majors, we'll find a way to go right to the final event. So it was a fantastic weekend at taking on the first official broadcast. We had the unofficial community broadcast for Open 1. We're now the official broadcast, and I had a lot of fun. So I don't know if you guys have any final thoughts maybe down the line. Monty, what do you got for us?
I don't have much for you aside from just cannot wait for this Open 3. This is going to be, honestly, I think it could be one of the most entertaining possible grand final matchups OCE's ever seen.
I have to mirror that as well. And I also think the bubble scene, fights for the top 4 can be just as exciting as well. We're seeing a lot of up-and-comers. Kekles had another strong performance. Scorchy as well, starting to make some waves. So even if you're not interested at the tippy top, I don't know why you wouldn't be. The entire region is exciting at this stage.
And yeah, we did have a couple of disappointments as well. We didn't get the Money Cam over the top of the gameplay. That is a big disappointment.
I think that's an unofficial broadcast thing.
I think we're bringing it back next time. I think that's Open 3.
Look,
we had camera issues. At the very least, I disappeared in between game 2 and 3.
We got given the official broadcast on the basis of how awesome the unofficial one was. They should match each other to a T. That's all I'm saying for the next one. But
easy solution. Whenever a player doesn't have a cam, we just put Monty's face there.
Perfect.
So it's just going to be 6 monies for every
Exactly.
single series.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
exactly.
But it was a great regional. Thank you everyone for coming. Thanks Twitch chat. We're getting the numbers. We got the Rocket League OCE channel. Thanks to Hazza for the production. No thanks to Guru for messing up every single map. And even thanks to CJ for putting this all together. It's been a fantastic region.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
Shout out to Blast for handing us the keys to Rocket League OCE, to the official broadcast. And I'm with you guys. I think we bring back the unofficial community vibes for Open 3. We found our feet in Open 2. I think we get a little bit crazy for our final event of the split. But that is all from us from Open 2. Congratulations to Wildcard tying up the points with Team Power. We've got a clear top 2 in the region. And a final event will decide who is our sole representative in Boston. Had so much fun. Shout out Data Coach for the extra stats as well. Shout out to Epic for being epic. And thanks to Yummy Cheese Man for trying to... I don't know. I'm sick of him, but he just seems to keep on showing up.
dream just